and welcome to CFS 2023. We are here for the EUMENA division this week. It is myself, Valdez, and Simon, and we are going to jump into yet another great weekend of Crossfire. How are you doing, Simon?
I'm good. It's been a while since I've been here, but it's fantastic to be back. Last week we saw some amazing games. Hopefully this week the West doesn't disappoint and brings us some intense matches.
Yeah, definitely the hope. Last week, some things, never change. Imperial able to run away with that one. Did take a lot of games, though, of course, as they went the distance in the best of 5 for the finals. And I would expect something similar here in EUMENA. I think that certainly these teams should be evenly matched based on what we have seen over in the West. And just can't wait to get into the games and see what these teams have to offer.
Yeah, not just in the West, though. Historically, 3 of these teams have been playing each other so many times over that they know each other inside and out, and that generally gives you an advantage, right? You know where they're going to be. You know how they move across the map. So, as you can see up on the screen right now, the dates we are going to be going through from today until Sunday, which is the 4th of June. Maps, it's the same maps as always, right? It's Ankara, it's Black Widow, Compound, Eagle Eye, Mexico, Port, and Subbase.
Yeah, I like how they put them in alphabetical order there as well. That's
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, I didn't even notice until right now. I'm like, huh, that's interesting. 3 of the teams, as you mentioned, one of them did get picked up. That was Team Myth, now picked up by 3BL. And we'll also have UNKNIGHTS in the pool this time around, the dark horse of the group. We'll have to see how they do as well. And the total prize money, $75,000 on the line. That is quite a nice bit of money, Simon.
Yes, it is. And as you can see, the structure of the tournament is up on the screen. We do have the group stages for today and tomorrow, and then the playoffs on the 4th. That should be the day where everything is on the line. Now you're looking for placement to see how many games you have to play on that day. You want to be number 1 in the group stage, so that on the playoff day you have 1 match to prepare for, and you're not going to have that fatigue. It's not going to set in. You're going to be perfectly okay to go as long as you need to.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of our matches today, we do have 3BL up against LAZARUS, then we have UNKNIGHTS against GV, and then 3BL against UNKNIGHTS. So that'll be our matches today. There are 3 days matches, so tomorrow we'll have, again, 3 best of 3s, and then we do move into day 3, which will have 2 best of 3s and then a best of 5 for the finals. And as you mentioned, the seeding, very important. That's basically what we're fighting for here. This is an invitational, so essentially, at the end of the day, even if you do get 4th place, you still get to play on the final day.
Yeah, you do. And I mean, UNKNIGHTS, you gotta kind of almost feel for them. This is a trial by fire. They are going against the top teams. There's no team here to kind of, if you take a big loss in your first match against GV, you're not going to have a team that maybe you can rebound off nice and easy. You then go and play 3BL, and that's like jumping out of a fire into a volcano. Like, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be easy for UNKNIGHTS for sure. They are the dark horse, but maybe they can turn it on up and see what they do have. As I mentioned before, these are our matches that we do have today. 3BL versus esports, or 3BL esports versus LAZARUS for our first one. Let's jump into an interview video and see what these teams had to say.
My name is Penguin. I'm currently team captain of 3BL esports. My thoughts about participating in CFS is very good, because actually CFS is the top level of top competition levels at Crossfires.
I mean, it's a great achievement for the team since I think it's a new team since we got 2 new players. So making it in the first season where others couldn't make it, I think it's a great achievement for us.
Of course, coming into the season, it was really hard because we had to change our roster, not only our roster, also our IGL. So I guess it was totally hard for my team. Since I became the order of 3BL esports, our playstyle has changed. We are kind of mixed between aggressive playstyle and defensive playstyle. And also our global risk side has changed completely. You guys can look forward to our new style.
We are really happy to be able to participate in the CFS, because we just formed this team this year and it's a really good achievement so far. After like 4 years, it's like really difficult to build up a new team, especially with new players. And I mean, for like 4 months now or 5, we did a great job so far. Ryan and Jin, they replaced Niels at NLS and Awesome, and they are both like really motivated to fill in the positions they are playing right now, and we are really looking forward to the future.
Yeah, we feel pretty good about that we are now an even stronger team, and we'll grow stronger with every advantage we get, and obviously we will also grow stronger with this tournament going on.
Lazarus is a very good team. The thing they have and we don't is that they improve in a very short time, but we need a longer time to improve. But I think right now we can beat them. I think we took enough time to improve, and it will be a good match.
They worked on their team like we did, and we both struggled, but I'm confident that we will still win against them.
Lazarus' weak points are they fall mentally very quick in games. Award for Lazarus that you guys should not fall mentally versus us, because if you did, we're gonna end this game really quick versus you, and you're not gonna remember this game because it's gonna be a very fast game versus us.
I think 3BL should be aware, because the more Poppy is scared, the more he balks. 3BL is definitely a strong opponent, but we feel also capable of winning against them in every scenario.
I'm confident in my team, and I think we can do it. We will show you great results, and we'll show you the true side of 3BL.
So for me as an individual, I want to be obviously at the top peak of stats in CFSI. I also want to win this. Yeah, I personally want to win anything and everything that's on the way.
We placed only second in the CFWL, and we are really unsatisfied, and that's why we want to win the CFSI.
Since I'm the defending champion of the CFSI, you guys can expect us to win again this tournament.
So there you have it, hearing from both of the teams before coming into this one. Rain had a very nice line there. The more a puppy is scared, the more he barks. I never really heard one such as that. I've heard similar ones, like phrases like that. But yeah, I mean, they're always gonna trash talk before we get into the games, but that was some nice trash talk to have before this one.
That was easily the most polite trash talk I think I have ever heard, ever. Like 3BL, who are on your screen now, literally giving advice to Lazarus, like, guys, just don't mentally break. Like,
yeah,
we've seen it happen time and time
don't.
again.
It's just that easy.
Yeah, just don't do it. Be strong, be hard, and if you collapse, we're gonna steamroll you. Like, such a good message to bring into this match.
Yeah, I wish it were that easy. We'll have to see if Lazarus are able to take that advice. As we have seen here, the stats from 3BL have been pretty nice, as you know, Alucard up on top, as always. Some things never change, and I'll be sure to see, watch out for some of his pistol play, as always, on his side. And we'll take a look at Lazarus as well, who, as both teams mentioned, they have made a couple of roster changes for the both teams, and Lazarus seemed to be, you know, a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more able to step up to the plate quicker, but perhaps fall sooner, as 3BL were saying.
I would say that losing Niels and Awesome would have been enough to completely ruin a lot of teams, because they were integral. They were the core pillars of Lazarus Gaming, but to come back with as much strength as they have after losing that and picking up some great players, like, you know, picking up some of the best players in the game right now, has just made this team formidable. Will they be able to beat that second place from the CFWL? That is the question. Have they had more time to gel over this period? Are they now better than they were? Their stats definitely do not lie. Their stats are correct on both sides, whether it's Blacklist or Global Risk. They are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look at the key players here, I was kind of expecting to see Alucard up here, but Horus definitely one of their big riflemen on the side of 3BL, so we'll have to kind of anchor the team a bit, whereas 40, as always, very consistent, sniper player, and also kind of the anchor. I guess that's kind of what they were going for here with the key player matchup. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how those two do matches. Let's get into the map ban pick and see what maps we're going to be playing on today.
Yeah, Eagle Eye getting banned by 3BL and Lazarus banning Subbase, which means Ankara and Mexico with Port being banned again and Compound. So that leaves the last match. If we need to get there, the stalwart of this game, Black Widow, will finish it off.
Yeah, Black Widow, Ankara, very popular here in this region, especially. Mexico going to be the second choice here, chosen by Lazarus. And yeah, we will have Lazarus starting off on BL all 3 times for these 3 maps. We'll have to wait and see if we even do get to Black Widow. I mean, based on the stats and what we've seen so far, these 2 teams definitely seem evenly matched.
Yeah, I can see.
Oh, sorry. Kind of on top.
I was going to say, I can see why Lazarus would pick Mexico. They have an 80% win rate on that map, whereas, you know, their opponents 3BL, I believe it's like 50%. Yeah, 1-1. So definitely a pocket pick there by Lazarus. That would be, you know, if they lose the first map, maybe the second map would be the one that they stabilize with.
Yeah, definitely comes down to that. And you were talking about the stats there for Mexico. The stats for Ankara were also interesting. Lazarus, I believe, 6-1 on the map, and then we had 3BL at like 40%. They were like 2-3.
Ankara, yeah.
But they chose it. So, you know, it's not always the stats that tell the full story, but also it's kind of curious that Lazarus seems so good on this map, as always.
I mean, being so good on the first 2 maps doesn't look good for 3BL on paper.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the actual game, that's where we're going to see. That's where it's written, right? I think 3BL definitely do have a chance. The way the maps are lined up, though, again, on paper, you have to give it to Lazarus. But
yeah. So far, for sure, Lazarus have had a very nice advantage against 3BL. Both of these guys are CFSI champions in years past. And the BL side performance, definitely one to look at, just because both of these teams a little bit cheeky compared to the GR side.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's too surprising either. I think this region in general, compared to other regions, a little bit more passive, a little bit more defensive. So, you know, feeling at home on the GR side, not too surprising for me.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, the aggression here is restrained. I think that would be the best way to say it. It's not super passive, but it's not all guns blazing, open up the doors immediately.
Strategical.
And yeah. Is that a word?
No.
Is it not?
It's strategic or strategically.
But if it's strategic, you can say
Anyway, I mean, you can.
You just did.
I did just say it. It wasn't correct, but, you know. Yeah, Ankara. It feels like we're kind of going back to the basics.
Yeah.
One of the first maps we've ever had. One of the most popular ones, and now the CFWL, the new name for that. We're just hopping right into this one, guys. We got Ankara for map 1, with Lazarus starting all 3 maps on BL. That'll be the case here, as, speaking of which, guns blazing already into office here with a couple of kills, a couple headshots, one for Jin, one for Vice. And in they go.
That is the kind of start you do not want to see when you're 3BL. You're already 3 down, and we barely got past the introductions on this map. Toteno in a world of trouble there. Can Alucard bring it back for his team? Can Alucard bring it back for his team? He is the last man standing. He has the sniper. That's going to be rough to be able to come back on this map. Is he going to be able to breach here? Is he going to be able to get the shots? He's going to take a look around the back here.
Oh, they're just going to swarm him. He actually did get one. There's not a lot of time. He would have to line one up, and then I think charging with the pistol would be the best way, just hoping that someone peeks him as they're trying to take some pot shots. And finally, they do land that shot. Booms will finish him off. So a very fast round going the way of Lazarus here, not wasting any time.
Yeah, Alucard getting that one snipe through the smoke gave a little bit of hope for 3BL, but just not enough. And we see now we have the run around through quarters by Lazarus this time. Trying to push down here, see what they can get. See if there is any way to chip away at 3BL.
Yeah, definitely could try to mix it up and attack an A this time. We saw that 3BL, it looks like they pushed through B bottom as a 3-man unit, just trying to see what they could see, but no real contact outside of a bit of grenade damage. And now 5 members of Lazarus gearing up to head into the A site.
Yeah, 3BL kind of have a problem as Horus is in middle of no man's land. He's going to have to make a mad dash across this map to try and get there to support Travis here. Travis, one man standing now, has a bit of backup, but is it going to be enough? Penguins there as well. Travis takes quite a lot of damage there from that grenade. Trying to dodge them left, right, and center. Throws his own grenade. Is he going to be able to get hits? Nothing is connecting right now as we're just waiting for this breach by Lazarus. Are they going to fully commit on this, or will they, you know, pull out and maybe go around B? No, the bomb has been planted, so 3BL have to try and break this position. But look at that. Oh, Loons. Oh, you love to see it as a Lazarus fan.
Penguins all alone here on the backside, trying to get the shots in, but it's just not enough time. Nice try on the wraparound there from Penguin, but yeah, a pretty clean plant comes in from the side of Lazarus. They get into the site very easily. They get that first kill in air ducts, and after that, kind of looks like Travis was very flashed to the point where he didn't even know how to go out of the fence. He was like, well, I guess I'm just dead. And that he was eventually. Now, Penguin alone. Horus comes in. Penguin picked up 2 by himself, actually. And 40 going to go back to the M4 here, not actually on the sniper. And Jin is all the way back in the spawn. They were able to just push in through front yard while all of this was going on.
Yeah, it is a 3v3 situation. But Lazarus have come out absolutely all guns blazing, but they're down to 2. We see now pistols at dawn, and Rain takes down Penguin. So it's a 2 versus 1. Can Rain manage to get the C4 down? Takes quite a bit of hit. They know where he is, so there's rotations coming around.
That's going to be the end of him. Todson able to wrap around there and get that kill. You could see he was very focused on the C4. He was like, well, I got to get that if I want to win, but he did not check his flanks, didn't expect Todson to be in the spawn there. So finally 3BL on the board after a little bit of a sleepy start from them.
Yeah, it was a very, very slow start, but signs that they could come back into this. But Penguin and Horus both taking quite a bit of damage in the opening shots here. Might put them in a bit of a bad position moving forwards. They do need to come out with this aggression. We do see, I think 3BL have kind of read this correctly. They have Todson and Travis trying to hold the A site. Will they be able to? No, everyone goes down. Alucard and Horus left trying to pick up the pieces here. They need to rotate over. They need to try and defend this, but it's just not looking good for them right now.
Yeah, they had that one guy under the stairs. I think it was Todson. He was able to just clear out one member of Lazarus, but everybody else just got absolutely cleaned up. And this is becoming a problem. I mean, Blacklist, we see oftentimes, especially if you get these clean A pushes, can be very strong on this map. But yeah, it also feels like it's just way too one-sided. I mean, Loon's not even checked as the 2 members come in, and he's just able to freely spray onto both of them. That's Lazarus 3-1 very quickly.
Yeah, I don't know what Lazarus were kind of doing. Instead of planting the C4, they decided to just drop it in the bomb site and almost goad the rest of 3BL to try and push into them.
Yeah.
Where the plant would have made more sense to try and get them to be aggressive. So really interesting mind games from the side of Lazarus as they definitely have a handhold on this. But Rain goes down early. He has been so important for them so far. VZ also down. And now, oh, Travis taken out, not having a good game so far, 1 and 5. But the rest of Lazarus, they have proven that they know this game inside out. They kind of read 3BL before 3BL even think about what they're going to do.
Oh, and 40 and Jin, they both have the AWM here as one of them is going to swap. Looks like Jin back to the AK, but that was a great push from Penguin and the squad, right? He calls for it. Let's get aggressive. Let's try to mix things up here. And they actually caught them totally off guard there in quarters. But the follow-up, again, a little bit weak. It just felt like Lazarus kind of controlling the pace of the game right now and able to bait them into their open arms. As now Alucard is going to trade back as 40 did get a snipe here. And Lazarus still a lot of time. Just going to rotate over to B.
Yeah, smart play, not pushing the issue on the A side. Will Alucard actually know that this is coming? I don't think he does. He's still trying to hold onto that A side. He's going to try to creep around, but the time has been set. Is he going to be able to do it with the pistol and the sniper? He has to get both of these players down. He has to take down Jin and Loons and then defuse the bomb.
Yeah, Jin, I like his position here. He's just waiting in spawn. He knows, okay, that's the tiny little bit of information to see if he is going to go up into the nest here. And that should be Jin just able to wrap around on him, as Alucard has no idea that he was spotted, of course. So a very nice little setup there. Lazarus strategically in a much more comfortable position so far in this map.
Yeah, and he was flashed as well, so finding it hard to grab those bearings and, you know, just scan the area to see if there is any threat incoming. But,
The shots through the wall. I mean, he knew exactly the lineup, of course, and 3BL, they did that before. I mean, this is so one-sided right now. It's not even funny for 3BL, but they're going to have to somehow get control of this. Otherwise, Lazarus will run away with this map.
I mean, there is always the change in sides that could help them maybe get back into it, but it's not looking good so far.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, there's still a lot of time, and as you mentioned, you know, going on to Blacklist could be the difference maker, as Vine's just going to get this plant down very easily. Totson is way back here in the BL spawn. Might be able to get the jump here on 40, but unfortunately he has given away his position now. So, trying to get some pot shots. It's not looking good for him. Down he goes. Travis is here with Alucard. Alucard is still holding on to that EWM. Yeah, they're just going to get sprayed down through the smoke as they're trying to come in. Travis did get one, but that was the only one he could get. It is now 5-1 for Lazarus.
This is looking like a stump so far, but you know, when the change comes, maybe 3BL could, you know, reverse this and put the aggression on Lazarus, but right now the gunplay is just looking so much better for Lazarus. Everything seems to be hitting when it needs to. As I say that, Lazarus kind of collapsing this defense. I mean, Rain definitely can still come back into this. I mean, Alucard is on death's door. Horus has taken quite a bit of hits. Totson is the only full health member, but 1 and 6 and 2 and 5 for Horus and Totson. It's a bit rough.
Yeah, definitely is. Rain has been having a good map so far. We'll have to see if he can clutch this. Still a lot of time, as both the teams are actually bringing the aggression. They're telling us to stop talking about their region that way, and they have shown some pretty fun stuff here outside of office, as Rain now is actually going to somehow avoid the two of them and just pick up the bomb and push on straight in. Nobody in his way. Little does he know, of course, but he will check every single corner. Could even try to push an A here. There is still a lot of time, as he will check everywhere and make his way in.
Yeah, this is everything kind of just opened up for his movement there to try and get into these spots so he can plant the bomb, so he can select A and B if he sees anyone. But right now, you got to imagine Rain is confused. He looked all the way around the map, hasn't found anybody. Like, as a player, you got to be thinking like, all right, well, surely if they're not a B, they're going to be an A.
Right.
And it's
yeah.
I don't know if he's thinking that Horus and Totson just kind of like, you know, went on a vacation for a little bit and will come back in a couple of days. You just don't know. But he's going to set himself up real nice. The pressure is now on Totson and Horus. And the way this map has been going so far, the shadow of doubt has to be creeping into their minds. They have to be thinking, even though it's only one, Rain has been performing. He has been destroying us so far. Oh, did he catch a glimpse? He did. He's trying to get away. There's 8, 7, 6. They have to. Oh, is it going to be enough? It is. Finally, 3BL pick up another map here.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, Rain did his best, as looks like we do have some players that need some time here. Might need to get back in the lobby real quick. But, yeah, I mean, that was a pretty nice round, actually. I thought that Rain played it pretty well. He bought a lot of time, obviously confused, you know, a couple of the members that were left on the side of 3BL. And then at the end of the day, the two 3BL members were able to push in very quickly. And, you know, trust in your teammates, very important. One of them holds the defuse, the other one able to defend for that. And that was very important for making sure that, yeah, at the end of the day, they did pick it up with not too much time to spare.
Yeah, just a couple of seconds before that bomb would have gone off. And we'd have been looking at an absolute trouncing so far. But, you know, 5-2 is much better than 6-1. Like,
yeah,
especially when there's a small break like this.
Mentally,
you know,
as well.
Yeah, mentally, it feels a lot closer. Three rounds, we can kind of, when it starts getting 4, 5, and 6, that's when you have to start like, all right, guys, something is going terribly wrong here. Do we just abandon the rest of this map, or like, what are they going to be doing? But now they don't need to be thinking like that. They're just like, let's just keep going. Let's get it done.
Yeah. And at this point, if it goes 5-4, you're in a pretty good spot as 3BL, actually. You go over to the Blacklist side. You've been given some time to kind of settle yourself. And, you know, although both of these teams did not have great stats on the Blacklist side, I think this map, more than any other, should be tailored to that. As looks like maybe Lazarus can slow things down a little bit here. It doesn't look like they want to push in any longer, as they did that just into Office. And 3BL kind of like won that game of chicken. They're like, well, if you're going to push in, we're going to jump out of the window of Office and get the jump on you. And kind of go from there. Travis is able to clean up Rain on that connector, leaving us at 4 against 4.
Totsane kind of teasing VZ there. Just a quick pot shot, maybe trying to get it. Oh, Lazarus. 2 down. Jin and Loons pick up Travis and Horus. So now it's just Alucard and Totsane left. Again, it feels like Totsane has it all to do. 4 against 1. He's now flashed. The grenades are flying in. I don't know if they know exactly where he is. But the grenades kind of felt like it did, because every single one of them was on his toes.
Well, 40 says, you know what, I'm just not going to snipe those. Kill him with this thing. Not expecting him to charge in there, of course, at that time. But that will leave Lazarus now with 6 rounds in the lead. Looking for 7 on the Blacklist side. Just a very, very dominant Ankara so far.
I mean, in the interview, 3BL talked about, you know, losing their mental. Lazarus is definitely not going to be losing the mental right now. They're just a fortress. Nothing seems to be phasing them. They drop 1 and then they come back and slap 2 more out. Like, that's what they need to do to win, as we see here. A nice spread defensively by 3BL. And Lazarus, it looks like there's a bit of indecision right now, just kind of poking, trying to get the information they need to decide if they're going to A or B. They are sitting very, very deep. Rain is in a very aggressive position there at front yard, but is he going to be able to get any of that information? Everyone is hiding. Everyone is spread out.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. He threw all 3 of his utility, 2 of them through that window, straight into the eyes of one of the 3BL members. And instead of going anywhere near that location, they're just going to rotate on over to A. As this push has worked well for them so far. They've been able to clear it out a couple of times. One time in this air duct, one time the guy underneath the stairs. This time 3BL have a much more passive position on this as they get the information. And Totsane now is going to hop out and try to trade this one. Travis not able to do the same.
Yeah, Travis looking lost there, trying to find like where his opponent was and just couldn't nail it down. So Alucard and Horus trying to do what they can to rescue this round. And it's a pretty good start so far. Oh, it's Alucard against Loons. It's a 1v1.
One shot does it, and Alucard only needs 1 shot as he shoots him actually in the arm. That's all he needed at the end of the day. So 6-3. Alucard able to kind of get it there at the end. Alucard and Horus are definitely the 2 guys you want in that kind of like super clutch position to try to close out the round. And that they did. Horus, I believe, also picking up a couple of kills on the re-entry. And so we're all tied, or all tied up? What?
All tied up? Have we been watching the same game?
What time is it? It's 6-3. We are not all tied up. We're at the half. Lazarus definitely a very strong Blacklist side. Can 3BL show the same is really the question.
I mean, predictions are really hard to make right now because 3BL, everything looked a little bit slower than Lazarus in that. Like, the reaction time seemed half a second slower than Lazarus. And if they bring that into, you know, when they're playing the opposite side, it's not gonna be good. Like, those are mechanical issues. It's not about what side you're on. That is a mechanical issue.
Yeah. Well, perhaps Lazarus trying to really up the tempo here, and it worked out for them very well. I mean, a lot of their entries and a lot of their aggressive plays were going in their favor because, of course, on those pushes, they were able to hit their shots and kind of just outgun and out-trade the members of 3BL. It's kind of funny, I would say, you know, maybe they were watching last week, but last week actually was very passive. It was very defensive, kind of a newer style over there in Brazil, and they definitely a bit faster here on the side of Lazarus, actually, compared to last week. So we'll have to wait and see if that does continue with 3BL on the aggressive side of Blacklist here.
Jim's going to be maybe engaged on here. He's kind of just peeking out, seeing if anyone's coming down duct, and Alucard is there. Is he going to... It's a bit of a grenade there. Oof. That was a Matrix-level dodge there. Penguin has taken quite a beating, but Jin is down. Alucard picking up a very important kill. It's 5 against 4. And it does look as though A is going to be the target for 3BL. Will they make the rotation back down and across to B? I mean, both sides are defended. It's 2 on each for Lazarus. 2 on A, 2 on B.
Rain's pushing out here. He might actually try to get the jump on Toxin, and, well, he did, but he was not able to win the skirmish. 40 able to trade over to an M4, but the site very much 3BL's. As I say that, 40 actually goes back to the VM, so we'll see what he can get done. He can go up in the nest and see if anyone is poking their head out, but doesn't seem very likely. The two Lazarus members very low on health.
Yeah, very, very low. I mean, if 40 stubs his toe on those stairs, he's going to be out of this match. He's going to try and breach in now. He does have the backup. VZ taken down instantly. 40... I don't even think that was aimed at him. I think that was a straight bullet that was aimed at VZ, catching 40 there. And that does give the first win for 3BL on their Blacklist.
Yeah, it's a great start, and maybe they can get some momentum off of that. Maybe try to impact the mental of Lazarus, which is something they talked about a lot before we even started today. But yeah, it all started with Alucard, you know, poking his head out here in air duct, and after that, just a very nice push onto A. Certainly the attack point of choice for many a team on this map.
Alucard takes a couple of stray hits through the smoke there, is down to about 25%, whereas Lazarus, they're sitting very, very healthy right now. This might just be the Lazarus defensive push. The wraparound may be coming in from, I can't see who it is, 2 and 3. VZ and 40 might be trying to get the wraparound, but they are going back to defend. Jin is the first to go down. Alucard and Penguin both very, very low. But has that given enough information for Lazarus to know that A is the current target? But it's not even, look how deep that C4 is sitting. It's still down in quarters. They're still deciding A or B. And Travis holding that central point.
Ooh, both Jin and Rain actually the ones poking their head outs here. As you mentioned, as 40 is able to get a nice pick here. As you mentioned, very much the HP advantage wasn't on the side of Lazarus, but now they're down a member. As we'll have to wait and see if they can clear this out. Loon switches to the pistol, running out of bullets there. 40 seconds left, plenty of time for 3BL to try to get this plant down in a technically 3v2 situation, even though, again, now it's Alucard's turn to maybe stub his toe on the stairs.
Ooh, Horus goes down. That's going to be big. 3BL literally have nothing left in the chambers. And VZ, he's flying happy right now. He is fully up and ready to go, but the bomb does go down.
Yeah, bomb planted. 3BL, 2 members against Lazarus with 2. Vi's looking to poke his head out here, see if he can get any information. 40 might be the one to lead the charge, lower on health, try to grab the aggro as in they push. Travis not looking the right way. Alucard still down the stairs and on 4 health is not quite able to get the job done. So the defuse will come in and Lazarus do pick up a 7th round, only 3 away from taking our first map.
Yeah, 40 is on absolute fire right now on this Global Risk side. 4-1. And I mean, he lived in that round with nothing left and was even the sacrificial lamb to go in first and still managed to survive until the end.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Just consistent as always. We'll have to see how he does. As they're pushing out this time. Rain and Loons pick up 1 apiece in the central passageway here. We do have Horus holding down the spot as now Vice is going to be the one that pokes his head out and takes control of quarters. Picks up 2 kills. And this is looking all but done for. Unless Horus can get a massive clutch. Not going to happen. 2 quick rounds go in the way of Lazarus.
Yeah, Vice getting the 3 kills there, really important for his team. Just closing the door on 3BL. Like, it looked, after that first round, it looked as though maybe 3BL would be coming back, but Lazarus, again, shutting down this map almost too easily.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit more one-sided, I think, than we were both expecting, right? 8-4 is a extremely dominant lead, 2 rounds in a row on Global Risk side that were pretty straightforward. I mean, the one before, a little bit less straightforward than the one that we just had. So you could say that. But here's Rain now. He's looking at Connector, seeing what he can see, gets a little bit of information for free. This 3BL comes down to, you know, how can Penguin change up this mid-round shot calling? What's going to be the choice this time? Being stopped twice in a row doesn't make it any easier on him.
It does not. Rain there, almost in trouble, but I think he's going to survive. Vice getting picked. Yep. So Rain, 40, Loot, and Jin. What can they do? It is 4 against 5, but not the worst position to be in. They're pretty set up. They're pretty entrenched. But it all depends how this for 40 is going to go. 40 does take down Penguin. That's a big pickup. We see Jin having a bit of a poke and then walking away. That's what he needs to do right now, just to hold down. It's coming. Rain takes a little bit of a hit here. 40 is remaining. Jin is down. We're on board. Rain trying to get that. Tutsin goes down. Horus goes down. Oh my word, what an absolute slaughter there by Lazarus. Tutsin, Horus, and Travis down. And Alucard is left to pick up the pieces. Will he be able to do it? Chances are no. It is 1 against 3.
Yeah, Alucard probably kicking himself that he wasn't with them, but I mean, a pretty fast retake from the side of Lazarus before the bomb even got planted. So he was just trying to hold down the back of the site in case there was a rotation, and there was not. And so 9-4, now Lazarus on the doorstep of taking this first map.
Yeah, and the next map is going to be Mexico, which is the Lazarus stronghold right now, according to the stats. So 3BL have a mountain to climb if they want to get back in this map and then take the next one.
Yeah, comes back to the map ban pick. You know, this was the choice for the side of 3BL. We looked at the stats and we said, well, feels like Lazarus is very favored on this one in terms of the numbers. And we come into the map and it turns out, well, Lazarus are pretty favored so far. Unless we can have 5 rounds in a row clutched here by 3BL. But it's not going to be easy as they're trying to push in through office. They haven't really gone for this attack point just yet, as Vi's going to be looking for Alucard. Reads it perfectly, sees 2 more. Gives the info over to his team that they might need to rotate here in a little bit of time.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need. They need this information right now because they're not seeing much of anything at all across this map. I mean, 3BL is sitting all over the armory in the office, but are they going to make this final push for B? Are they going to commit to B, or are they going to, you know, pull back, rotate over to A? It does look as though the call has been made and the push to B is coming. 40 has everything in his sights, but turns around just as I think the breach is coming. So he does miss a little bit. And how fast can Lazarus come back? The answer is pretty quickly.
Yeah, they just popped out. And I don't know, Simon, it looks like the mental of Lazarus looking pretty good today as they are on the doorstep here, and that's going to do it. Rain gets that last kill. 4 rounds in a row from the Global Risk side is all it takes. And so 10-4, the round score there. And now it's going to be up to the side of 3BL to really change something up. You can see Penguin not looking very pleased with the way things went, as a extremely dominant victory here to the side of Lazarus, 10-4.
Yeah, that was almost like, you know, we just saw a massacre. 10-4 is pretty rough, especially when you know that you're going to Mexico next.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be rough. Want to see if they can stabilize themselves. As we're taking a look at some of the highlights, you know, there were a couple of times where 3BL, they got aggressive. They won some of those trades, especially out here in quarters. But I think, you know, after they got dominated a couple of times, it really changed the way they thought about how they could attack some ways. And that just gave Lazarus just the higher advantage. Really liked that round from Lazarus. That felt like kind of a backbreaker. And it was that round into that.
Yeah, 40 there with the shot through the... just everything you need in life. I mean, absolutely destroying here. Like, every clip just feels like, you know, sure, 3BL might get something like that, but Lazarus consistently were getting these, like, plays of the game. They were consistently getting and popping off every second they could.
Yeah.
And that's what they needed. That's exactly what they needed to win there. How are 3BL going to come back?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, a lot of the rounds that they won as well, it was really, really close, and then Alucard was like just barely able to clutch it. Like, there were times where, had they not had the right members in the right position, could have even been like a 10-2, 10-3 scoreline instead. As a lot of times as well, it felt like they were a little bit confused as to what angles to hold, like where Lazarus were really coming from, even at the end here in that last round. As 10-4, you see that 40 sitting pretty with the 2.8 KD, having a great time.
2.8 KD against a very strong team in 3BL is something that I never thought I would see in this level of competition. 40 absolutely dominating, but even the rest of his team, very, very respectable KDs. It's just that 40 was eating for 9 in that map. Like, he did not leave scraps for the rest of his team to try and get numbers down on the board.
You could say he was eating for 40.
Oh! How did I miss that?
Why did I do that?
How did I miss that? I couldn't.
It's funny because both 40 and Rain had 1 kill per round, but 40's KD was so much higher, I guess, because he died less, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, just cleaner play. A couple of clutches from him. Even that time where he ran into the site with 4 health and still like killed both of them. It's like, okay, I guess he is actually just immortal. So, as you mentioned, Simon, we already played on Ankara. Lazarus looked pretty strong there. Now we're going to Mexico, another really strong Lazarus map. Will this one look any different, I think, is the biggest question. Or will Lazarus just run away with a quick 2-0?
I really, really want to say 3BL are going to come back and, you know, show what they're made of on this map, but the way it's been looking for 3BL, it's not good news so far. Lazarus, I mean, you look at them, they're all business mode right now, and I mean, they should be singing happy, they should be on the moon right now, yet they are down to business, and now we are down to business, as we're going to see what Mexico has in store. The grenades going out, just trying to, you know, pick out a couple of hits, maybe chip off some of that damage. Travis eats quite a bit of damage there off that grenade. Perfectly landed right on his heels.
40 going for the shotgun here, actually pretty interesting. Looks like they do want to rush somewhere at some point. 40, as like many of our other snipers, still very capable with a pistol in his hands, but gonna have that shotgun in it. They go. As quickly, you can see 3BL expecting this kind of push. They clean them up easily, as finally 40 is able to get one with the shotgun, and that was the end of that.
That was That was carnage. You barely had time to think. Everyone was just posturing. And then mid was the hot zone to be. Everything went down there. Everyone gets taken out by Lazarus. And, I mean, 3BL, that's how you want to start after coming off that 10-4 loss.
Yeah, very nice push in from them. They read the timing immaculately, and that's kind of something we were losing from them on Ankara, so maybe feeling a bit more comfortable on this map, funnily enough, as there you go, Alucard just waiting, is going to get the snipe as well, and already this map is pretty GR favorite, but now Lazarus down a member. Not going to feel good for them on the engage.
It's not, but it feels almost like Lazarus are kind of pinned in here, even though, I mean, they're only staring at maybe Horus and Alucard, just looking down this corridor, but this map is very cramped. Anyone can be in any corner. That's where they're going to struggle. This map is very claustrophobic. And, I mean, even the snipers like Alucard, they do have chances to pop off, but it's also very easy for them to be wrapped around on and taken out. But, oh, through the smoke! Sir! Sir!
Sir!
How dare you, Alucard?
He killed everybody. He's got 5 kills. 3
with the sniper, 1 with the pistol. Is that even legal?
I don't think so. I think we're gonna. That was kind of crazy, yeah.
I was just saying that the sniper is pretty hard to, use on this map because you can get wrapped around, and then Alucard goes and just pops off and leaves me with my foot in my mouth.
Well, sometimes that happens. Alucard steps up. It feels like maybe he decided he was going to try to win this by himself and leave no scraps for his teammates. Look at Travis, he's 0-0 so far in 2 rounds. Can happen sometimes if your teammates are playing particularly well. And now I think Lazarus, after the way the last 2 rounds went, will take this one a lot slower. This is generally a map that, on BL especially, you really need to take your time with because you can get sniped. It's difficult if you're pushing into mid. There's not a lot of areas to... Well, there are a lot of areas that you have to check. You have to check into A, you have to check behind the box, you have to check on the far double stack box, you have to check on the left. It's rough. So instead they're going to go into water, actually, as Penguin is waiting for this, but not waiting enough. Alucard does get 1, but does get taken out. Jin is popping off now. It's his turn. 3 kills for the Lazarus Rifler. But now Horus able to trade 1 back. It's 1-on-1 now.
Jin versus Horus. They're nowhere near each other right now. So you do see Horus here coming up through the mid to B. The bomb is planted. That's going to give all the information that Horus needs to hunt Jin down. He is trying to find his way through, trying to find this right angle. 1 missed him. Oh, did Jin see Horus then? Because Horus definitely saw Jin.
I believe so. Jin gonna have to feel this pressure. We'll see if he can. Horus incredibly clutch in this situation as he pops out. Jin just trying to buy time as this bomb is planted, and the perfect timing to peek out and pick up the kill. Lazarus finally on the board, mostly due to Jin, who picked up 4 kills in that round. He says, well, now it's my turn, Alucard. You watch me. I'm going to carry.
Any way you pop off, I'll pop off even harder. Like, let's see how this continues, because this is a fascinating map so far. It's really hard to say who has the advantage. Lazarus looking very, very good when things go right. But 3BL just seem to have the defensive posturing needed on the Global Risk side to take this map. And Loons, VZ, Jin. Oh, Penguin! And Todd saying, oh my gosh, everything going off here. It's 2 against 3. Rain does pick up 1, but they are both very low. 40 now is in a world of trouble, but it is only Horus to beat.
Definitely a chance now for 40, as Rain was kind of going Iron Man there at the end, just trying to hold on with very low health, picked up 2 kills. So 40 now going to be looking for a quick headshot and win Otherwise, Horace should be able to clutch this one out. Expecting the push to come in from somewhere here onto A.
Does 40 know Horace is there? Because if he does... Oh. Horace just catches sight of the toes there and takes down 40. And we are 3-1 3BL. And this is a mammoth turnaround on the side of 3BL.
Yeah, they look really comfortable here on the GR side of Mexico, which I suppose is to be expected, but also, as you mentioned, definitely a very nice turnaround. As trying to push in here with the team. Totson barely walks away, limps away from that little skirmish. He took a massive amount of damage. Alucard now able to trade onto the lower health Vice. Takes a bit of damage himself. They do know, where Alucard has been setting up. And it looks like Rain is going to be peeking that exact spot alongside of Jin. And see if they can find anyone here, trying to slowly push out into mid.
Yeah, the wraparound is good here. On the side of 3BL, they kind of have Lazarus pinned in. They're sending Penguin to try and do the work, and he gets it done. Lose is down, and Lazarus crumble under this pressure. 3BL, 3 left. 40 is the only man down when Penguin goes down. Oh, I thought he was going to make the comeback there, but he didn't quite get it done. And 3BL take another round here.
4 rounds so far. This is exactly the way the first map started out for Lazarus, actually. They went on to win 10-4. So yeah, that push into mid was definitely a little bit iffy, I have to say. They were trying to check all their angles at the same time, but it kind of looks like they didn't check into A very well on that timing, and whoever that was on the side of 3BL was just able to spray them both down pretty easily. Didn't help losing the 1v1 down in water as Penguin pushed out. Seemed like they weren't very much expecting that. So now 3BL in a really comfortable position, can even look to mix and match and try to go for some more risky strategies if they so please. Although, no real reason. I mean, they're still very much in control of this map.
Yeah, and I think this is exactly what 3BL needed, like just to stabilize the bleed of what happened on that first map. And this might just bring them back into this whole match between Lazarus and 3BL. As we see here, we're on board with Totson, just, looking in, making sure no one comes into A. I believe it was in. So, yeah. Alucard here on the hunt. Currently 9-2.
He's definitely helped out by that 5-kill ace round. And I like this a lot better from Lazarus, using some utility to get position on mid, and then you make a choice onto where you're going to push into. Now, very common to push into A from here, and we do have 3 members of 3BL in position. Let's see what they do have left. Looks like 1 flash, and that's going to be it, as they do look to push in. Totson at the doors, but they do get on top of Travis and Horace, and finally they take out Totson, so will be a successful push into A.
Yeah, the collapse down onto 3BL members there was absolutely executed perfectly by Lazarus as they continue. Jin takes down Penguin and Alucard. Last man standing. Will he be able to pop up again? No, he will not this time. And that is a Lazarus win.
Yeah. It's just a very by-the-book kind of play. I mean, you use some utility, some smokes to get position on mid. 3BL backs away, which happens very often, and then they just push straight up into A. They use 1 flash over the top. They're able to isolate the guy behind the tractor. From there, able to take the site and win the round. Wouldn't mind, I mean, it's kind of, Lazarus were definitely putting on the pressure in the first map, but it wasn't like they were really breaking any rules of Crossfire, right? They were just kind of following the book, and I would like to see a little bit more of that here on this map as well.
As we see both teams just kind of posturing, trying to get the information here. As we see, they're going to try to just posture. Maybe B could be a target here, as I think Loons is maybe getting this wraparound here. As we're on board with Totson, looking to defend the angles, see if he can get any information. I don't know. I mean, this map is so much fun to watch the minimap. I mean, look at it right now. Everyone is on top of everyone else. We have Lazarus going through this under the water and moving over to that B side. That is gonna catch 3BL completely off guard as nobody really goes onto B on this map. The C4 is down.
Yeah.
But was that too expensive on the side of Lazarus? Nice play, but they are down 2 members. Jin and Rain are already out. They have to hold this position. Tutting goes down. Loons is down though. This is back and forth as Lazarus bite the dust here. And 3BL take another win. Very, very expensive risk there on the side of Lazarus. Trying to push that B, trying to get B bomb side down. I mean, we were talking that A is the usual target, right? Everyone seems to be going A, so it was a nice thing to bring out, but just didn't work out for them that time.
Yeah, it was almost like 3BL kind of let them push in, right, and try to go from there, and it worked out excellently for them, so don't blame them. I think Lazarus definitely going to have to consider some kind of different way. Again, I like their push onto A. You know, it worked for them. Of course, you got to mix and match with your strategies. You can't do the same thing every single time, but certainly not the best look we've seen on that entry there as they got caught off as they were pushing into B, as you mentioned. As we are going to have to restart this lobby and get back in 5-2 in favor of 3BL at the moment.
Yeah, you say like pushing it into A, like it was the first 5 rounds were pretty much an A push, and it worked exactly one time in the first 5 rounds.
Yeah.
It's the map is obviously very difficult to play this way. You get trapped in the occasional corner, and you know, once you lose one member, it seems that it just steamrolls and steamrolls unless you're very well spread out. But when you're on the blacklist side, you want to move as a unit. You want to make sure that you can overwhelm the defenders, because the defenders do have, you know, that advantage of just being able to fortify positions. So Lazarus, quite a bit of work to do. If they can win one of the next 2, they'd be in a very nice spot. It will be 6-3, exactly the same as what happened on Ankara.
Yeah.
If they can take both of them, though, once the sides switch, it's going to be very hard to stop Lazarus rolling over. Like, global risk is very, very strong on this map.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and I would imagine that Lazarus probably picked this map for exactly that. I think that's where a lot of their confidence will lie, outside of just being good in general on this map. And, of course, when you pick the map, you don't get to choose the side, the starting side, that is. So 3BL immediately jumped onto GR and said, well, we're going to kick off to a really fast start and, you know, try to get ahead of you, try to crack down on your mental. And so far, it looks like Lazarus are looking okay when we look at them on cam, but will they be able to hold it together into the second half and try not to lose too much here on the blacklist side? Definitely a good question before we do hop into it. And we just need another minute before we are ready to hop into this one.
Just taking a look at the stats from the last time these two teams met on Mexico, which is round 9 of the regular season. Lazarus did take it 1-0, and you know, I mean, you just got to look at 75%, 77. Yeah, 75%, 77.8% win rate on both sides. So Lazarus are incredibly strong on this map.
Yeah, and they're
not looking like it right now. It's
well,
not as dominant as it was.
Yeah, not yet. We'll have to wait and see. They did take quite a few maps, or rounds, I should say, on this one, and actually a lot of them were on the blacklist side. So definitely a question mark. Maybe just not off to a good start here, or the side of Lazarus. And yeah, we'll just come down to what it looks like when we do get back into this one. Apologies for the delay, as we are trying to get back into this as soon as possible.
So yeah, just taking a look. Mexico was 3-1? Yeah, 3-1, 75% against. I think each of those wins on Mexico were against 3BL. So I mean, yeah, that's. I was expecting a bit more variety in the opponents, but it was literally they slapped 3BL on Mexico every time they played.
Yeah. Well, I suppose it makes sense that that is why they chose this map. Now, why did they drop so many rounds here to start? I think it has a little bit to do with the way that 3BL have been playing on the GR side for sure, as it has been pretty solid. As Alucard has been stepping up to the plate. Guys, I'm getting word that this is going to take a little bit longer, so we're actually going to take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll be back with this second map. Welcome back, guys. We are here at CFSI 2023 for the EUMENA division, and so far we're in the midst of Mexico, the second map between Lazarus and 3BL. And 3BL, nice little comeback here on the second map. The first map was a blowout in favor of Lazarus, but now 3BL in the lead 5-2.
Yeah, 3BL definitely needed this because, you know, they talked about the mental in the interview about Lazarus's weak mental, but it affects everyone, right? Every team suffers from these things. When they have a blowout against them, it's very easy just to kind of throw in the towel and just let it continue and have it done with, especially when, you know, you're only fighting for the playoffs here. This isn't fighting for their lives in the tournament, right? But they've shown, they've come out on Mexico, they've come back pretty strong, and can they take us to that third and final map? That is the question. Will we be going to Black Widow?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking a bit about the stats in the previous matchups between these two teams. Lazarus definitely in the lead in terms of overall matches, but especially on this map as well. They have like a almost 80% win rate on both sides against this team. So that's part of the reason why they chose this map. I think that the beginning of this map not going the way they expected, even though they did have to start on the blacklist side, they were able to dominate on that side in the past as well. So, you know, what's going wrong for Lazarus? I think their pushes have been a little bit risky overall, is one thing we could say, and 3BL kind of just playing standard and catching them at every turn.
Yeah, they've been kind of getting trapped between rocks and hard places. Like, they know they need to push A because that is probably the premier location to plant the bomb on this map. But, you know, 3BL have been setting up very, very nicely. They've been, you know, rounding out. They've been making sure that everything is covered. They're not even generally leaving anyone at B. And I think that's what set Lazarus off to think, let's go for B, because everyone seems to be much closer to A. And then, you know, it backfired because that was the one game where, you know, 3BL had someone sitting on B and, you know, just closed it out for them.
Yeah, can be risky to push through waters, especially if, you know, they've got a couple of members looking at it. But as you mentioned, it was kind of open, and I think they were lulled into a false sense of security. Like, oh, we just got B for free. And as they're moving in, they just get shot in the back by Alucard and crew. So we're almost ready to jump back into this one as we speak. We're trying to load into this map, and it's 5-2 in favor of 3BL. As we mentioned, they are currently on the GR side. We do have, I guess, 5 more rounds before we do hop into the half. Or is it 3? It's 3.
It's 2.
It's 2. Wait, no, it's not. Well, either way, we're gonna have to see how this first half goes, and we'll go from there. 3BL still in the lead. Lazarus now attacking here. We are back into the map. That is the most important thing.
Yes, it is, and we're on board with Tutsen here. A very slow start back into this one. All that explosive energy that Lazarus brought into the beginning of this map seems to have just dissipated into the ether, and they're very happy now just playing this poking game with 3BL.
Yeah, looks like, you know, you can spend a lot of time here in the beginning of the map, or the rounds rather, just trying to see what you can see, you know, get those pokes off, as you mentioned, and then from there try to retake into mid. Note that 3BL this time around have nobody in the middle of the map. Just playing very much on their high-end heels, trying to make sure they can check waters. They have a couple of people checking for that, and then 3 guys stacking on A. And they say, well, if they do push into B, we'll just have to retake from there, as Totson and crew doing a bit of damage. Penguin now coming on over, making sure that nobody's able to just push straight into B.
Yeah, he could have got the wraparound there. I think everyone on Lazarus was so focused down towards the bridge that he might be able to just poke out. Now he's stuck behind a wall here, so he's not going to be able to you know, get the drop on here unless he can get up and over the top. Sorry about that. So we do have... Look how dangerously close everyone is to Penguin here.
Yeah, he's just waiting. He's like, well, if they want to push into B, so be it. Alucard is here as well, and he is going to be right there to back him up. Penguin gets that first contact, and now they can try to rotate, although some push from underneath, and 40 is able to get on in here kind of unexpectedly. They weren't expecting that pressure from him, as finally he is cleared out. The rest of the team is actually pushing onto A as we speak. So Travis pretty low. This is going to turn into a quick 2-on-2. Travis trying to get a little pre-fire in there out of the doors, but this will be planted on the A site.
Yeah, we do see Alucard looking for the slightest of peaks. Oh, if it have held it just half a second longer, probably would have taken the dome of Jin there, but unfortunately he did decide to try and move around. Grenades go out.
That one was kind of going into Narnia there. Travis pushing down from stairs. He's going to be the first one in, as they're just waiting until they actually get on the site. But Alucard snipes one, gets another with the pistol, and that will be barely enough time. 3BL will pick up their 6th round already.
Yep. Okay. So we're going to be picking up almost immediately here. Everything is absolutely on the line. It is 6-2 3BL Esports. Lazarus have a lot of work to do to try and come back. They really, really need this one to, you know, give them a good position coming into the switch.
You were right, by the way. It was actually 2 rounds left in the
Yeah, I know how to count, man. I know how to count.
Never do math on stream, unless you're Simon, of course. He gets all the right answers. For me, it was too hard to find the number 2 in this one. But maybe next time. As we do have 1 round left, we'll have to wait and see if Lazarus can at least get 3 on BL. If they only get 2, it's going to be really tough. I mean, 3BL certainly look like a new team here on this second map, as the push is coming into B as we speak. The spray downs are good. 40 kind of leading the charge from the back there as well. Alucard still here, still on this back road, but this plant will come in for Lazarus.
Yeah, it is going to come down, and more damage being taken here on the side of 3BL. They might be at a very big disadvantage coming in to these engagements, but Loons takes quite a big hit as they're setting up. Lazarus looking to hold this position. The bomb is down. There's about 15 seconds left. Will they be able to push in time? And there we go. We have 1, 2, 3 down. Horus, Travis, Penguin. And everything has gone right for Lazarus this time round.
Yeah, pretty good hold down there on the site. Gotta like how they got so many members in. This time, definitely a much cleaner entry. And even though there were quite a few members left for the side of 3BL, couldn't quite get onto that B side. Can be very difficult at times. Even Alucard waiting until the last moment, trying to be the last man in. But by that time, the rest of his teammates were gone. They were done and dusted. So 6-3 at the half. It's definitely a very strong half for 3BL, but it's not like extremely over the top dominant, right? This is Mexico after all. And I'm very curious to see Lazarus's GR side, if it looks any better than what we just saw here from Blacklist. Because Lazarus looked good on both, but obviously a relatively weak start compared to matches past against 3BL from that side.
Yeah, the 6-3 in this map compared to the 6-3 on Ankara feel like 2 very different 6-3s. Like, on Ankara, it felt like Lazarus were just in complete and utter dominant mode. This map, it's been a bit closer, so like the story is a bit changed here, right? Like, we're not saying 6-3 is different because it's Lazarus. We're saying 6-3 is different because it's Mexico.
Yeah, and so Alucard, this is definitely a very common spot for a sniper from BL, and he is okay. He's going to open up with first blood for the team and for the half. Definitely a very nice start already for the side of 3BL.
Yeah, big pickup getting Vise there. Has been very much the anchor on the side of Lazarus when they have been playing well, when they have been winning rounds on this map. And to lose him early might be, you know, it might be big on the side of Lazarus. 3BL trying to do what they can here. Jin trying to get the wraparound, trying to get all the information. We do have a bit of an engagement. Jin does get the kill on Penguin.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate for Penguin. I liked the little poke out there, but at the end of the day, he was only able to do a little bit of damage, so not quite the effect he wanted. And so Thompson from stairs trying to poke, trying to gain some access as Alucard does get another snipe here in mid. This is becoming a problem for Lazarus. They cannot handle Alucard in his current form.
No, they cannot, and Loons goes down as well. 40 is out of Rain. Last man standing has it all to do. Gets Thompson with a brilliant headshot there. And Travis and Alucard trying to rotate now over to that B side, and that makes Rain have to, kind of book it over there to try and get in and clean this up. 3BL entrenched. Rain looking to see what he can. Can he take Travis first? Ideally, you kind of want to get Alucard off the table as soon as possible because he has proven to be a lot more dangerous than Travis. Travis takes a couple of hits. Grenade comes in. Rain literally a sniff away from dying here if Alucard... Oh, Travis gets the kill on Rain. And strong statement here by 3BL in this first round on the Blacklist side.
Yeah, strong statement from Alucard, especially 4 kills. Again, this guy just comes in over and over and just does insane stuff. Doesn't matter what side he's on, he is having an immaculate map. And certainly the MVP so far. And again, Lazarus, they need to find out a way to shut him down. Whether that's, play a little bit more defensively so he doesn't get picked off, maybe just throw in some more smokes, or try to identify where he is and try to throw flashes in, buy yourself time. There is a way, but they have to figure it out.
I feel like Alucard was just, admiring the picture of himself on the wall there. Okay, so Penguin is flashed up, and we do see everyone again this time. 3BL trying to push through B. Can they get it done? Alucard taken down. That is a big pickup, but they do lose Vize at the same time to Todzane. And Loons goes down. And it's kind of back and forth here. 3BL, Travis is the last man standing against Rain, Jin, and 40. Can he clutch this out? He hasn't shown it so far today. He has been a little bit off the pace. But if there is a time to pop off for your team, this is it. He does have the C4. He is going to walk into A almost uncontested. I don't know if he saw Rain there. I think he did. He took a couple of shots. He's going to have to get into a fantastic position. This shot did see Jin there, I believe, very quickly. Rain hiding around this corner is able to pick off there, and Lazarus are going to be able to take this one back.
Yeah, nice try from Travis. Not much you could do after everybody got cleaned up on their way into that one. So finally, Lazarus get back onto the board at 7-4. And as it stays even, I mean, this is looking... they were able to shut down Alucard first, as you mentioned, and that was really the key to it. They were able to just, it was kind of a split push as well from the side of 3BL. They sent one guy into B, whereas the rest of the team was kind of pushing A, kind of pushing under. A lot of different angles there. I would say the same thing for 3BL this time. Just play kind of stock standard and let Alucard do his thing, and I think you're probably going to be safe. And no need to reinvent the wheel here from the BL side.
Yeah, Alucard rotating over towards B, giving Penguin a bit of support here. Trying to just get the information to see where Lazarus are sitting. Is he going to be able to get the sights there on Horus? I think he did. Loons taking the bit of damage from that grenade. I think there, I didn't quite catch it. Yeah, Loons got hit by a grenade. Is taken out just a little bit. Still, just these little pokes, trying to find out where this window of opportunity is going to be. When can 3BL pull the trigger and just collapse in on that A bomb site? Lazarus have a very nice position here. Everyone is kind of clustered around waiting for this movement. And I guess Jin is going to be the first contact here. Is he going to be able to see anyone? They're all behind him. Rain might just get... No, I don't think he's going to be able to see anything. Flashes in.
Well, they're expecting a little bit of a push in mid as well, and here it comes. Vize in position, gets the 2 headshots in a row. It's going to take away so much power, but Horus is in. Vize with a nice spray in, and unfortunately for 3BL, this gets nearly entirely cleaned up. It's all up to Horus, who has to go 1v3. He does get the 1, and makes a 1v2, although Jin was kind of low. Knows that a couple members there right behind the box. He's trying to spray it down, picks up one more, but it is just not meant to be, as 40 just barely is able to clutch it there at the end.
I thought he was going to do it. I thought it was almost there. It was almost like a perfect story being written out in front of us. But unfortunately, fortunately for Lazarus, 40 cleaned everything up, and Alucard had Vise in his sights there, I believe, and didn't pull the trigger. So couldn't see anything through the smoke, didn't want to waste, didn't want to give away his position. And A, again, looking like it might be the target.
Definitely could be, as Lazarus slowly but surely have been making sure they take control of this mid area and just keep it smoked up. You know, you have 5 smokes, you can actually just throw it down and put it all in the same area and buy yourself a lot of time and say, well, if you want to push through the smoke and we have 2 angles, potentially 3, you're probably not going to have a good time. So that's one way to hold down the middle of the map here on Mexico. Definitely part of the reason why you can get so many advantages, as Penguin here going to already taken a little bit of damage. He has been just holding down the waterway and saying, you know, always threatening, saying, I can't just push in, and that's going to be the headshot. He was a bit flashed as well and nearly taken out, but a kill is a kill. It gets the job done.
Yeah, Loons is not having a good time so far on this map, on that GR side. Penguin kind of just stood there in no man's land for quite a bit, and Loons just didn't seem to react as quickly as Penguin did. Through the flash, it just makes it that little bit more impressive. And they hold on. Vise goes down as well. It's 5 against 3. Tutsin, Alucard back, like just throwing bullets at each other, but not just getting anything down. We see Rain here. He's gonna hit. He does take down Tutsin. But 40 and Jin have it all to do. It is 2 against 3. They are separated by a map. 40 knows where everyone is. I think he's waiting for Jin. Oh, he didn't. He got caught out on the stairs there. And Jin now, 1 against 3. He's got to take down Alucard as well, who has all the time in the world to set up. Will he be able to do it?
Well, he's already done a little bit of chip damage to Horus, peeking through the hole there. Jin, he's got to get in, but he will not. The 1-2-3 push is called from the side of 3BL. So that's 8 rounds now. They're just 2 away from forcing a 3rd map. That one much cleaner. Their ability to push into middle and isolate the 2 members of Lazarus that had set up there was really the critical moment where they were able to get a big lead in that round and eventually push to win.
Yeah, will 3BL be able to carry this momentum through? If they do close it out and they're carrying that momentum onto Black Widow, it's going to be bad news bears on the side of Lazarus. Like, they're going to find it very hard to try and turn this around. Especially, I mean, 3BL probably already know this because they've mentioned the weak mental state of Lazarus. This is exactly what they wanted, right? They wanted to, you know, give Lazarus that high first, make it all crash down, and then, you know, absolutely just slay the mental game between these 2 teams. And we have a bit of a slow period here. Penguin maybe going to peek out here. Does. Loons almost had him in his sights.
Yeah, Loons, you mentioned, maybe not super confident in his rifle play right now, so he's not really going to have to peek either. He's like, well, I see you, Penguin. You're not coming through here. Let's just buy some time. Rain waiting, picks up the kill on the Tatsun. Nobody else is there, but he sprays just in case. There's more spray here into the waterway. Penguin taking a big chunk of damage as well from the follow-up nade.
Yeah, another wall shot there. 40 gets down Penguin, and it is 5 against 3. This is looking very good for Lazarus right now. It has been very back and forth between the 2 teams, while Lazarus are playing this global risk side.
Oh, he got the info, but those shots did not ring true. Vise and Rain on the back of the site, though, easily able to clean up the rest of them. Kind of a half-hearted late push there as they were running out of time. So Lazarus will not go down without a fight. We're sitting at 8-6. Lazarus slowly but surely clawing their way back into this one.
But it's 3-2 since the switch. Lazarus with that advantage. Are they going to be able to capitalize and close this out for their team? You see, very defensively, 3BL now, very gingerly trying to feel out where things are going to go on this map. Sending out, I think, Penguin and Alucard. Yeah, they're sending them out, seeing what they can accomplish on their own. See if they can get this done.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are going to have to see what happens here on the rest of this round. As, yeah, 3BL just going to take their time, see where they can go from here. And, yeah, we do have the push coming in through the bottom side once again. But Loons is here waiting his best to see if they will actually push through.
It does look like they might. Everyone is kind of congregated together under this waterway. I mean, 3BL, they're waiting for the go sign, and the go sign has come. They are rushing in. Loons is the first to go down. We do see shots through the doors here. Advice goes down as well. Travis picking up a triple kill. And that is enough. That's going to be another win on the side of 3BL, and they are now one away from closing this map out in their favor and taking us to Black Widow.
Yeah, Travis, just the timing to lurk there in mid, they had no idea. And the last member of Lazarus comes in, tries to clear him out, but promptly gets taken out as well. And it really just came down to that. A really nice push in through the waterway. Generally, it's difficult to do that and commit to it just because there's so many angles to check, but they, as a team, were able to just push in, and then Travis kind of handled the backside of it as these trades seemingly always going the way of 3BL. Jin trying to trade one back, but it is not going to happen.
Yeah, Penguin gets down Vise here. Horse did take quite a bit of lead through that smoke, and Penguin, Alucard is down. Penguin is low, Horse is low. And on the side of Lazarus, they have quite a bit of health to play with. Will they be able to, capitalize on this advantage that they have? Or will 3BL be able to come through? It's all going wrong on the side of 3BL. It's still 4, but it is now against 2 on the 3BL side. Travis and Totsane, last 2 members remaining on the side of 3BL. Totsane not having a good round so far. Is 1 and 5, with Travis sitting nice and pretty at 4 and 3 after that monumentous triple kill. After, finally looking like he was waking up.
Yeah, it looks like Lazarus have kind of got the wraparound on them as well. Don't think they will push, as Jin just going to hold down the stairs. But 3BL down on their luck. Oh, nice little headshot from Travis. He's been really good from that spot. Balloons trades it back. Can Travis do it again? The answer is no. Lazarus will stay alive and give themselves a chance at tying things up. It's 9-7. Lazarus need 2 more to get to those extra rounds.
3BL are 1 away from taking us to map 3. But Lazarus have been good for their money, bringing it to 9-7. Can they continue? As you mentioned, if they do, we'll be going up to the extra rounds and seeing how that plays out, but we're not going to be there yet. 9-7. 3BL Esports really want to close this out now. They do not want to leave this at 9-8 because Lazarus could easily bring it back. So we see the slow crawl there. Throwing out a couple of shots. Just poking, seeing what they can find. We're on board with Alucard, who has been so instrumental to his team's success on this map. And it's very, very quiet on the map.
Yeah, nobody's pushing in. 3BL, they gotta make a play. They will go very aggressively in as the shot's not ringing true for Vise. Rain on the back is also cleaned up by Dotson. Jin gonna have to shore it up here for the team. This bomb is planted. And 3BL in a very comfortable spot here, trying to bring us to Black Widow. It's looking pretty likely at this point. So we got a couple of guys just trying to push in right through the front door, and one through the side double doors. as they are waiting, biding their time as Horus is right there. His shot's gonna ring true. Jin goes down, Loons, the last one left against 2. There's 10 seconds left on this bomb, and he just does not have enough time. Gets the 1 kill, and he will not be able to stick this plant. That's gonna do it. 3BL take the map 10-7 right at the end there.
Excellent, excellent play there by 3BL, and we're heading to Black Widow. At the start of today, it did not look like we would be going this far. It looked as though 3BL were kind of all at sorts. They just woke up in one of those odd moods where they just couldn't put it down. But they've solidified. They've come back. They are now ready. Set 3 will be waiting for us very, very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see if Lazarus can kind of hold on to their mental going into a third map, that momentum here for 3BL. So we'll take a look at some of the highlights. It started off with Alucard basically saying, okay guys, I'm gonna take over the map now. 3 snipes after getting the first kill, and then he picks up the final 5th kill and makes the map his.
Yeah, and that was very much the statement of intent on the side of 3BL there. Like, Alucard absolutely popping off.
Yeah, it was a great time from them as, you know, a relatively even map at the end of the day. Definitely a great start for 3BL, but Lazarus trying to claw their way back here from the Global Risk side. They picked up 4-round wins, which is pretty decent, but at the end of the day, going halvesies with BL on this one, not going to do it for them. Some of the retakes were also pretty good. Them 40 able to clutch it in a lot of these rounds as well. We even saw Lazarus a couple of times trying to go for some shotgun play. Didn't quite work out for them. They quickly abandoned that idea.
Yeah, that strategy was abandoned very, very quick. Was it just round 1 that we saw the shotgun come out and then gave up on it instantly? Incredible play by both teams here. And Black Widow, another old familiar map.
Yeah. We'll have to see what we can get going on this one. I think certainly after the way 3BL were able to shut it down, it's going to be nice for them. Also, Lazarus looking a little bit iffy from the Blacklist side. They have to start on it again on Black Widow, which, you know, I think they can do well on this map from the Blacklist side, but I think, you know, maybe some doubt raised in their mind about if they can actually cross the line in a confident and sure manner like they did on Ankara. As we'll take a look at some of the numbers here. 2.75 from Alucard, doesn't outdo 40 from the first map, but still a pretty good score.
Yeah, and it shows just how important he is to this team. I mean, he pops off. The rest of the team didn't have the greatest of maps, like Penguin, Tutsin, and Travis all sitting below 1. But Alucard just dragging 3BL into the third map. And I mean, you look on the side of Lazarus and Jin and 40, I mean, again, two players trying to drag the rest of the team up, and it just, they couldn't quite mesh together at the same time. Like, they didn't quite have these wins going all together. Like, they dominated individually. If they dominated together, they would have won more, because there would have been 2 guys just going out there spraying everyone down. But because it was always one or the other, it kind of ruined the flow for Lazarus, and they just couldn't quite get over that hump.
Yeah. Well, guys, we are all tied up 1-1 here in match number 1. We do have set 3 Black Widow on the way, but first we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back with that third map. Welcome back, guys. We're here at CFSI 2023 for the EUMENA division, and so far it's been a close match between LAZARUS and 3BL, as 3BL were able to strike back and win on Mexico. Both of these teams winning on their opponent's map choice.
Yeah.
Not something that happens all the time.
And not something, like, as we said, looking at the stats, Mexico should have been case shut for LAZARUS. Like, that should have been the end of the match. Like, the stats have lied to us. And what have we learned?
Those darn numbers.
Yeah, those numbers, they're just not good. I mean, how many rounds are in one section? Like,
No idea.
what's 6 plus 2? I mean, it's all really difficult. But Black Widow is kind of the clean slate. We have seen both these teams pop off. We've also seen both teams kind of crumble on this map quite a bit as well. Like, they just haven't been able to... It's not their map, if that makes sense. Like, it's a map that could be anybody's at any time. All it takes is, you know, maybe 40 popping off or maybe Alucard popping off at the right time. And we could be looking at an absolute stomp.
Yeah, it could happen either way. I mean, we saw that on Ankara. I think that was a little bit not to be too expected from the side of 3BL. I think they started off very slowly. It was kind of only Alucard a little bit who was popping off there. And besides that, the team was kind of leaving them out to dry, whereas they were looking a lot better on the second map. So everybody seems very warmed up, very ready to go, very used to the tournament stage once again, and the pressure that comes with it. So we'll just have to wait and see who's going to be better prepared. Will LAZARUS crumble under the pressure, or will they be able to build up and rise above and be able to come in here and potentially retrace their steps after that first one? So back into it, LAZARUS once again starting out on the blacklist side. Or you will get into that very comfortable spot on a long, and the push out of Catwalk is amazing. Horus is able to trade one back on long.
Yeah, we see LAZARUS taking up positions here, going towards A. Are they going to be able to push? Horus and Travis have a lot of work to do if they're going to be able to pull this off. Let's slow down just a little bit. Everyone is so close. The wraparound coming in. Travis goes down. It's just taken out. But Horus, with the nice little flick there on Vise, taking him down. And it's 2 against 1. And oh!
It's pretty close there. If he was able to get another crazy flick at the end, then maybe. Horus certainly has his gun well tuned. But yeah, a good round from LAZARUS though. They got aggressive this time, looking much more comfortable on the blacklist side. They weren't quite able to do this on Mexico for obvious reasons, and now back on a map that can kind of favor it. It looks like LAZARUS are trying to once again set the tempo. They had a nice little break there in between to just kind of calm everybody down and reconsider what their strategies would be, as Penguin is all the way out of A long here.
Yeah, he's just kind of putting pressure there on Loons, making his life so much more difficult, because now he's constantly going and looking towards that access road, looking towards A, where ideally he wants to be looking straight down center passage, right? He wants to be looking straight down there, trying to get as much information as possible. But look, he's coming back. Horus swinging back around. Is he going to be able to pick him off? No, he's not going to be able to. He's going to slowly move around, though. And LAZARUS are very deep right now. Rain is in no man's land, all on his own, up towards A as the push comes in. Do they know Horus is there? Because they're going to have to walk right past him. If they're going to do it, will he play it patiently?
Alucard's here as well. They fall right into his crosshair. Doesn't matter. They even check for Horus, and they will take him out eventually. Penguin here now underneath the catwalk is just going to get sprayed down. Not quite looking in the right direction, understandably, after hearing the comm saying, oh, everybody is on A long. But that one lurk from Rain, as you mentioned earlier, kind of all on his lonesome in here, gets some value. And once again, a similar situation now. 2 members of 3BL that have to come in here and retake A, as Travis does get that headshot underneath at least.
Jin is very much set up. 40 does take a bit of a hit here. Tutsin goes down, so Travis, last man standing, And again, the stairs, but this time he does get the kill, but it's not gonna be enough as Lazarus take a second round here.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. This time a little bit slower to push into A, but the timing is good. They catch them off guard. And once again, it is a pretty clean entry into A that gets them access and the win. Now they're going to look to mix it up potentially. They do have a couple of guys over by outside of storage, but no pushes just yet.
Couple of pokes, but nothing really landing. Just, you know, there's a door. It's smoked up. You may as well throw a few. You never know if you're going to catch a random stray in the head, but it's looking like A is the target again as they're moving through the alley. And oh my goodness, Jin absolutely popping off here. And it's 2 down on the side of 3BL. 40 is the only one down on Lazarus. Travis is very hurt as well. While Lazarus Gaming, they're very, very healthy. They are up and running in this one. They did not hold back. You see a couple of peeks here by Penguin trying to get the hits, but didn't quite connect on anything there.
Yeah, and it's rough for 3BL because, you know, third time in a row, it looks like they push into A. You've got the better setup this time with a bit of a stack on short and catwalk, but then you just lose the fight anyway. So it's kind of like the feelings of helplessness begin to set in at that point. And they're going to have to really stabilize here as they have set up 2 of their members at least onto the site where Lazarus will rotate in. So good prediction and call at least from the side of 3BL. We'll have to wait and see if they can hold it down from here.
Jin just looking around. They're so close to each other. They are pushing out. Behind the box is Travis. Do they know he's there? Penguin pokes out, gets one. Travis got one as well, and it's all evened up. It's 2 against 2. Absolute insanity here. But Loons gets another kill, this time on Travis, and it's Alucard against Loons and Rain. Will he be able to do it? He's all it says, misses the shot there on Loons. That is very unusual for Alucard.
Yeah, it's going to give him time to get this plant down. They absolutely should, and that they do. Alucard is able to pop out at exactly the right time. They were expecting him to rotate up in a window, but Loons reads the pressure. Here's the footsteps, hops out, and picks up the kill. He didn't quite know where the second member from the side of Lazarus was. So.
Oh, he knew exactly. Alucard knew exactly where he was, but 3 seconds ago, because he just moved behind the boxes as Alucard. You could see he was staring there going, I know he's here. Where is he? Taking the shots and just not landing and getting picked off for his troubles. But 3BL have come out all guns are blazing this time. But it's 2 against 2. It's Travis and Alucard against 40 and Vize. Will they be able to get them down? Alucard looking for someone, doesn't quite catch anyone. And Lazarus take another. And that is 4 in a row.
Yeah, much better, crisper play here from the Blacklist side on Black Widow, and even with Penguin couple not expecting about that far, it did not matter. And now 3BL, they've kind of gone insane. Everybody's pushing up mid, trying to get a big play here, and Lazarus, they feel the pressure. Obviously, this is something you can do to try to really mix it up, but Lazarus respond perfectly.
Yeah, Horus and Penguin taken out before anything. Only Vize taken down on the side of Lazarus, and that was a very expensive push for 3BL. It didn't work out. They needed something to try and just change the tempo of this map, and it's costing them, but I feel it was necessary. They needed to try and do something to stop this bleed.
Yeah, I like mixing it up, and actually Todson is going to get out there and pick up a kill on Terrain, who was not quite aware that he would push out there. The rest of the team coming on in. Alucard gets that first pick. 40 with the, just barely able to get that headshot at the end there. Otherwise, he was not going to be living. And 40 and Loons up against Todson, who is alone and has to clutch this in the 1v2 situation, but they know where he is. The grenade not going to hit 40, and that's going to be enough for Loons to pop out and pick up the round win. That is 5 in a row to the side of Lazarus.
Absolute slapping right now. 5 in a row. It's the first time it's happened this match. Like,
Yeah.
no one has had this many consecutive wins, and Lazarus look good for it. Like, they're just absorbing the right amount of pressure. They're pressuring when they need to. They're kind of like this gelatinous cube where they just absorb and then shoot back the energy at 3BL. 3BL tried something sneaky, shut it down. They try something standard, it gets shut down. Lazarus are just phenomenal right now. 3BL really need to do something to turn the tides here. And are they going to be able to do it? That is the question.
Yeah. And again, it's rough. It's this feeling of helplessness where even with 4 guys stacked on A, you have everybody in position. You kind of know what's going to happen, and still you're not able to get around win 5 times in a row. It's a rough feeling. So we'll have to wait and see. If 3BL can even get like 3 rounds, they're in a serviceable spot where, you know, maybe you can come back and have a strong BL side as well. But certainly the consecutive rounds makes it feel even worse than it is. 5-0. And, you know, from our seat, it feels like Lazarus might just run away with yet another map with Mexico being the fluke, you know?
Again, 3BL are taking an absolute pounding, but Rain and Vice take so much damage quickly, but it is a 3 versus 4 situation. Travis eating a lot of lead. He's still very, he's healthy-ish. But Vice is on death's door, but he is still going strong. He's still playing aggressive. He's not holding back despite his precarious position. 40 looking for the right kind of plays. Isn't going to be able to get any kind of view, any information here. Can Horus get any information? He's looking, he's trying to peek through these doors, trying to peek around the corners. Isn't going to be able to see much of anything. And 40 not really getting... Nobody really knows where each other are, I think, because we see the rotation onto A, and the whole of 3BL are kind of expecting B, and only Horus is going to be in the vicinity. He bucks it out of there. He's trying to get a rotation, but still doesn't know. I thought he was clued in, but he wasn't. Now he's going to have to turn around and try to breach the area he just vacated. And this looks all kinds of wrong for 3BL. They have so much work to do.
Oh, they're trying to hit Jin, but Jin is just... Oh, okay, they're going to hit him. And Alucard not quite able to land that sniper shot before. That was a little bit surprising. Travis now trying to push in. Fly's not expecting him. Travis, though, alone in getting the kill. As Loons and 40 were able to shore that up and keep it alive for the team. 6 rounds in a row. Lazarus, they want to prove that Mexico actually was a fluke.
Yeah, 3BL really need these back-to-back wins. They need to string 3 together. 7, 8, 9 to even, you know, have a sniff at this, because it's looking like a one-way street where Lazarus take the win. You see just a bit of posturing going on here. And yeah, Jin gets absolutely collapsed on, but 40 gets Penguin down and evens up the score through that window. Nice angle he kind of generated there just to get one pick off on Penguin.
Yeah. And I like what 3BL were doing. They were stacking a short once again. It nets them a kill, but again, nothing goes right for them. 40's right there. And now they're trying to push into storage here. Vines is actually kind of reading the pressure. And he does pop up, but he's not able to land those shots. Travis is good for 1. And finally, it feels like 3BL, once again, serviceable position. Does that need? Gonna maybe scratch them. Totson on 2 health.
Yeah, it's looking a bit precarious. We do see 40 going off on his own, just trying to, you know, see if there's any rotations coming in, see if anyone's moving over towards Loon and Rain, who are sitting nicely in storage, waiting for the go sign. But we do see a bit of a move here on the C4, on Loons. Maybe thinking about going towards B, but they are going to run into Horus if they continue that path, but they are going to move through alley over A short. Are they going to go for it?
Uh-oh.
Rain is stuck
Uh-oh.
between a rock and a hard place here. Is he going to be able to get anything out of this? And the push into A, it comes just as 3BL were vacating the area again. This has happened multiple times. They start to walk out the moment Lazarus move in. And they get these positions. They get the fortified positions, the ideal positions that normally you'd want to have if you were on the Global Risk side. But my goodness, this is an absolute massacre by Lazarus.
Yeah, it doesn't help 3BL's case that 40's just able to hop through the window with two people rather just waiting. And I guess they just weren't expecting him to get that aggressive, but 40 feeling so comfortable, so confident right now that he is able to just take everybody out. And now once again, Jin able to get one. Todson with a full clip into them. Not able to pick up more than one as 40 is missing some shots, and at least 3BL will trade 1-for-1 once again. And finally now able to stop some of this pressure into A.
Yeah, Alucard kind of taking things personally here. He is 0-2 right now after coming back into this, but he is down. He's 0-3. He's not playing particularly well right now. Jin gets wrapped around on by Travis, and it's a 1v1 situation. It is Rain versus Travis. Travis, oh, they know exactly where each other are. This is going to be interesting. It's 1v1. It's AK against AK. They're very evenly matched right now. Who's going to peek? And Rain caught stroking his axe as Travis moves over the door and gets that shot off. And yeah, 3BL get one back.
All right, they did it. They proved to everyone that you do not take 8 rounds in a row from 3BL. So they finally get on the board. They prove that they can at least get the one. But once again, Lazarus not really mixing things up too much. They're out here on long again. They're going to win the skirmish this time. It was only Totson that came here. 3BL, it's rough times for them. Lazarus not going to miss too much of a beat. It was a very close round that they lost. It was the only one that they have lost so far.
You see a very aggressive push here by Horus and the rest of the team. Horus, I think Travis, and yeah, Penguin. Penguin moves the most stuff. He's all alone there. He's isolated completely as the rest of his backup here rotate over towards A, setting up those defensive positions, even if there's a push coming up that central passage, but nobody really ever pushes all the way up. But Jin goes down to Penguin. How did Penguin catch him? We barely saw that, but look at this. Penguin popping off. Only Vise remains. Penguin doing exactly what he needs to do to bring 3BL into this 7-2 situation. Lazarus looking to close this out 8-1, but 3BL with the advantage are going to be able to take maybe another round here and give themselves a much nicer position going into the second half.
Yeah, certainly a decent chance here for 3BL to at least get the 2. Alucard's in position, and at this point, not too much time. I think they have a decent idea that this is coming into long. And actually, on the side of Lazarus, they're taking their sweet time. Just slowly pushing in. Sniper in the hands of Vise as well. 40 just with the AK trying desperately to pop some people, but he will not be able to. So 7-2 is the half. And at the end of the day, obviously, it's very good for Lazarus, but at least finally 3BL are on the board. You can see just trying to wipe their eyes, keep it warm, and 40's having a good laugh after the half. Obviously, things are going very well for them.
Yeah, this is Lazarus's game to lose right now, it feels like, because a 7-2 advantage, they need 3 more wins, 3 more rounds to be able to take it. And they were looking good for it, but those last 2 rounds going to 3BL could just maybe push the whole thing in favor of 3BL. It's very hard to say right now. We have to see how they perform when they switch sides, because 7-2 is rough. 7-2 is hard, but they are on the blacklist side, so let's see what they can do. Can Lazarus close this out in 3, getting 3 in a row and finishing it, 10-2, or Will 3BL continue this resurgence and close it out for themselves? We're going to have to wait and see as we're waiting for these teams to get these initial engagements. Both teams looking for as much information as possible. And 3BL moving as a unit. Loons is waiting though. Loons turns around.
Wow.
Now it almost went really badly for Loons. He started to turn around just as Penguin breached the corner, but it doesn't look like they were expecting this. 4 more. Oh, what a shot there by Totsin. Gets 2. And 3BL look as though they're here to play 40, trying to do what he can, trying to even out the score, and does. It is 3 against 3.
Yeah, this is getting pretty interesting. The 1 shot, 2 kills. Certainly going to help 3BL's case. And now they've got some decent information about where Lazarus are looking to push in here. A couple of guys right now on a short looking. As one does come in from underneath. Jin is able to pick off 1. 40 from underneath, gets another. It's only Travis against the 2. He doesn't have much time. 10 seconds as Jin has to push in. Straight to Travis, who's not looking the right way. Expects him to come underneath. And that is not going to be enough for him as the defuse comes in. Lazarus get their 8th round.
That could not have been closer. I think there was 1.8 seconds left on that C4. That could have gone horribly wrong for Lazarus. But yeah, nice round here. And Jin playing very aggressive, does get the kill, but that is usually a death sentence pushing through those doors. And again, we're in a 3-3 situation here.
Yeah, pretty quickly at that. Both teams trying to get aggressive, but especially Lazarus trying to really come over the top after that big round win in the last one. 40 here, he's going to hear them coming on in. He's trying to get the jump on them, hopping around the side with the pistol. And now a 2-on-2 situation. He is a bit isolated, not really able to do too much in terms of stopping the bomb from going down. It's going to come up to Jin, who is pushing in pretty quickly as this bomb does get planted. It's going to come down to him. A couple shots fired. Totsin very low, but still that first shot is going to come in from Travis actually with the pistol. And that will be enough. 8-3.
It's starting to look very back and forth, but if it continues like this, 1 for each team, Lazarus will be victorious. So 3BL have so much to do. They need to be consistent as we see Loons go down to the absolute slaughter there of Penguins at M4. And we see, sorry, I'm 16. But as we're moving around, these doors, again, nobody really ever breaches them, but it's such a key position to hold, making sure that you get all the information that you possibly can.
Here comes 3BL. 3 guys on in. It's going to come down to Vise on if he checks this coming through. They got a couple of guys way out on long. That will check to see if a push does go into A at this point. But yeah, 3BL just sniffing around, see what they could see. Nobody is going to poke out into them. And now with 3-4 members coming onto the catwalk area, might just come down to kind of a sniper battle for A at this point.
Yeah, 40 is set up very, very nicely to just catch. Maybe, I think Alucard would be the first. Now Travis trying to move around. Is he going to be caught out here? It's very, very tense, but oh. Rain gets down Penguin. 40 is still sitting patiently here. He is barely moving from this spot. He is entrenched. He doesn't want to move too early because he might get caught out maybe by something. If Horus is playing more aggressive, he might be able to wrap around the back, but he's not. He's going to be sitting pretty, looking for that information. And Lazarus just absolutely collapsed there as Totsin, Travis, and Alucard complete that sweep up. And it's another in the way of 3BL.
Yeah, that's the issue with trying to set up there on long. You just kind of let them get a free plant, and from there, it was pretty easy for them to set up some smokes. They still had a decent amount of utility. They didn't use anything on the entry, and so that led to a pretty easy hold on the site. So now, 3BL once again kind of sniffing around these double doors, considering a push. They haven't seen a lot of pressure from Lazarus over here, and they've kind of read the situation as to where Lazarus have been defending, but doesn't look like they will go for that. A lot of members now heading over to storage. Let's see if they do commit to B.
It's looking that way, but the C4 is very deep. It is in a position where they could easily rotate from one side to the other, but I think you're right. I think B is going to be the go sign. And it is absolute chaos here. Alucard and Jin go down, and I think everyone knows where everyone is right now because Lazarus are making this big rotation over. The C4 goes down. They're going to try to get through side road, but this is going to be a very hard position to push. They're trying their hardest. Lazarus trying to get in. Loons peaks a little bit too much, and oh my goodness, Penguin take a bow because that was incredible, but it's all gone wrong. 40, last man standing with a pistol, not enough. And 3BL make it 3 in a row.
Yeah, and once you get that bomb down, the retake is so difficult. They tried to push into the waterway, but it was not quite enough. And the second they lose that fight, 40 knew it was pretty doomed. He had to push by himself with a pistol into 3 in storage, and it just was not enough. 3BL looking much crisper here on the Blacklist side. Once again, Penguins just hanging around. He says, well, nobody's here. They're just not playing middle at all. Like, this could be free, but actually Loons in a really weird off angle. He is going to get the jump onto 1, not onto 2, but out comes Vise, and, well, that's part of the reason why it's difficult to push those doors and get crushed there from both sides.
Yeah, there is a wonderful kill zone there for the Global Risk side if they can pull it off, and we see Vise, playing very aggressive there, just sweep him up the back end. And the C4 is down, and they know exactly where it is. They know it's on A. Can Rain, Jin, and Vise push this effectively? We see Rain sitting very, very deep on A long. He's going to have to make a big push sooner rather than later, and that's what he's doing. And face to face, we do see Travis take down Jin. So now it's a 2v2 situation. The bomb is already down. Alucard eats a ton of bullets, but Rain, last man standing. Does he know where Travis is? Does he know that Alucard is moving down the stairs? He knows Alucard. Travis sitting right behind this window. They know where each other is. Oh,
there's not enough time, though. He's going to win, but he cannot get the defuse. Nice try from Rain to try to clutch it there, but it is not enough at the end of the day. It's 4 rounds in a row to 3BL, and all of a sudden we have ourselves a map. I mean, this is anybody's from here. Lazarus obviously still ahead, but 3BL with huge momentum behind them. As I say that, 40's going to pick up that snipe. He's not going to get sprayed down by Penguin. And finally, it feels like Lazarus might have a chance.
And they do indeed. Penguin gets down 40. So it's 3 against 4. What's going on? Will they be able to get this kill? Jen gets 1, but it's 2v2 now. It's Rain and Loons against Travis and Todsen. Todsen hiding around this corner. Backed up by Travis. Travis moves out but gets instantly headshot. And Loons finishes it off. Is he going to be able to find the C4? He should be able to relatively painlessly. And has all the time in the world for this defuse. And yeah, Lazarus take one back.
Yeah, finally able to get back on the board at 9-6. Definitely very much favoring them now after that win. Really all starts with 40 winning the sniper duel in mid, through the mid doors. And from there, just one by one, able to set it up very nicely. The push came in onto B, but they only had 2 guys left, and one of them was pretty damaged. I think it was Totson. So they tried to retake water, and it was not meant to be. So you can see the stress is coming up there big for a lot of the players as they get towards the end of this 3rd map. As you mentioned at the beginning of the day, Simon, everybody wants to get that first place seed. It just allows you so much time and comfort to wait and watch all the other players, all the other teams on that final day in the playoffs play first before you, and then you get to play one best of 5 and try to dominate from there.
Yep. We've also talked about this before, but sometimes like doing that run through the losers bracket from the bottom to the top can be beneficial because you're going to be much hotter when you get to your game at the final, whereas the other team is starting cold. But yeah, being first second might be preferable because you do get that warm-up round, but you know, you're playing with a lot there because you do have to win 2 in a row. So yeah, we're going to be shortly getting back into this one. It is going to be match point, if my math is correct, for Lazarus Gaming. They have 3 rounds to play with.
I do trust you on those numbers at least. I'm still working on 6 + 2. As you can see, I've even written it down. I'm still not sure what the answer is. But
the fact you actually wrote a question mark there is
yeah, I mean,
beautiful.
It's still a question. I don't know. So, can 3BL pick up 3 rounds in a row is the question. Or will Lazarus be moving away with the first victory here in the EUMENA division? Both of these teams really want to get this win because after this, you would say that the strongest team would be GV. They would be favored against UNKNIGHTS. So if you can get kind of like 2-1, that's a very strong position to get either first or second. And so they really want to pick up this match win to start them off on the right foot in this division of EUMENA. And now it looks like 3BL want to push into B perhaps.
Yeah, and Lazarus have a very standard 2-1-2 defense here. 2 on A, 2 on B, and 1 in the middle. And it's all go. As we see Vice getting down Horse, Tutson down, Penguin down, Travis down, Alucard, last man standing, Jin with the triple kill. And it's not looking good, is it?
It's not looking great for him, but it is Alucard. I've seen this guy pick up 5 kills in a round. I've seen him clutch 1v4. Can he do it again? That is the real question. Well, he's not going to hit that first shot onto Rain. Definitely a bit of a starting issue as Rain even is just tracking him. Alucard does get the kill, so that's 1 of 4 that he needs to get.
I feel like there may be a bit of a communication issue here on the side of Lazarus because they knew exactly where he was. They could have just abandoned the C4, closed him in on that A side with a really good rotation. They have the bodies to do it, right? They know they're against a sniper, and this is the problem. They've allowed Alucard here the room to breathe. He can just kind of sit down, find these angles, and pick off whatever he can. I feel like they should have rotated as soon as that first shot went out.
Yeah, they're like trying to sit on the C4, but then they tried to peek the sniper, which doesn't always work. Alucard is getting in now, but it is not going to be enough. Lazarus do pick up that 10th round and the entire match victory, as it was a grueling back-and-forth battle between these two teams, but Lazarus will come out ahead with the first match victory of EUMENA.
Absolutely deserved by Lazarus after the first map performance, but in Mexico, they just couldn't string it together, right? And to have the fortitude to be able to close it out on Black Widow in such dominant fashion, starting 7 in a row and only giving up the last 2, it's just... You got to appreciate the way that Lazarus approached that map. It was artistry. It was sensational play by Lazarus.
Yeah, it was definitely a great look from them, as teams might be scared to play them on Black Widow from here. And we're going to take a look at some of the highlights, of course. Jin stepping up to the plate. Lazarus with the new roster coming into CFSI, looking pretty strong to start us off. Some big clutch rounds to take a bunch in a row as well. You know, there were moments where 3BL had opportunities in that streak, but weren't quite able to put 6 and 2 together. And so, you know, at the end of the day, they had to try to dig themselves out of a pretty large hole, and they nearly did, actually. I was impressed by 3BL's Blacklist side as well. With some insane
that what
too.
we just saw should never really happen, but when it does, it's beautiful. You breach the window, turn around, get one, turn around, get the other. You just love to see it. But yeah, I mean, 3BL, they tried to rally, but Alucard started to kind of fade in this map, right? He didn't quite have the dominance that he had in the first 2 maps, and 3BL suffered for it. Like, Alucard was on fire on Ankara, fire in Mexico, but this map, it just didn't seem to hit for him. He always seemed to struggle. I think he was very low on the KD. I think we'll see that when we come in. But yeah, he is the snowball of this as a team, right? If he performs, the team performs. If he doesn't perform, 3BL look kind of lost.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be an issue they have to solve because, first of all, doesn't matter what map, what side you're playing on, 7 in a row is something that should not happen, you know? And it will come down to if they can actually turn this one around in the following matches. This roster in the past, even though, you know, it's a new name sponsor, it's, you know, technically a new team, a new roster, they have always been kind of the guys that start off a little bit slow and then eventually come in stronger towards the end of a tournament. Question is, will they be able to a little bit later on? Because Lazarus will get the first blood in this tournament to start us off. Loons with a very nice KD. And Travis actually holding it down for the side of 3BL.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the first 2 maps, Alucard was in no man's land, right? But here's the confirmation of the result. As we can see, set 1, 4-10, 10-7, 6-10. I mean, Lazarus, they closed it out in that last map, but you do have to wonder, Alucard starting very strong. Was he the flame that went too bright at the beginning and started to fade too quickly?
Yeah.
MVP.
Yeah, I mean, Alucard, you were just talking about, he was kind of the pinnacle of consistency, but maybe just behind 40, who will pick up our MVP here for the first match, and very well deserved. The guy was popping off. He was insane on all 3 maps.
Yeah.
Like, he was just always very consistent, and that's something you need from your sniper, right? That's just 40.
Yeah, absolutely. He had quite a few very, like, cinematic moments when he pops off just right. And it's great to see.
Well, guys, we do have the interview ready. Let's hop over to that right now. Hello, 40. Congratulations on your big win here. How do you guys feel after just barely taking them down there in the 2-1 victory?
Oh yeah, first of all, thanks. And we feel great, obviously.
Yeah, I gotta ask, like, how did it feel getting that 7 in a row after what happened on Mexico? Because Mexico was... We were expecting you to dominate Mexico. Like, the stats completely say that Mexico is your map, but it didn't quite go that way. And then to come out on Black Widow and get 7 in a row, how did that happen?
Yeah, so Mexico, it was just a fluke, honestly. So we went to the next map and we showed up.
Yeah, well, obviously, when you guys show up, you definitely looked like the stronger team today. Are you guys confident going into your next couple of maps, obviously, or next couple of matches, I should say? Obviously, you do have UNKNIGHTS and GV. What are your expectations for your future matches?
We expect them to go as well as today, so we're not really worried about it.
The confidence.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a day. Like, you have been absolutely popping off. How do you feel about, like, Alucard being so strong and then slowly fading out? I'm sorry to talk about your opposition, but it seemed very much he was very strong at the beginning and then slowly faded off onto Black Widow. Like, how does that kind of... How did you neutralize him as much as you did?
Yeah, Alucard definitely had a great day. When you play the game, though, you don't really realize that. You only see that afterwards, so we didn't really worry much.
All right, well, there you have it. Very effectively able to neutralize the entire side of 3BL. So congratulations, 40, on your big win, and best of luck in your next couple of matches.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it. Thank you so much for that interview. And yeah, a man of, you know, just saying exactly what he needs to say. We were confident, we came in, we did our job, we dispatched of them. Don't care about the opposition. We got the win. We're going to take them out in the future.
Yeah, basically a body's a body, and as long as it goes down, it's a good body. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Very effective play on the side of Lazarus. Mexico was a fluke. I mean, that's confidence right there, isn't it? Like, oh,
yeah.
we should have won, but they fluked it. So, yeah, we just decided to annihilate them on Black Widow.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, right? Like, that's kind of what we were saying at the beginning of Black Widow as well. Like, after they started getting a bunch of rounds in a row, we're like, I guess Mexico was a fluke, and 40 seems to be on the same page with us on that. But guys, that was our first match of the day. Our second one will be UNKNIGHTS up against GV Esports, a couple of teams that haven't played just yet, obviously, because we just started here at EUMENA. So will be a fun matchup that we do have coming up next. We are going to take a bit of a break, about 20 minutes, before we do get into that second match of UNKNIGHTS versus GV Esports. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. 2023. As we're done with the first match, we are about to hop into the second one. We will have UNKNIGHTS up against GV Esports, and you know, our first one pretty close. 3 maps back and forth. Even though 40 called it a fluke.
A fluke.
He's like, well, you know, they're pretty good, but it was a fluke. We messed up. We should have won that map anyway. I'm curious about this next one because GV Esports certainly seemed like one of the strongest, if not the strongest, coming in from CFWL and winning that. And they're up against UNKNIGHTS, a team that is relatively new and a team that hasn't been in CFS just yet. So I'm curious to see if they can step up to the plate or if GV is just going to take them down real quick.
Yeah, UNKNIGHTS, brand new team, all new players, like, to the scene. And looking at my stat sheet, it's like years pro, zeros all across the board. And it's nice to see a new team breach onto the scene, right? It's nice to see UNKNIGHTS come up, but the trial by fire they're going up against GV first.
Yeah.
A team that dominates pretty much everyone nearly every time they play.
Yeah, they got GV and then they got 3BL. It's going to be a big day for them. But guys, we do have an interview video. Let's hop into that and see what they had to say.
I'm feeling okay. I feel that we have our chance to compete well this year, even if it's our first time.
I feel really good because we put a lot of work into our team, practicing a lot, like every day. So we are really happy that we are able to participate in this tournament.
Before the season, in this West League season, we worked really hard and we practiced a lot. And then the most important thing for me is that we are 5 friends playing together, so we have a really good team spirit.
I think the main points are that we put a lot of work into like map practicing and etc. And my leader Pietro and Mama especially really help us to like improve our gameplay and everything. Since we have a great leader like Pietro, we are really confident that we will win because of the hard work we put in.
We are really happy. I mean, it was our goal to reach the playoffs and CFSI. That was our goal in the beginning. After reaching top 4, we felt really confident to win the playoffs also, and we did it. So we are really happy and we are confident.
So I think we GV Esports are a very aggressive team. Our playstyle is very aggressive, and I think our strength is that we are individually very skilled, and I think that separates us from the rest of the teams. So I came back to GV Esports to play in this team because my goal is to win tournaments. I want to win the online league and I want to win CFS tournaments.
We won the regular season because we have like the best players from the whole CF West, I think. So in the end, it was just about our skill.
After winning the league, the CFWL, obviously we want to prove that we are the best team in the EUMENA division. So our goal is obviously to win the tournament. Our first opponent, UNKNIGHTS, they're a pretty good team. They have some good players, but if we just play our game, we will win this game 2-1, maybe 2-0. So I think the difference between us and UNKNIGHTS is gonna be that we have a lot more experience.
GV think that they're gonna beat us with their experience, but I'm sure that we're gonna beat them with our team spirit and our teamwork. So FaZe, you said that you joined GV to win every single tournament, but I hope you enjoyed your season of West League, the first one, because it's gonna be the last one, and now it's our time. We're gonna win.
We will prove that what FaZe said, it will be true. We will show you guys who is GV and who are the best players of CF West.
During the season, we tied two times against GV. I think that was really close match, but for this CFSI, I think we have our chance to beat them, and I really think we're gonna win them.
GV Sport, don't get too mad when we win against you, because we are better and it's gonna be an obvious result. So it's time to hand over what you guys got.
Of course, CFSI is gonna be a really hard tournament for us to win, but in the end, I'm pretty confident we will win it because we are the best team from from the EUMENA division. Thank you to the fans for supporting us, and we will show that we are the best team from the EUMENA, and we'll win it for you guys.
Even though we are like the underdog team, don't underestimate us, so because you're gonna regret it, and we will win. For all the Crossfire fans, we are here to show you what we are able to do, and we hope to bring good results, and thank you for supporting us.
Well, pretty strong words from both sides as FaZe says they are the best. They did just win CFWL. They're trying to move on and do some good stuff. But UNKNIGHTS, the quote-unquote underdog team, trying to come up here big time and get the upset victory. And as I said, you know, in terms of the results, they were able to tie up against GV Esports a couple of times. Will they be able to win this time?
It's going to be a tough ask as like GV are strong and they have experience on these stages. How far are UNKNIGHTS able to go in their first knockout tournament, let's say? Because like these guys are unproven in this style of format, but their players have been really, really good. And I mean, we looked at the listings today and we were like, well, UNKNIGHTS, we'll see how they go. Like, we're not expecting all too much, but the sheer confidence that Pietro put out there and HDZ was unreal. Unreal to hear of a rookie team going against one of the most storied teams in this competition in GV.
Yeah, and here is GV. Speaking of which, some roster changes. They do have Awesome on the team. FaZe mentioned he's coming back to GV himself, and it's a very strong roster. I think, you know, taking a look at it on paper, it's you know, obviously very surprising when you first look at it, and then you see their performance in the first season of CFWL, and you're like, whoa, these guys are for real. And even though some of the regular season matches were close against some of the teams, you know, they didn't go undefeated or anything like that, I do personally think that they are the strongest team, and they've already proven that. Question is, though, you know, it really comes down to your daily form, right? Are they going to come out here strong? Are they going to look at their best right from the get-go? I think if UNKNIGHTS have a chance, this will be their best chance right here on the first day.
Yeah, and they can make a massive statement by taking the scalp of the biggest team here. And I mean, you heard them speak. You heard Seven say basically, we're the most skilled players individually. It wasn't Seven, it was FaZe. We're the most skilled individual players. And, you know, that's what matters. Now, we do talk about teamwork as well. Like, teamwork is super important. But when every player is top of their position, it's very hard to break down a team. And GV have proven time and time and time and time and time again over the last...
a lot of times.
However many years, 7 years, 5 years, whatever. I think GV have been together for nearly forever.
Many years, yeah.
Yeah. They're going to be able to, you know, take on any issues that appear. They're going to be able to be flexible. But we look at the map ban pick. GV did win the toss. They went first, so Ankara was banned out by them. Mexico banned out by UNKNIGHTS. Then Port, Compound, Eagle Eye Subbase were banned out. And then we finish once again on Black Widow.
Yeah, Black Widow gonna start there. And it turns out that every team, well, both of these teams like to start on the GR side. I don't think that's too surprising overall, especially with no Ankara on the pool. And yeah, it's gonna come down to Port and Compound. A couple of maps we haven't seen yet in this CFS. I mean, we've only had one match, but certainly should be some fun ones. I think that just based on these two first maps, you do have to, of course, I think on any two maps, probably favor in terms of the stats over to the side of GV, but especially on Port as well.
Yeah.
Like 7-0 on this one is pretty incredible from CFWL. It's UNKNIGHTS' debut match in their first appearance in CFSI, facing off against CFWL 2023 Season 1 champion GV Esports. Could UNK cause an upset in their debut match? Definitely a good question, as they've had 2 draws so far. Today could be the day.
Yeah, today definitely could be the day. And I mean, the 2 draws were massive, massive wins for, you know, UNKNIGHTS, because they're an unknown entity pretty much. Like the players all know each other, they all play against each other, and the aggression has started instantly here. Shots being fired out, Pietro taking quite a bit of damage, Snox as well, also quite wounded, but we'll see if either team can capitalize on these initial back and forths.
Yeah, absolutely. As this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm curious to watch these guys play in person on the cast, right? The addition of Awesome for me was definitely a big one. And as I say that, Pietro's going to take away FaZe. Beck is going to get the kill onto Creeds here, so a good start for UNKNIGHTS.
Very good start. This is kind of a statement of intent on the side of UNKNIGHTS here. Awesome, trying to do what he can, trying to just, you know, see if he can get anything through that tiny little window there. As, you know, GV, they had a good position. They were holding that central area, but things just kind of went a little bit awry, and now they have all the work to do. This isn't a position that I think they thought they would find themselves in this early on.
Yeah, it is Port after all. This is a map that can be pretty interesting. I feel like different regions play it very differently. And CV going to push on the back road here. Awesome gets that first kill, but it's not looking good for them down on members. MKZ going to get that last one. That is a very clean first round going to the hands of UNKNIGHTS. And GV kind of neutered right from the get-go, you know, losing a couple of guys, and it was rough. They did go for a pretty risky push there through mid onto the bridge, but it didn't work out for them. As now they're going to go quickly in towards A.
You did get a peek there of HDZ, but I don't think they know who's down on the bottom. MKZ trying to just, you know, hold this back and do what he can. Austin goes down, Beck is down, MKZ, HDZ, and it's all out warfare between these two, but GV do manage to get the better of it here, and they take round number 2.
Yeah, a very fast one into A. That was a pretty good push from GV. And it seemed like it took a little while for UNKNIGHTS to really get in position at first. As you saw, FaZe was looking up on the top of A. He's like, well, there's nobody here. Eventually, HDZ did get over there. As now trying to get in once again, but MKZ does run on in pretty quickly and pick up the kill onto Awesome. Seemed like he wasn't expecting that aggression.
Yeah, and UNKNIGHTS now moving over to A, but, you know, slowly spreading back out across the top end of the map. They're getting into these good defensive positions, but GV are known for their aggression, and they seem to be a little bit more defensive than usual. Usually you'd see them like what we just saw, where they all rush a spot. They're very aggressive, very on tempo. And right now they seem to be playing a little bit slower on this one, seeing if, you know, maybe they can win the war of attrition. But they are a man down with nothing in return. Nothing has been done to anyone on UNKNIGHTS. HCC looking here. I think he knows Creeds is chilling out there. Yep. Pre-firing coming in soon. If they can get anything through the wall. FaZe looking for that shot. Can he get it? No, doesn't look like he can. HCZ precarious position here, but it looks like UNKNIGHTS are ready to push over onto this B side. Taking a face full of lead. Snox does get one in return, but it is 4 against 2. GV on the back foot, but Creeds picking up a very important kill.
Trying to still poke on in, as now it is all up to Creeds, who does go down there at the end. UNKNIGHTS, they get that first pick, and their defense is pretty rock solid. You saw that nobody really on the side of GV was even able to breach the site. And so now UNKNIGHTS ahead 2-1 at this current point. They're looking pretty confident so far. You see that Creed's also given a little head nod, not to be bothered himself. So, you know, maybe a little bit of a slow start for them, but surely they will keep their confidence up.
You would definitely hope so, because the start isn't the GV we were expecting to see, right? We were expecting all guns blazing, initial rushes. Like, we've seen them do time and time again. The first round, they just bum rush, and if they lose it, it's like, oh, well, we tried. We're just warming up, you know? This time they played it a little bit slow first. They lost. They played fast. They won. They played slow. They lose. So, like, GV seem to know, or should know at least, that if they up the tempo and make UNKNIGHTS play at their pace, they will have the advantage. They will be able to close this out. But UNKNIGHTS look unshakable when they have time to set up.
Yeah, I mean, they look really confident. They're just sitting there, they're getting those picks, and, you know, as Pietro was talking about in the interview as well, it's like the teamwork, the synergy between the players seems to all be there. Everybody's always linked together in some way, ready to back each other up if the time calls for it. Now, they have pulled out 2 AWMs to start this round. As once again, GV not scared to just spam kind of every angle. They're one of these teams that does this more than anyone else. It's like, we're going to use like half of our clips that we have in the guns. And we're just going to, you know, somebody could be here, somebody could be there. From the blacklist side, it's okay if you give away your position early on because you can always rotate. And that's exactly what they've been doing.
Yeah, UNKNIGHTS with the power of friendship, holding their position. They're playing very slow again, GV. We normally see them completely overwhelm their opponents, but they're playing super defensively. We do see Awesome in a very nice spot there, sitting in sideways, just chilling.
Yeah.
The rest of the team moving over to B. Is this going to be expected? We do see MKZ in the middle of no man's land. He's going to have to make a marathon to try and get back into position to help the rest of his team out. As they have taken the high ground. It's all going bad. The C4 goes down.
He's planting in the face of 4 of them. There's like 4 members of UNKNIGHTS right there. The flash from his teammates is going to catch Greaves. But it does not matter. The cleanup is coming in. Awesome is lurking from the backside. MKZ finally makes his way over and runs in back first into 7, who will clean it up. So finally, we do have it all tied up at 2-2. GV that time kind of just forcing their way onto the site through 4 people. They're like, nah, we're not going to rotate. We're just going to take it.
Yeah, we're going to plant it right while you're looking at us as well, and there's nothing you can do about it. MKZ was off in no man's land, and I think that was one of the problems. They just didn't quite have the firepower they needed to be able to hold their position, and they just got overwhelmed far too quickly. And now we see MKZ sitting in the more traditional defensive spot here on that A side, sitting up in the crow's nest on A top. And we do see GV kind of rotating back and forth, still deciding which one they're going to do. Which way are they going to go? They're going to go up towards B? Are they going to go towards A? They're not even sure yet, but it is looking like B might be presenting itself here. As we do say, MKZ again, slowly moving into no man's land. And if the rush comes now, it might be a similar situation to last time where UNKNIGHTS just can't stop this flow. Look, MKZ is in the same position as last time. It's 3 against 4. GV come out, but a much stronger defense this time. It's 3 against 3. HCZ gets done what he needs to get done. Awesome and 7 have a lot of work here to be able to bring this home for GV. This is such an epic back and forth between these two teams.
Well, they just try to force the rotation over to A. Now, Awesome is 1v3. And GV, again, it kind of feels like they're almost disrespecting their opponents. It's like, okay, we're just gonna do this. Like, you can't stop us. And then UNKNIGHTS is like, well, actually we can. Like, we're just gonna set up in a nice defensive position. We got many different crossfires. Awesome is hopping over. He doesn't have the bomb. He doesn't know where his opponents are, so he's just gonna go down. And that is gonna be UNKNIGHTS back ahead, 3-2. And yeah, I mean, GV, they're, you know, even like utility lists, they're just throwing in a smoke, announcing their position, and then they just try to rely on their skill to just like flick people down. And yeah, I mean, they are really good. We have seen them do this before, but UNKNIGHTS are stepping up to the challenge.
That they are. So we do see them setting up again in this position here on B Road, and you know, up towards tunnels and stuff like that. They're sitting, chilling nicely, and all of UNKNIGHTS over on that A side. They were expecting maybe a bum rush onto A, but it's not coming. And now Beck and HZZ, they're going to be facing 5, and it's 2 against 5. Can they get at least a little bit of return? Creeds is down, and there is nothing done on the side of UNKNIGHTS. UNKNIGHTS, everyone is super healthy right now. 7 and Snox are going to become overwhelmed if the rotation comes, but UNKNIGHTS, they're not even rotating right now. Beck and HZZ, they think they've got it.
Yeah, bomb is down. They got to get over here. 7 is up there in the cranny against the wall, as now we got a fight in tunnels. Pietro going to win that one, and the retake is coming on here. FaZe, the only one left. He's in the back here in the smoke, but can easily be swarmed down, as he will take down 2, actually. He's buying a lot of time, but it will not quite be enough. 8 seconds, plenty of time, as HDZ is able to clean it up. Yet another round here to the side of UNKNIGHTS.
Yeah, that was insane. A 2 versus 5 hold on B, where it looked so bad for them. They were kind of contesting as much as possible. Then they get Creeds down, and then everything just falls apart for the side of GV. And it was 2 people. It was Beck and HZZ who managed to get it off. And you just don't usually expect that on a GV side, who have been so dominant for so long.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Okay, shot through the leg, as now once again going to try to throw out some frags, try to buy some time. Another quick bomb plants. GV once again trying to exert dominance onto the site. This time a little bit less on the side of UNKNIGHTS though. Beck here, low on health. Creeds did get the 1 kill, but Beck is going to get a wall bang headshot. Trying to hold down the side here. It's all up to FaZe once again. 1v2. We've seen this before, but a much better position for him this time, as he is going all the way back. And this diffuse is just coming in. He has no idea. I guess he just didn't hear it or what. I mean, he's just going to go down, and that's going to be yet another round into the hands of UNKNIGHTS.
That is not something you see every day, is it? You do not see a defuse under the nose of a player. It's so unheard of. It just looks like UNKNIGHTS, they just have things bolted down. They just aren't losing any ground. This is not what we were expecting. 3 in a row, like the back and forth, good. 2 teams very well balanced, taking each other out. 3 in a row on UNKNIGHTS side is insane. And now it looks like GV maybe switching things up, thinking, okay, we keep getting slaughtered over on B. Let's try our luck over on A. HDZ and Beck have been absolutely locking down B. But Beck is over on A. So they're going to run into the same problems. The flashes come out. Snox is down. So it's 5 against 4. Make that 4 against 3, and Creeds and Awesome are very, very low. Creeds doing what he can. Pietro hiding in that corner is maybe going to get chipped away. He does indeed. HDZ and HZZ are the last 2 for UNKNIGHTS. Creeds and 7 remaining on GV, and they do have that C4. Creeds is the carrier right now. He is very low, so you'd expect maybe a switch. No, they see HZZ, and HZZ gets the double kill, and that makes it 4 in a row.
4 in a row. UNKNIGHTS look like the much better team here. I'm really impressed by how quickly they rotate as well. It just looks like they're getting a read on the situation quickly. They're getting into position quickly enough, and their defense has been just so strong so far, as HDZ getting himself into a little bit of a sticky situation. He's going to unglue himself from the tunnel and be able to back away.
Took absolutely no damage for that.
Yeah.
Normally you'd see, you know,
free peek.
Yeah, he got a. How do you get a free peek when they're looking right at you? You'd expect at least like 1 or 2 hits. You know,
yeah.
It just didn't happen. And Awesome takes a bit of damage there, and somehow UNKNIGHTS, with the power of friendship, the plot armor, the anime plot armor, is helping them out so much here. Snox goes down, but HZZ is taken in return. FaZe gets down HDZ, but FaZe is in trouble now. He's taking quite a bit of damage. It's 2 against 4. Can Beck and MKZ do this? The bomb is planted.
And Awesome keeps lurking in these funky spots. He is sometimes getting value, but oftentimes not. That is one of the not times. Here comes MKZ trying to go 1v2. Not going to happen this time. But still, I mean, 6 rounds on the GR side. Going to be pretty strong for them. And a very good start. Absolutely a much better start than we expected. But yeah, GV, you see they're pretty unfazed at this point in time. Sometimes when you come into this and you're the underdogs, you just have a little bit less pressure, right? You're playing freely. Everybody's kind of flowing together and feeling like it's kind of like just another day at the solo queue. Like everybody's kind of playing in together. You're just kind of scrimming and everything's flowing well. Whereas on the side of GV, trying to force things a little bit, maybe overly a bit too much.
Yeah, it does feel like that, but they just don't seem to be playing their game right now. It feels like GV are trying to play the UNKNIGHTS style instead of playing their style and forcing UNKNIGHTS to adapt, because that's generally one of the problems you see, right? Adaptability of newer teams that have coming together is pretty rough. It's hard to know exactly how to switch roles, how to switch your positions properly, how to rotate, when to rotate. But it just looks like UNKNIGHTS, it looks like they've been playing together for 20 years. It looks as though they have been here before.
It's the power of friendship. Maybe they've been friends for 20 years, and now they're coming into professional crossfire. It's like, well, they have been together for 20 years.
True
You
though.
know? They just needed to add on the crossfire ability, which obviously they have.
Somehow unlocked it.
They look very well practiced, you know? Definitely one of the things they mentioned in the interviews as well is like, oh, we just practice a lot, and we're just hoping that that kind of gets us over the line, and so far it has. I don't want to, you know, overstate the point. It is only the first half. Maybe GV just taking a slow start, and UNKNIGHTS using all that practice here in the beginning. But let's see how it does come from here. UNKNIGHTS here on the Blacklist side. If they can continue with some really crisp entries, then you know we're dealing with something that's almost too powerful for anyone to handle.
So we do have what looks to be a poke at B. Are they going to fully commit? Creeds and Awesome are here. Snox kind of in reserve. Awesome still not sure where everyone is. I don't think they have any information right now. They just haven't seen where the team is. 3 on A. And here we go. The breach is good. They have taken the high ground. But Pietro goes down. HCZ is very hurt. But Creeds is down as well. As Awesome is down. And UNKNIGHTS seem to be taking this one by the horns as well, as they have a superb breach. But HCZ goes down. 7 is down as well. FaZe taking quite a bit. He's down, and Snox is all on his own. HCZ, MKZ, and Beck, they do manage to make it 7.
That was super clean, actually. Really good stuff. Pretty classic entry, you know, 5-man, just B rush. It's a port standard, you know. It's like the first the first play in the Blacklist playbook on this map, and it works well. It gets the flash on the backside, and as you mentioned, Simon, they had no idea, GV. They're like, okay, we don't have any information where they are, and that's the best time to try to go for that kind of rush. You just get all 5 people up in their face, you get the bomb down really fast. It's kind of like what GV were doing, but this side actually looked much cleaner, and the defense was not quite as good from the side of GV, so definitely a good look to start off this half.
Yeah, they only need 3 more to be able to take this one and put themselves in a great position for the rest of this match, because going 1 up against GV doesn't happen very often, but they seem to have cracked the code. They seem to know exactly what GV want to do. So UNKNIGHTS playing phenomenally right now. They are going to maybe look to breach B again, and Awesome and Creeds sitting there. 7 in the background. You can just see him through that little crack in the alleyway there. But are they going to be able to hold it? Seven is looking towards A. They think maybe they're going A, but B is currently where most of them are, and they're just not giving away any information whatsoever. UNKNIGHTS are just starving this game out, like making sure that GV have nothing to go on. They don't know if they're rotating, they don't know where they are, but Seven taking a couple of pot shots there, and oh my goodness, he pays for it. Pietro still alive, and 3 down, make that 4 on GV, and it looks as though UNKNIGHTS are going to be able to take this phase. Last man standing has the sniper and is taken down, and that makes UNKNIGHTS look phenomenal right now. They are in such a commanding position.
I mean, they are just dunking on GV. GV have not lost port this year in professional crossfire. They're about to lose it in record time. I mean, it's 8-3. It's 2 pushes. There were 4 members on the side of UNKNIGHTS as well that got the 5 kills. It really is the power of friendship. It's like crazy. But all these guys come in very well practiced. The pushes are clean. The defense was even better. And I mean, they look pretty unstoppable at this point. I'm getting hyped just because these guys are just a sight for sore eyes. I mean, I don't really have sore eyes, but I'm searching for the right words, and I'm left kind of speechless. These guys are looking really strong.
Yeah, it's also worth remembering, this is GV's pick.
Yeah.
They picked port.
For a good reason, right?
For a good reason. They had 100% win rate.
Yeah.
But UNKNIGHTS, what are they going to show on their pick on Compound? Like, I'm excited to see what the rest of this match has in store. But we have a little bit of engagement here. B is the target. Pietro goes down relatively early. HDZ also crumbles, and it looks as though GV may have found the answers because Beck is down as well. And MKZ, last man standing, 1 against 5. Can he do it? No, he can't. And GV pull one back.
And it kind of feels like I'm watching 3BL again. It's not Alucard this time, it's Awesome, who's like, okay, we're not going to lose this, guys. I will carry this. He got 4 of the 5 kills really quickly as that push came in. This time, FaZe going to try to hold it down as UNKNIGHTS coming in real quick. FaZe is not accounted for, but he misses that shot, and the entry is clean. 7 does get a couple. And that's now the angle here from MKZ. They do not know where he is. As a one-on-one, Awesome, can he clutch it again is the question. Yes, he can, as he pushes in and barely gets the job done. An exciting, fiery round from both sides.
Yeah, Awesome collecting the Infinity Stones there and saying, I'll do it myself, because absolute domination. You said it was clean. It was clean until it wasn't, because it all collapsed so quickly for UNKNIGHTS, and the GV comeback, something I didn't think I'd be saying today. The GV comeback looks on.
Yeah, absolutely. It is being said that GV are coming back in this one. MKZ gonna die to the grenade. That was a very nice angle he took there. And so MKZ, a guy who has been performing best this round so far, is going to be taken down quickly. 7 still here, still very far up. They didn't expect him to still be in that spot. And now UNKNIGHTS finally being met with some opposition, which is nice to see. It's making this map a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, HDZ got caught out there trying to be cute, jumping along the wall, and yeah, that's the price you pay for these wonderful movements, right? You can get caught out. You can be looking at the floor trying to make sure that you're on the ledge, and who knows? GV might be waiting for you at the next corner and take you out before you even have a chance to look up, but grenades are in, and it looks as though the breach in A has started. We do see GV rotating over, and FaZe does get Pietro with that headshot. Nicely done. And again, we find ourselves in a 5v2 situation. GV really turning up the heat now. And it does look as though UNKNIGHTS maybe have been rattled a little bit when MKZ does drop super early. As we do see one more. Awesome. Getting the kill on Beck. HDZ gets a very important kill. He is one man on his own. What can he do? Snox is waiting around the corner. No, he turns around. He's going to go face Awesome. Awesome peeks and gets rewarded for it. GV take a 3rd in a row.
GV finally looking up to the task, looking strong in the last 3 rounds. As that time, a couple of picks early on. It's kind of like what the Knights were able to do to them early on in the first half. And they're able to go in from there. Knights, I kind of like how they handled that situation, even though, of course, it is a pretty low percentage chance that they'll even take the round from there. But a nice try at the end of it all. We'll have to wait and see if they have a new answer. Looks like they've really slowed things down after a couple of early rushes. Perhaps met with some uncertainty after the last couple that GV have stomped them on. As now, looks like perhaps pushing into B through tunnels. Let's see. Though they did have to give up some information, and immediately the smoke is going to come down, as GV now will have a better chance of holding this off.
Yeah, they do retreat, and it looks as though they're going to rotate very quickly over to A. Everyone is within the same areas of each other, but do GV have the information? That's the one thing that, you know, UNKNIGHTS were doing so well when they were winning, was just starving GV's information. If they know exactly where everyone is, which I think they do now, it's maybe playing into GV's hands a little bit.
Yeah, definitely could. You see, as you mentioned, 7 is just holding points, trying to get information, although they do have Snox rotating into the back road there, perhaps getting ready to support in bridge. But this push is actually coming in through long, so it is going to be up to FaZe initially. As the spam not good, FaZe also going to get that first peek. Doing well for the team as they try to spam him down. It's not really working for them though, as FaZe does get the first one. Snox and 7 right there to back him up, as that will be the cleanup. GV are finally back into this map.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how UNKNIGHTS kind of reply to this, because it's looking so good for GV Esports at the moment. We go back 4 rounds ago and we were like, this looks over. UNKNIGHTS absolutely dominating everything.
Boy.
Oh. 7 straight in the nose there of HDZ. And look at this. This is wonderful from Pietro.
We're getting them pretty quickly, but awesome. Still a sight to behold. This guy has, it's like he got angry and they activated like super awesome mode. And he's on a tear right now, 10-2, as they try to retake this one. HCZ gets 2 from the bottom side, actually, even as Creeds is hopping up the stairs. They take him out pretty quickly. FaZe now alone, as this would net UNKNIGHTS 9 rounds, which means at least extra rounds on ports, and that's gonna do it for that. HCZ does get the 9th round with 3 kills in a row.
Yeah, and they do now have 2 match point games. Will they be able to close it off quicker rather than later? It's gonna be down to this. Can FaZe, Snox, 7, Creeds, and Awesome hold off the UNKNIGHTS offensive? Pre-fire through smoke here. Pietro looking to see if he can get anything, but you know, it doesn't hurt to use a bit of ammo there, just to, you know, poke and prod.
Yeah, that is the GV way. And let's see what the angle of attack will be. I love how UNKNIGHTS was really playing with the tempo as well. It's like, okay, you guys, you kind of read what we're doing, right? We're going for these 5-man rushes. You're setting up very nicely defensively. Let's rotate like 5 times before we actually attack you. And that kept GV guessing, and GV was winning those rounds, but then once UNKNIGHTS once again went for the rush, GV were a little bit caught off guard, and that's what gave them the slight advantage in that last round and allowed UNKNIGHTS to finally get over that hurdle and get that 9th round and get back on the board. But let's see where we go from here, if we do have some extra rounds or if this is just going to go into UNKNIGHTS' favor.
Yeah, HDZ is not having a very good time. He's 0-6 right now. Definitely one of the weaker links on the UNKNIGHTS side. As we see Max kind of trying to get the information, they're trying to find out what's happening. It's so hard. Look at this. That's a breach straight through Central. And oh my goodness, is it working? It's really hard to tell. No, it is not. GV absolutely control that situation. I don't know how I feel about just pushing straight up mid, but you got 2 games to play with, so why not give it a shot?
Yeah, I think that GV's defense at that area has been really rock solid. So outside of the one round very early on in this half, but they tried to go back to that strategy. It does not work at all. And now UNKNIGHTS, the pressure is on. Maybe earlier on in this map it was not, and you were like, okay, we're the underdogs, you're playing well. Let's have a good time. Let's throw it in and see what happens. Now it's like, okay, you're on the ropes here. Do you want to play extra rounds against GV? Absolutely not. Like, you desperately want to win this round.
Yeah, one of the issues with success, but look at this 5-man rush. Ooh. And they get one instantly. Awesome is down, but MKZ is down as well. Creed's taking quite a bit from Pietro. Falls, HZZ falls, it's Beck and HZZ against 7 and FaZe. How is this going to unfurl? HZZ and Beck, they have the positioning here. 7 taking quite a bit of damage, but HZZ is also hurting. They do get the plant grenades flying in. Can they do it? They are holding this very, very well. Are they going to be able to read the counter rotation here from GV? 7 poking through the smoke. Did let off a shot there. I don't know if that registered. There we go. I was going to say, I don't think it registered for Beck. That someone was shooting there.
Oh, they're holding down this angle. The 2v1, and FaZe has to clutch it to get into extra rounds, but he will not. It will be Beck at the end of the day who gets it just barely across the line for UNKNIGHTS. 10-8 in their first round. No more draws, they say. We'll just take the win from here.
Absolute bonkers, that one. Absolute bonkers. UNKNIGHTS showing kind of what they knew themselves, which is like, yo, we're really good. We're here to win. We have GV's number. We know how they play. We're going to destroy them. And that's kind of what happened there. A lot closer than I think it should have been. They had the chance to close it out relatively early, but they did take it all the way to 10-8.
Yeah. I think that both teams pretty strong on the global risk side. You saw that GV were able to slowly claw it back, but it just was not meant to be. UNKNIGHTS got too much of a lead from their starting side. That ninja defuse, though, was so funny. FaZe is like, all right, I'm going to back way up. Never see me coming from all the way back here. He's going to try to push me. He's going to root. No, he just, okay.
They just didn't know he's there, and that's what I was trying to say, right? Like, the information starving by UNKNIGHTS has been unreal. They've just been
Unreal Knights.
Sometimes I wonder why I'm here. But no, like, you know what I mean, though? But they're just shutting down the information of GV, and they're not sure where to go. You can see the rotations are a little bit slower. They're not as fast moving as, you know, usually we'd see them control that center, like hold the information, but UNKNIGHTS giving nothing away. Their movement around port was phenomenal. It was almost like they weren't there until they were, you know what I mean? Yeah. This is the last push. Like, again, chaos.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, especially at the end where 7 gave away his position. They said, okay, well, there's definitely one guy here, right? So they just doubled down. Beck comes down. They're able to 2v1 once. Essentially 1v1 there, but again, put in a 2v1 position. And Beck at the end was able to clutch it. You see, actually, HZZ was on top of the scoreboard in terms of KD, just dying a few less times, but Beck, absolutely was a wrecking ball for their team. Always kind of like first in, first or last out, you know, just entering like a god. As it was really a team effort, though. I feel like, you know, you can look at the numbers, but at the end of the day, it was through the power of friendship and probably an insane amount of practice that UNKNIGHTS were able to take this first map.
Yeah, and if you're UNKNIGHTS, you would look at this and go like, even if, you know, everyone is playing okay on our team, GV, they have numbers. They have relatively solid numbers there. Like, that's kind of what you'd expect for a very close match, but UNKNIGHTS just seemed to turn it up a level. They got the kills when they needed to. That's all that matters. If you get 1 kill a game and you die that game, as long as you get the first kill, you're gonna win.
Yeah, it's very true. As you see, some a little bit forlorn, you could say, on the side of GV. They're like, ah, we were so close.
Ah, that's how GV always
Fortunate.
lives.
Yeah, I'm just, you know, I'm crafting a story. I don't know, you know, it's hard to tell. For us, we're just looking at the facial expressions. Both sides look incredibly focused, like both UNKNIGHTS and GV. Even though there might be some size on the side of GV, they're like, all right, well, first map, whatever. We go into compounds, and as we saw earlier on, the teams that chose the map lost the map. So maybe GV come out here. They're no stranger to compounds. Perhaps they come out swinging and with a different look, and maybe they can take it down.
Maybe they can. Well, GV set up very aggressively on this defense, set right around Central Plaza. They're looking for, you know, maybe an overextension by one player. HCC took a hit, but I'm not sure where that was from.
Somewhere,
yeah. I'm not sure who tagged him there, but he took an absolute chunk of damage. And he's going to have to play defensive if he wants to see out the rest of this round. But Creeds goes down. It felt like MKZ and Creeds there were dancing for eternity. Ooh.
Cheeky little three-man spray through the box. It's going to get a kill. Seven says enough with this. I'm pushing. And it's going to work. He gets two. He knows there's a third, but he can't quite clean up Pietro. But at least Awesome is right there. Back him up in mid. They know where Beck is. They don't know exactly where the other guy is, perhaps. Although, I guess they do, because it was Pietro that got the kill, actually. So, 2-on-2. GV have a decent amount of information, but so do UNKNIGHTS. And the two of them will push into pillars.
Yeah, this is a fantastic rotation up to B. But there seems to be a little bit of hesitation now from UNKNIGHTS. Where are their opponents? Are they going to be chilling out in servers? And we all know servers are really hard to break, but look at that. Awesome. Gets a great kill on Pietro, and Beck, last man standing, is like, right, servers, we never like pushing servers. Like, let's just go over to A.
Yeah. It's like, never mind. I'm going this way, actually.
Oh, he's going to run into FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe checking the angle. Now, Beck could, well, he has to, actually. He's got to run this in, but look, FaZe is already in position. I mean, you're not going to get this plant down any day of the week. FaZe is right there. Quick headshot. And that will be GV right on the board. So a good start for them. We talked about the stats for GV on port. They were undefeated. They're 6-1 on compound from CFWL, so just a very dominant team overall. And UNKNIGHTS, even though they feel very strong on this map, as I mentioned before, maybe this is the one where GV come out swinging.
It definitely seems that way right now, but, you know, just they're exchanging ammo here, but nothing really getting done, nothing really connecting. And we got to wonder where the information is coming from. We do see Seven covering pillars. We see Creeds, you know, taking a look down towards Central, trying to get a couple of angles, but UNKNIGHTS are just not giving anything up. I think they could be anywhere right now. They could be, you know, right underneath GV, and I don't think GV would even know.
The underneath Knights.
Oh, it gets worse.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, it gets worse.
Yeah, it does.
And it's only just started.
It's only just begun.
Oh, MKZ is going to find himself in trouble here. Oh, well handled by MKZ. Snox had the drop on MKZ, but MKZ is just like, all right, I'm cool under pressure. Finish this one off. Snox is down 5 against 4. MKZ is going to find himself in trouble again. FaZe staring at him, didn't take the shot. MKZ knows he's there. And a switch from the sniper into... Nope. All right. Keep switching back. Don't worry
Just
about
kidding.
it, man.
He's going to switch again. Nope. It's like a Central Plaza into...
It looks like A right now.
Both sides. Beck comes in. FaZe's going to pick up a couple of kills. HDZ is hanging out here in mid, and at least Creed's going to get that one down. HDZ able to push onto the site here as Pietro trying to join up from spawn. He's going to go back to entrance, going to shoot Creeds in the back, who had no idea. That was a very nice kind of play where they split off in two directions, and you know, it's like, let's split up. They won't be able to chase both of us, and actually, it kind of worked.
Yeah, I gotta think, like, HZZ seems to be like in these positions where he just stares down the GV guy before firing for about 20 seconds, and then he's like, "Oh wait, you're on GV. That's what I was doing.
I gotta shoot you. Okay." The thing is, it comes down from the top, right? So you gotta ask Pietro first. And if Pietro says it's okay, then of course, then you can get, you know, the clearance to go ahead.
I never thought professional crossfire would be like an office job.
Yeah.
Sir, can I have permission to fire? No, hold on. We have to take it to committee.
Yeah.
Yep.
You gotta ask everybody above you. 7 is a really cheeky spot. Doesn't even need to show himself, actually.
Yeah, Pietro was kind of like, they were kind of dancing in opposite directions, right? One went right, one went left, and then Pietro unfortunately found himself at the end of someone else's barrel. But Snox is down. Beck down on the side of UNKNIGHTS, but now it's 3 against 3. HCZ very, very hurt. Again, HCZ was up in that window, but gives up that position. And he's deciding, you know, sitting on top of the cubicles, does jump back in. MKZ takes up that position. Probably better someone with a bit more health takes that. HCZ is falling up. MKZ walks into a room. Creeds takes the hit. Almost pedestrian there on the side of GV. But 7 and FaZe, they have to move quickly. MKZ is down. But is there going to be enough time to defuse this bomb? It doesn't matter. UNKNIGHTS take another round.
That they do. They will move ahead 2-1 in a pretty strong start here. As it looks like we may have a little bit of trouble, and we'll have to hop back into another lobby. But yeah, UNKNIGHTS, they're getting across the line. Again, their compound looks strong. Their port, you know, surprisingly looked very strong. But now coming onto their map pick, they seem quite comfortable. GV came out with a big rush on the first map, and they just barely got across the line. You remember that, I think it was Beck was like trying to run around the map and see what angle he could get, where he could plant, and kind of ran out of time. But once UNKNIGHTS kind of control the tempo and they're the ones attacking, it's all them all the time. And their entries have been quite solid. And it's not like one guy's doing all the work. It's kind of like they're coming in like a snake. You know, there's like one guy in front, and then you got his partner right behind him. And even if the front guy goes down, the second guy shoots the guy who shot the first guy. And it all becomes an equation from there.
Yeah, but there have been times where it doesn't seem to work out quite as beautifully as that. You know what I mean? Like, one guy will get shot, and then they're like, "Well, I didn't see where it came from. I'm just gonna go rotate to someone else. Like, don't worry about it. I'm gonna rotate to this guy, and it's someone on GV." And it's like, well, okay, you can stick to him, but it would be better if you put a bullet in his head. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That second round especially got really confusing.
Yeah.
I feel like both teams were like, where are they? I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure HDZ was behind, was it Awesome or Snox or someone like that? He was there for ages.
Yeah.
It felt like an eternity. And yeah, I think the confusion of the battles just kind of got to them because they had no idea they were standing right next to each other.
Maybe he was just trying to wait until, like, perhaps one of the other GV members also came in there so he could get, like, a 2-for-1, and he was just, like, biding his time because he knew he was unseen.
Yeah, but unfortunately, if he came from the other direction, then, like, he's going to be
You're
face to
gonna
face.
die.
Yeah.
True.
It's like being a kid in Halloween where one person is dressed up in a costume and you don't know it's your best friend.
Yeah.
But turns out he's on the enemy team for tag. You know, like, we are friends, but, you know... Yeah.
That's true. I thought you were going to say it's like Halloween and there's like too many houses to go for. So you're like trying to go to too many houses, but in the midst of it, you get confused and then you like don't hit as many houses as you potentially could have. Because you're like being greedy and trying to like get 2-for-1 in some angles. And
yeah, but how does that happen? You plan a Halloween route months in advance. You know which houses drop the best candy. You've only
got
hit
the maps
those houses.
ready. Yeah. You've done practice runs. You do it costumeless as well, just to make sure, and then you do it costume.
Yeah, but that house that last year only gave, like, fun-size Mars bars, this year is giving out full-size Snickers, you know what I mean? Like, that throw is spanner in the works, and I feel like that's how HDZ was, you know?
Yeah.
He found the house that gave fun size last year, discovered it's giving full-size musketeers this time round and doesn't know where he's going.
He just gets lost in the sauce. He's like, oh God, it's too much chocolate. I can't handle it.
Anyway, we're back in this one after that brief intermission. And we're back on board with UNKNIGHTS.
UNKNIGHTS.
I thought you were going to go for Unhalloween there. I was so scared.
Unhalloween. UNKNIGHTS on Halloween. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what they decide to do this time. A lot of it's funny actually. A lot of the Chinese teams actually, when we go to like the full international competitions and stuff, they oftentimes have big skirmishes in a room, whereas in other regions they just totally ignore it sometimes. They just try to hold down the site. Ooh. And that means that UNKNIGHTS gonna get free entry into A.
Yeah, everyone on GV were waiting for pillars, and that's just opened this window up for UNKNIGHTS. Can they capitalize? FaZe is very, very hurt, but Pietro is the first to go down. FaZe goes down next. HCZ is out. Awesome. Very, very low here.
They gotta push through smoke and through multiple members, and Beck is lurking in mid. They had no idea, but Creed does get in. There's still time. As they try to take down Beck, there's just one left. It's MKZ. He's on long. They should know. They do know. That's 2v1. He's gonna try to stick it. Can MKZ get in? No, he cannot. The defuse will come in. And GV back on the board. Tie it up 2-2.
Yeah, this is fascinating back and forth, but this is exactly how Port started, right? It started back and forth, and then the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th rounds went to the side of UNKNIGHTS. Will GV be able to do that this time round and give themselves the advantage? And we can see a very aggressive push by GV through pillars, moving down towards B passage. Are they gonna go all the way down to the spawn? No, they're gonna rotate over to central passage, get those eyes, throw the smokes, but UNKNIGHTS are nowhere near there. No one is on A. A is a completely open door right now. Yes, Awesome is looking in. It's one person.
Let's see how it goes.
And Beck's going to try to get the rotation as soon as they know this push is coming.
Yeah, Beck might just be swarmed here, or he could get some critical information. As Awesome, looking the wrong way, buddy. Your entire team is in mid. As, okay, a couple of nades come in. They do know that Beck was up there in the tower. But it's still another plant onto A, and this time it's 4v4.
Make that 4 versus 3. MKZ goes down. Can UNKNIGHTS hold this position? Pietro, wonderful spot there. HTZ and HCZ. Chilling. Ooh. I'd like to see that. Push up here is punished heavily, but it's Pietro against FaZe. Does Pietro know he's there? He does. He has to defuse the bomb. Oh, he doesn't have it! Oh, he ran out of ammo at the worst possible moment. Pietro kind of dropping the ball there. Oh.
That is the worst feeling for Pietro.
That feels
that
like
never happens.
That feels like revenge for last time for the ninja defuse, right?
It does. It absolutely does. It's like the one thing that feels worse than a ninja defuse. It's like, oh, he just ran out of bullets, pulled out his knife to try to get in there and do something.
If he just ran straight with the knife, he'd have probably got that before the defuse went off.
Yeah, probably. He's like, well, I can just kill him with 2 bullets in the pistol. Well, it turns out he needed 3.
All right, so hey, MKZ is down, and we're on board with FaZe here, taking a look at those angles. Not really seeing much, but, you know, UNKNIGHTS, somehow they knew there was no defense on pillars again, and they went that way. Whenever there is a defense on pillars, UNKNIGHTS go A. When there's a defense on pillars, when there's a defense on pillars, UNKNIGHTS go A. When there isn't, they go B. And it's like, how did they get that information? HDZ is reading them like a book.
Yeah, definitely. But still, GV stacked on top of the site at least. It's kind of been their MO outside of pushing into pillars. As UNKNIGHTS now considering a bit of a rotation here. A has been treating them nicely outside of some, you know,
shenanigans.
Running out of bullets with 2 seconds left on the defuse. FaZe is going to hold on to this angle. They're just going to go straight into Squad here, excuse me. It's awesome, though, is right in position. And it's going to spray a couple of them down. HCZ, the H brothers are actually doing a great job here. 2v2, that nade might get him. Nope, not quite, as HCZ trying to poke out and get the pistol kill. Not going to happen. GV, 3 rounds in a row.
Indeed it is, and it's looking good for GV. They seem to have it sussed out at the moment. That's 3 back-to-back, and they are 4-2 up overall. But UNKNIGHTS, will they be able to come back from this? Like, it is one of those things where when you start losing a couple of rounds on the bounce, it can feel really, really deflating, especially when it is your map. But we'll see. Well, just exchanging fire right now, not really getting any information.
Yeah. And, I mean, at least UNKNIGHTS were able to turn it around after losing 4 in a row on port, but that was a very different situation where they were very much ahead and in the lead, and it felt like, okay, we're 1 round away from getting to at least extra rounds, so it felt like a much more serviceable position, whereas this, it feels like GV are running away with the map. So, certainly, UNKNIGHTS, they would love to take this round, try to stem the tide of the bleeding. Creeds, though, is going to push out into mid and try to take a trade here. HCZ does get 1, but this is going all the way up GV. They surround them from both angles, and HDZ is alone against 4.
Yeah, and when you're alone against 4, you don't really want the sniper on this map, and that makes it 4 in a row. So yeah, we almost have exactly the same situation as Port. Almost exactly the same.
Very similar, yeah. Well, UNKNIGHTS are being stopped at every turn now.
Oh, pillars. Oh, Y7 just managed to get it through, but 2 down on the side of GV. Pietro dies for 2 of GV, and that is a trade you will take every day of the week. 1 for 2 in a game like this. Creeds, Awesome, and FaZe have quite a bit of work to do. I thought we were on board with someone from UNKNIGHTS there, and I was like, oh my goodness.
How did he get
do
there?
that? Yeah.
How does he do it?
So they're not trapped in pillars. There is always the retreat back, but Beck waiting for that beautiful trap to unspring, unfurl, and catch a nice GV player in that snare. So Creeds and Awesome, last remaining 2. 2 against 4. They're going to creep round. Will this catch them unaware? No, they know exactly where they are. Creeds moving around. Do they know both of them are there? Awesome. Maybe trying to get... No, I thought they were going to try and get a wraparound, but they're going to take defensive positions. 1 in server. Beck might be in trouble here. He is running up against Awesome. And we all know how servers is so hard to break. Beck taken down by Awesome. What a position. And servers, the server curse is coming up clutch again. Oh, what a flick. And it's 1 against 1.
HCZ, it's going to be difficult for him up against Awesome. He's really feeling himself right now. 1v1 against this guy. Nobody would want to do that as Awesome peeks the corner. The spray is not good, and HCZ will take him down. 12 HP left as UNKNIGHTS barely limp across the line and pick a round up once again. They are sticking in this, fighting tooth and nail.
Yeah, that was looking signed, sealed, delivered for UNKNIGHTS that round, but it all kind of fell apart until it didn't. And, you know, they did manage to hold it up. So what we're seeing now, again, is another reset. Another just poking. More of this really seems to help. But I think they know FaZe is there because they're aiming directly at him. And that's usually the position they would take if they're guarding that down. But did they know? Did they spot him? Did they peek him? It really looks like they did. They know someone's down there. Mm-hmm. Do they know it's 3 roughly?
Well, UNKNIGHTS might just look to push through mid here. Not a lot of action, as HDZ has been kind of going up into this tower oftentimes and trying to get as much information as possible can be difficult on this map that's relatively spacey, right? There's like way too many angles to check, but not because it's a very claustrophobic map, but more just because there's like so many different areas on the map. Like you can check all through Central Plaza and there can be nobody there, but there's like 4 people in the spawn because it can be difficult to check all those angles. So let's see, as they're gonna set up here in mid and choose a direction.
Yeah, they're going to be able to be successful in their movement through mid, and they're going to go, looks like, yeah, they're going to go into servers, but it's such a hard nut to crack, and that is exactly why 7 with the triple kill. Creeds finishes up 4th, and yeah, servers, such a hard position for the Blacklist to take.
Yeah, very difficult, and it seemed like they didn't even know where 7 was. Like, the 3rd guy was hopping in, not even checking that angle, and so maybe a breakdown in communication as they tried to push in frantically from mid into B. So GV looking pretty confident after that half, and that they should be. 6 rounds, definitely a good score here on the GR side of Compound, able to hold it down. But now UNKNIGHTS will get their chance on this side. Kind of curious to see how it's going to go. A lot of those rounds were extremely close. So even though it's 6-3, it looks very dominant here to the side of GV. Still, I mean, there were a couple of rounds, maybe even 3, that UNKNIGHTS, you know, 1 or 2 things go their way, and maybe they're the ones in the lead.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's 6-3, but 6-3 feels, you know, 6-3 in the first match, the first set. That felt an overwhelming 6-3. That felt like, you know, Lazarus were just going to dominate everything.
Yeah.
This 6-3 feels a lot tighter. The teams feel much, much closer. And it's really weird how the same scoreline tells 2 different stories. You know what I mean? 6-3, yeah. It's the same score. How can it tell a different story? But seriously, this one feels very, very tight.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I think either of these teams could take it from here. Obviously, GV in a more comfortable position. Let's see how their Blacklist side looks. And what are we going to see? I feel like in terms of variety of strategy, the GR side kind of has a little bit more in terms of like what you can do. You can push into pillars. You can try to get aggressive in Central Plaza. You can just sit back. There's so many different angles you can take on the defensive and passive side. Whereas on the Blacklist side, it's kind of like, well, are we pushing pillars? Are we doing like mid to somewhere? And then sometimes you'll get like stacks on a long, but that rarely happens. We saw it once earlier on. So what is going to be the choice here for GV? Looks like pillars for now. We didn't see a lot of B pushing from here from the side of UNKNIGHTS.
HDZ has been found out as HDZ takes quite a beating as well. Do they know that they're in pillars? Because there's no rotation that way, so I think maybe GV were expecting UNKNIGHTS to rotate down and around through Central Plaza towards pillars and try to cut them off, because this rotation they did now over Central Plaza would have been excellent in that situation. They would have cut them off at the pass. But UNKNIGHTS are just holding their position. Pietro and Beck making a wonderful kill zone here as Beck does go down. Pietro goes down. It's 2 for 2. 3 on each side. HCZ, HCZ, MKZ. That's too hard to say.
The Z brothers.
The Z brothers. We got the H brothers
the
and the
Z brothers. Notch gonna push in. HDZ is isolated. And his teammates not really in position to help, but they rotate pretty quickly. MKZ with the spray. They can't quite get the kill on the phase, unfortunately. And HCC is very low as well. GV looking strong here. 3 health and a dream for the side of HCC. He does get 1. There's a headshot. Still 20 seconds. They got to get this bomb down. It looks like they are just about to do that. The spray, decent. But again, really asking for a lot from HCZ here. He's got to be careful not to fall out of that window, or he will die.
A leaf blows in from the side. It's like, no! Well, he's going to try to push into the cubicles here, and it's just not going to be enough. GV take the first in the second half.
Yeah, pretty strong push. I mean, at the end of the day, it did come down to UNKNIGHTS had a very strong crossfire at mid. This is something you see sometimes from the GR side, and they really took advantage of it. And it looks like they were going to entirely sweep GV, but GV, their gunplay was still good. They were still able to get those initial entry frags, and from there, a decently clean enough push onto A gets them across the line. As here they come quickly once again into A. Not a lot of utility usage this time. Will it work out? HCZ does get one, but Awesome pushing in. Pietro holding down the fort somehow, some way against a couple of members. So now Awesome will also go down. 7 is alone. He picks up 1 in mid, but now it's him, and it's like 5 health and a dream for him. A much more difficult dream this time.
Yeah, 7 is against 3. And I mean, that sounds pretty good, but 7 is his name, not the number of players on his team. Pietro jumps through the door, doesn't quite connect, but there we go. MKZ wraps around, closes it up, and UNKNIGHTS get 1 in return.
Yeah. Does feel like UNKNIGHTS have not been winning a bunch. They have gotten 2 of the last 4, but it's also 2 of the last 8. So, you know, definitely that streak of 4 from GV is hurting them right now. Hurting UNKNIGHTS, that is. A couple of snipers picked up here. 7 going to be moving onto that, looking to take some long angles here. Potentially reading a push from UNKNIGHTS, which is not quite happening.
Yeah, FaZe, how did FaZe get caught? That looks like grenade damage, right?
Yes.
So he did get caught out a little bit. It wasn't like last time. I think it was HDZ walked somewhere and got Pietro. Pietro walked out, got absolutely hammered by bullets, and then kind of just like walked out and was like, no, you don't want to go in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, FaZe taking a little bit of damage, nothing really bad, but it does look as though a push through pillars. Maybe this is just a quick poke, maybe to put pressure on HDZ to, you know, get him to do that call and get everyone to move over to servers, but it doesn't look like they quite... Oh no, they did bite, and they bit hard. Beck is there as well as, I think, HCZ? Can't quite see the top of the mini-map there to see who is in that position. They did bite. They have closed down servers, so GV smartly now taking Central, opening up their options, but also cutting off Pietro and HDZ, rotating round and through towards A. Very nice positioning here by GV. Do they ever want to give this up? Because normally we'd see by now a bit of a pullout back down into Central Plus, but no, we're going to get a full-on push into A.
Awesome is in. Oh, he fell. Not sure if that was entirely on purpose. Maybe just wants to take more passive area. I really liked his position there. I don't think they had any idea, but at least 7 able to help with that one as the bomb does get planted. It's a 3-on-3. Awesome still in this little nook there against the wall. Unlikely that they will check that as a bunch of sprays coming in. Let's see if they can actually re-enter this one. 7 out and long as well. Pietro checks for it. The spray comes in, but Awesome's still going to win that trade. Will he get another? I mean, the sprays do finally come in, but there's only 10 seconds left. And they have not cleared out long just yet. The double stack here easily defended for the side of GV, as UNKNIGHTS take a bit too long to retake that site.
Yeah, another excellent win there for the Blacklist, for GV. And it's looking game on. It is 8-4. And GV might just get this one in the bag, but HCZ down again. Awesome is very low because he's dead. 7 is very low because he's taken quite a few hits. But HCZ and Pietro, I mean, they're trying to do what they can, but it just looks like GV have them outgunned at the moment. Mechanically, they're looking very, very solid.
Yeah, they absolutely are. GV from the get-go, from the Global Versus side into Blacklist now. They have dominated everywhere. And now a lot of them stacked up looking to push through a room into A. Let's see if they do commit to this. As 7 actually in the sniper role. FaZe gonna push with the team. Maybe calling for that. 7 having a good half so far, and he's gonna hit another one. Picks up MKZ. And he's even gonna spot that push coming in as Pietro's he's trying to, okay, well they actually just take him out with the grenade, so now Pietro's kind of just out there in mid. But at least GV know his position.
Yeah, Creeds is looking to get a wraparound here. He's looking down the pipe. Moving now across over to central player. Where is he? He's not defending. He is going to get this wrap though. Pietro probably will be the first to fall if this works out the way that Creeds wants it. And it's 1 against 3, but he has them completely unaware here. Gets 1. He needs 2. Can he get 2? He gets 2. Can he get 3? He does! Creeds absolutely popping off there. And that brings GV to match point 5 times over.
Yeah, that's that's a crazy play. Amazing stuff by Creeds, and UNKNIGHTS, it's really unfortunate for them. They like finally get this round where they clear out the site. They're like, yeah, we did it. And then they just have no idea where Creeds is, and Creeds gets the jump on 3 of them really quickly as well. So really just came down to that excellent rotation, kind of outflanking the guys who were coming in from mid. And now GV 1 round away from bringing us once again to Black Widow. It's almost like it was meant to be. As okay, Beck right there with the spray though, holding on for dear life onto this map.
I was going to say, I think you might have written them off a little bit prematurely here, because UNKNIGHTS doing the job they need to do. FaZe goes down 7, last man standing, and not standing any longer. And that's 1 back. Now they got to string another 4 together to be able to take us to those extra sets.
Yeah, still a monstrous task ahead of them. Let's see if they can make it happen. Okay, he's gonna get that shot. FaZe now trying to pull out the AK, and he picks up 2 headshots. HGZ now head-to-head with 7. They both know where each other are. Just doing the dance around the pillars, but 7 is going to get the jump on him now. 4 against 2. MKZ, very nice flick there. Gets 2 actually. That was kind of insane. But now MKZ has to get 2 more.
Yeah, he's got all the resources to play with by the look of it, so he should be pretty good here. Defending the C4 as well. That's a good position to be in, and he gets 1, and 7 is very low.
Just trying to hop out with the pistol, get the quick shot. If the comms are good, he should know that 7 is low at this point. And 7 now, he's like, well, I've got a lot of time. Maybe I can rotate all the way around. And he certainly has the time to do exactly that. But MKZ, take a look at him. He's taking the very long angle here. So even if he does hop out of the window, MKZ should be able to get the jump on him.
Yeah, look at that. He's looking in tower, expecting him to be there. Isn't even checking, but MKZ has rotated too far. He's going to try now to go up the pipe, and that might just open things up for 7. But no, it's not. It's very tense. Is MKZ going to be so forebrained here that he has rotated himself into the position you'd expect him to be in? He could have easily snuck up on 7 there. He had the drop on him, but just didn't know where he was. 7, where is he going to go? He has picked up the C4, and MKZ just kind of gave up that position. He had the C4 covered.
Yeah, he absolutely did, but the mind games are thick, and it's hard to wade through them at this point. MKZ just hanging around A. He says, well, he's not pushing in now. He must be on B, or at least he's going to know that in a couple of seconds as this bomb just get planted. MKZ going to have to enter into the service here, 1v1.
Getting into service is so hard, but all he needs is 1 stray bullet into 7, and he'll take the victory. But he's got to do it on a time limit, and that's the biggest problem when you're trying to push this location. You have a time limit now, and you're going to have to eventually pull that trigger, and he does, and he gets him down. Will he be able to find the bomb? He does. He knows exactly where it is. It goes down, and UNKNIGHTS take a second.
Yeah,
3 more to go.
one round by one round. Started off as 5 the deficit, now it's just 3. You just do that 3 more times. It was a very close round, that last one. And it feels like GV should be able to close this out, but first map was 10-8 for a reason. GV were able to claw their way back. Will we have a similar scenario here? Because UNKNIGHTS are making this very difficult for GV to close out. There's another one-tap snipe from HTC. The push comes in, but they read it like a book. Everybody in position. The sprays are good as well. Awesome and FaZe, though. Excellent gun work, but HTC kind of insane on that shot. But again, it's still awesome alone against 2.
Yeah, and they know where he is by the look of it. You can see MKZ and HCZ circling him like vultures, but oh, MKZ caught napping. HCZ, last man standing. Ah! Oh! What a finish. GV, they do eventually close it up, but that was looking like a very unfortunate position there for the GV team, and they do manage to close it out.
They get across the line, takes them perhaps a little bit longer than they would have liked, but a win is a win. And at the end of the day, lots of smiles on their face now because they know that, okay, we beat them here, we go to Black Widow with some momentum, and anything can happen. Now GV able to prove to everybody that they were the better team, at least on this map. Pretty fun stuff. All 4 maps, the 4 maps that were chosen at least, were won by the opposing team that did not choose the map so far.
Yeah, it's definitely a reversal from what you'd normally expect. Like, you'd expect you to pick your strongest team and strongest map, sorry,
and win it.
And win it, yeah, because it's the map that you've practiced for. But we're gonna have to see how it goes on Black Widow. I love Black Widow as the final map.
Oh God, not this again.
Yeah, he hesitated because he was pulling the trigger. Nothing was coming out, and I think he just hesitated a little bit. Like,
yeah, it's like, wait, no way, really?
Wait, where are the bullets? They're supposed to be coming out this end.
I clicked the button, the gun shoots. This is what happens. 7, this was crazy too. Just tried to hop past, didn't work. 7 just cleaned everybody up, Creeds as well. And this was a really fun map. It was back and forth. GV mostly in control, but a lot of rounds were very, very close. Creeds on this, you know, a flank of the flankers. He is the master flanker this time.
That was just nuts. That flick there between the 2 of them. It's one of those things that when you see, you love to see. But MKZ kind of closing that one out very, very quickly. It was a map that, you know, he had to win. Like, each of these here, but awesome. Bam, 1, caught 1 sleep in. 2, caught another one, moving around, and that was enough to finish it up. But again, you look at the stats on GV, and those are some very solid numbers. I think they're very similar to the first map as well. Whereas there's a bit more variation on UNKNIGHTS.
Yeah, absolutely. This one was a pretty fun back and forth. You know, there was that one streak in the middle, but again, as we've mentioned many times, like round 5, I think round 6, definitely could have been UNKNIGHTS, and maybe we're like all tied up going into extra rounds, had a couple of things gone another way, but it wasn't meant to be. What was meant to be is another map 3 Black Widow.
Destiny calls. Every time Black Widow is that 3rd map, it's gonna come out. It's wonderful to see because, again, Black Widow is one of those maps where it just feels good to have a match finish on it because it's always a blast.
Yeah, it's just a very high action map, and there's a lot of cool rotations and attacks that you can do on this one, so it's a lot of fun. It's one that a lot of teams are practiced on as well, so generally you get pretty even matches, unless, of course, you're in the Americas division. That's a totally different story. UNKNIGHTS up against CV Esports, tied 1-1 so far, so we do not have a victor just yet. UNKNIGHTS doing a great job of challenging GV here as the underdogs, but the pressure is on as we move towards a 3rd map. Guys, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back for that 3rd map. Hello and welcome back to CFS I, and we are here for the third map between GV ESPORTS and, of course, UNKNIGHTS. And so far, it's been a very back and forth affair.
Yep, 100%. It's been very reminiscent. Like every time, like the first half of each map was almost identical. It was 6-3, and like it was 1-2, 1-2, 1 da 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 da. Like it was very interesting to see the symmetry. This time GV won out on compound, taking us to Black Widow, the map that seems to close out everything today.
Yeah. That is what the prophecy foretold, that today would have Black Widow 3 times for map 3. So you guys already know what map 3 is going to be in our third match today. It will be, of course, Black Widow. We don't actually know that, but
somewhere
we'll have to wait and see.
Somewhere the legendary sniper rifle has been picked out of the floor and has commanded us to play Black Widow. And UNKNIGHTS versus GV. Here we go. We have GV on the blacklist. We have UNKNIGHTS on the global risk side. So let's see how this one plays out.
This one should be interesting. I feel like the play style of both teams should be pretty nice on this one. I think maybe I'd favor GV slightly. I think that some of their long-range play through Phase and 7 has been a little bit more inspiring. Although that's not to say that UNKNIGHTS were particularly poor at that. But yeah, I think I'd just favor GV slightly on this one. As a bit of a stack here on short as they push on in. 7 gonna get that first kill. Making quick work of the guys. Knox also getting one. HDZ with 1 snipe, but this is another clean entry through. As a couple of members of UNKNIGHTS are there in mid, but Awesome is gonna make quick work of 1 and the second as well. So GV with a quick first round win.
Yeah, Pietro was very, very slow on the uptake there. He kind of saw them breach and didn't react until his teammate shot him. I feel like if he'd have reacted that half a second quicker, we'd have saw a very different initial confrontation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, UNKNIGHTS, I kind of liked their position, but when it came to the execution of it, was not very good. Just, you know, a couple of guys waiting for that push on short, but they just kind of pushed through the smoke a bit before UNKNIGHTS were ready, and then the sprays were a little bit frantic trying to catch up, and that they did not. MKZ up here in the back. I think against GV you would always expect FaZe to be playing this exact position. Not like every single round, but certainly not a angle I would often try to check unless I'm a sniper myself.
Yeah, very much so. And we do have a little bit of a run towards A short here. Is that going to be the line of play? It's looking like there's a bit of indecision. And again, caught out by a heavy grenade. 7 taking quite a hit. And look at this. Pietro under the floor, looking to get the hits. They didn't. I don't think they even recognized that he was under there. As he does get awesome. MKZ takes out Snox and then turns around and gets Creed. Make it a third of 7. What a quick burst of activity there by MKZ.
And they seem to know where FaZe is as well. MKZ going to pick up 4 on the round, as they were no match for him that time around. So once again, back in 4th we go. MKZ, that's what happens, you know, you just leave the one guy in the back there, the one angle you didn't check often is the one that catches you off guard in the end. HDZ is way out here on road looking to catch someone in mid, not gonna find anyone there, so he'll just back away for now.
Yeah, and again, like both teams now very spread out. It's the usual 2-on-2 kind of defensive line for UNKNIGHTS, but look at how spread out GV are right now. They're trying to get the information down, but it just looks like, again, UNKNIGHTS in that position where they're not giving anything away. They're not giving, like, you know, Beck is like sitting there nicely in storage, not giving it away. No one knows where anyone else is right now, but Beck does get caught out there. Takes quite a bit of damage as we're on board with Snox, but he doesn't go down. He does manage to disengage and get out of there quick enough. So he is going to live to fight another day, and Pietro gets down Snox.
HDZ's angle here, he's not going to see them until very late. He's looking to peek around the corner unexpectedly, and he gets the 1. Awesome, good on the entry, and he's going to pick up 2, but MKZ right there from the spawn to help out. Makes this a much easier cleanup for the side of UNKNIGHTS here. They don't even have to push in just yet. They can just wait until the plant comes in and go for the retake if necessary, up a man.
Yeah, it looks as though UNKNIGHTS were expecting maybe a rotation over to B, because they were sitting on the side and now they're slowly moving over themselves. Which way around are they going to go? How are they going to approach this retake? Because they have given up the position. The C4 is there. They can plant on A. And there we go. The plant is down. How is this retake going to work out? We have them coming through the alley all together. They're coming in as a 3. Can the power of friendship continue to carry them on? We see grenades coming out. We're on board with FaZe. Oh, it's gone horribly wrong here for UNKNIGHTS.
Yeah, that entry a little bit staggered. A bunch of the flashes catching him off guard, and Seven's going to put an end to that. Picks up 2 and holds down the site alongside of FaZe. So a very nice look for GV there. And some of these pushes quite clean as well. I mean, certainly HDZ had kind of the unexpected angle, and that looked pretty good to start them off, but was not quite enough. As now some aggression into water from the side of UNKNIGHTS. They're looking to change it up every single round, but GV at least able to read the play pretty quickly and keep a defensive stance.
Yeah, awesome. Completely disengages from that position. And moving around now towards that central passage, but I think he did pick up, yeah, he picked up the C4 as well, so he's going to be the C4 carrier. Moving up, are they just going to go mid? Would that be crazy if they go straight up central?
Just
through
run
central
it
doors?
down?
Just run it down. See what happens.
See, I mean, you've got a lot of rounds, right? You can just try one time. I like it. It's a great idea.
This is why we're not professionals.
That's why we sit here and not there. Yeah, here's FaZe. He's looking to check on this angle, but the smoke immediately in his face. There's 3 guys here from the side of UNKNIGHTS. They are absolutely prepared this time, but the utility comes in. GV 4 strong. 1 guy in mid, and that's going to be enough to hold it down. HCZ only getting 1, and HDZ isolated in the back, but he actually does get 1 kill. But again, low on health and alone, he will be taken out. That is another round to GV.
This is looking a very dominant showing so far for GV. Will they be able to close it off and continue this streak? They're 2 up right now. It's 3-1. So like 3-2 would be a good position for UNKNIGHTS. 4-1, I don't know how they're going to react to that, because that is a very painful position to be in.
Yeah, it absolutely is. MKZ waiting. As maybe a push is coming into B at this point in time. There's a lot of guys in storage, and UNKNIGHTS should know it at this point. Jason trying to come through mid. HCZ does get that first kill and make it two, actually. Just sniping one by one into the storage. GV are not even getting in just yet. Seven finally making his way in. But Beck able to trade. Now it's only two guys on GV, but they might just be able to get the job done, as the other two members of UNKNIGHTS are just not here.
Yeah, they are very separated, but they are going to get this nice little flank. They're going to get this wraparound here, come in from both sides and shut everything down. But they've stalled. They've stopped. Why have they stopped? It would have been so good for Pietro if he could have continued that push, but now he's waiting patiently. He does get peeked. He has been seen. He's going to slowly back away as if nothing ever happened.
Yeah, he's like, just pretend you didn't see me. I'm just going to leave.
Yep.
Like I was never here.
The teacher is 5 minutes late, therefore we can legally leave the classroom. Like that's how it felt. Like he's just sneaking out. And look at that. They've rotated each other to positions where you're very interested to see where they're going to move to. Like Pietro has rejoined his teammate. Awesome and Creeds are back together. It's a very interesting reunion right now because they're on opposite sides of the map and they still don't know what is going on. HCZ now going down south. He's going to make a big wraparound, but Pietro might actually get caught out by Awesome and Creeds. He spots them. He takes a couple of pot shots, but they know exactly where he is. They know he's in this window, and oh, what a wraparound. HCZ makes it there, and Pietro, HCZ actually got Creeds as well.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just able to flank them really, really fast. I mean, at the same time that GV kind of avoided them entirely, they get onto the site, get a free plant. UNKNIGHTS were right there. They read it, and they're able to be in position quickly, a lot quicker than GV were expecting. And that's kind of why, you know, especially they saw the one guy in the window, and they're like, okay, they're probably coming in the back, and then immediately they get flanked. So definitely throwing them for a loop in terms of the timing there.
Well, I mean, that flank could have happened 3 different times in 4 different ways. Like, it was all over the place in a good way. When I say all over the place, that's in a good way there, because it could have gone any way, and I think like other engagements might have gone differently. But Awesome does take quite a chunk of damage as posturing over towards B. Will they go for it though? That's the question. The defense is very heavy for UNKNIGHTS on B right now.
Yeah. And GV had been stopped there before, and we saw it kind of on the last one. But yeah, I think A, definitely a much easier site to hit. Might as well just try luck here once again. They do not have any control of long, so this is essentially just a 5-man short push. They're just hoping that this is not covered. HCZ does get that first contact, as he will report that so many members of GV are also alongside this push.
But look at this. We do see 7 here, holding an interesting position, cutting off any reinforcements, and is joined by Awesome, who does get taken down. He peeked a little bit too hard down central, but what an engagement there, and 7 gets the best of it. It is 3 against 1. HCC has a lot to do. Can he get 7 down? Yes, he can, but he takes quite a bit of damage. Now he's got FaZe coming up. Snox is there too. Grenades coming in. FaZe does manage to take him down. GV take round number 6.
Yeah, just not enough time to get all the way in there. The push through short was good, and even though HTZ did get that first blood, it did not matter. He's immediately traded, and everybody else tries to retake later on. They get wrapped up really easily after that. So GV in total control right now of this map. The Blacklist side has hit hard and fast. UNKNIGHTS honestly just have not been able to keep up so far, outside of, I suppose, the last round where they got that very nice rotation in from long.
See grenades coming in again, and GV sitting in a very aggressive position around that central door, but again, A looks like the play, but Beck is trying to make his way around and is going to bump into Creeds here. Does get the better of that engagement, so that's one down already, and he could wrap around the back, but he's not going to. Flashes are up. HCZ is down. MKZ is down. It's all gone horribly wrong for UNKNIGHTS. It's Awesome and Snox against Beck, and Beck is in no man's land. The C4 is planted, and GV have so much time to set up, and they spot each other. So that's going to slow it down. Snox peeking.
Awesome. Also, he's way in the back there, so he's just going to try to buy time on when he tries to go for the defuse. Just going to wait for the sound cue. As Beck, he did the first part of this. He's got a good idea, and he waits for it. And actually, Awesome peeks a bit early, and Beck is able to take that one down. So just barely, Beck is able to shore this one up for the team on another very close round.
That went from horrible to great for UNKNIGHTS. Like, it swung so heavily. That pendulum just didn't stop that game. But look at this, GV taking the worst of this engagement. Awesome and Creeds are down on the access road. And now they find themselves on the back foot again, and we could be looking at a very, very close 4-4, which did not look like happening a round ago.
Well, they have no idea Snox is here. As he's just trying to get more information before he takes the free kill. Snox goes down. They know exactly where HCZ is. So that gives, oh wow. I was going to say that gives him a chance. Vay's getting that kill gives him an even better chance, but then he immediately throws it away, just like the grenade that he threw into B to no effect.
Pietro knows where 7 is and has taken a lot of damage for his troubles here. So if he peeks this wrong, he's out. So he's going to try to move around. Where is the C4? He is carrying the C4, so Pietro and MKZ could give chase here, but do they really need to?
Oh, hello. And now 7's like, well, you got me. There's not really many places he can go without being spotted now. As, yeah, Pietro just going to keep on hopping back and forth. And try to get a read on which direction he will go. Says, okay, well, he's still in mid. Just biding his time. The flash comes in, and he might check and expect 7 to be in here. 7 might just go for the aggressive flank. Or flank by flank, I mean just aggressive check right through the doors. And yep, he will try and get punished immediately. So now, UNKNIGHTS able to tie it up a couple of big rounds in a row. And we're tied at 4-4.
Yeah, 3-1 was looking so bad for UNKNIGHTS, but they have managed to turn this around. And already we see massive damage on Creeds, basically eating grenades for breakfast. And it's not good for your health. Like, he is sitting very low right now. He is 3-7 in this one. And it looks like he will be making that 3-8, but we'll see what happens. We do see a push looking towards long A. Snox does try to get that vision, but just can't really see much on the side of UNKNIGHTS, who once again denying all the information possible. We do see Beck and HCZ, but look at this. MKZ trying to do what he can and kind of got HCZ caught up in the crossfire there as well. Who goes down? HCZ very low and is now dead. And Beck, all on his own, has it all to do. He does manage to get 7. Creeds, as we know, is very low. Awesome, very low. Snox is almost out for the count, and I think Snox and Beck just kind of high-fived each other as one went out the window and one went up the stairs.
Yeah, Beck, he's got to run it in right now. As, yeah, it's not going to happen. Snox just going to headshot him down eventually. And that will be the half. 5-4. We are all, I almost said it again, we're all tied up. Why do they keep doing this? We're at the half. We're not tied up. You can't be tied at the half. It's not possible.
I mean, we could decide that that last one was only half a point.
Okay.
If you want to be correct. Oh, massive engagement as MKZ gets phased down, and 5 against 4 with UNKNIGHTS looking towards long A, but I don't think they're going to push up there. They have dropped the C4, so someone will come around and pick that up later. They don't want to lose it in a difficult spot to retake it. So that's why they drop it on the floor as they trade back and forth. But MKZ does go down. Snox with the shot, with the headshot, gets that very important kill.
Yeah, a little excursion there. The two of them just going out on A road, seeing what they can see. They pick up a kill. And this information keeps on being given. I mean, UNKNIGHTS were able to get a lot of information through mid doors the last time around. And it's kind of funny on this team of GV, so many people can pick up the sniper. Like this time it's Creed's, probably because FaZe is dead. But still, he can do an excellent job on that, just as Seven can. Awesome did it in the past for LAZARUS when he was on that team. And let's see how this push is going to go. We got two members coming in through short. Ginter takes a bunch of damage, but he will pick up a kill alongside of his buddy HZZ. And now they have total control of the site.
Total control of the site. And Seven is in absolute no man's land and might actually get caught unaware by HDZ, who is so good at this. There you go. Caught completely unaware. What a position there by HDZ, just knowing that they're probably going to wrap around. And they hold A in a very strong position. Pietro, there we go. It's HDZ coming from downtown to clean that one up. And that makes it 5-5. So now we're all tied up.
We're all tied up. Yes, I really wanted to say that, I guess. I got it out of my system now for this map. All right. Here they come pushing once again. A lot of focus on A-long between these two teams, unsurprisingly. Snox comes all the way out of storage, picks up a kill early onto MKZ. That's going to get GV started off on the right foot.
Yeah, we do see down towards B-long. Oh, what happened then? Beck got caught by FaZe. So, nice shooting on that side.
Nice shooting.
Nice shooting. But we do see, again, it looks as though B is going to be the target this time. They're going to slowly make their way over to B. Are they going to full commit here, or are they going to have a peek, see some of the resistance on GV? Don't forget, it is 3 against 5, and all of GV are fully kitted out. They're full of health. Creed still has all his utilities. That's not looking good. HZZ takes a face full of grenades there. Does push out, but look at this. Seven gets the double kill on his unsuspecting victims, and HDZ, everything to do, gets one. Can he do it? No, he cannot.
Yeah, just jumping, pre-firing, not much that you can do with a bolt action. Just the one shot, and yeah, it's going to be 6-5. Now GV move ahead. A couple of early picks get them into good position in this round. And UNKNIGHTS not really mixing it up in a big way. Once again, just getting position out on a long. A couple of guys hanging back, trying to check to see if anybody pushes. And they'll go from here. But UNKNIGHTS, a little bit rough, it feels like, from the Blacklist side. Yes, they did win the last round, but wasn't that easy. Just came down to kind of a heroic push. And yeah, let's see how it goes from here. FaZe continuing to look down mid, trying to get that information. As will he spot MKZ up there? Looks like no.
No, I think it's that angle is almost impossible to see, I think, from that way to that way, but MKZ is going to be able to continue walking around this map. He hasn't been taken out. So you do see the team sitting very deep, but sitting in that position where you know they don't know. What a shot there by FaZe, getting MKZ through the doors and just shutting that down. And Carnage, GV want to try and push this one-man advantage right now, but Snox is taken out. Excellent gunplay there from HCZ, excellent control through the window, keeping it nice and steady and tying the team numbers up. And almost the hit point numbers, I believe, are very, very close as well.
Pretty close indeed. Awesome trying to get position here, trying to get information. UNKNIGHTS playing it very back on their hind legs. Just trying to buy time. Awesome certainly got some information, also got some bullets. But perhaps it's worth in the end, as now rotation coming in through mid. That's gonna, oh, very nice shot from HDZ, expecting that information gather. Awesome goes down as well. As UNKNIGHTS coming in real quick, reads, nice spray, gets 2. There's only 20 seconds remain. 7 is going to have to go in onto the site.
Is indeed. Beck gets down the C4. HCZ looking around. What can he do? Can he close this down? 7 looking around, peeking. He knows roughly where the C4 will be. But Beck could have got a wrap around there. They know. So now it's go time, and it doesn't even matter. HCZ gets the kill, and UNKNIGHTS bringing this back.
We're all tied up again.
6-6.
6-6. And GB trying to peek out, trying to get a little aggressive once again, especially with UNKNIGHTS really slowing down the pace of this map. You can tell that GV are trying to catch them before they make a move, before they get the jump on them in case they try to change the tempo and go for a push. We got 4 members of GV hanging around the A site with just 7 holding down B for now. And Creed's in mid, trying to spot if anyone is going to push.
Well, he might see the rotation coming out and seeing the dilly-dallying by UNKNIGHTS here, not quite committing to one side or the other. Where are they going to go? They are going back through the spawn. And it does look as though B might be their best option here. They are going to push up through B long.
Now let's see if it works for them. 5 people heading towards storage. And it's just 7. And still, I mean, not too much time left in the full scope of things, just over a minute. I thought he was going to try to throw a smoke through and try to buy some time, but he's just going to wait and get the kill instead.
Absolute patience there by 7 does get Beck down. So 4 against 5. Oh,
wow.
Woo! MKZ is down as well. And this is all unraveling very, very quickly for UNKNIGHTS. Tries to get the plan down. Pietro trying to do what he can. HCZ does get the plan, so the clock is ticking. But GV, I feel like they just have so much of an advantage that they could try to bum rush this now. As HCZ is down, Pietro, last man standing, who is not standing anymore. And GV take round 13.
It's back and forth, GV. Very dominant round this time, though, as 7, he gets the 1 kill into storage, and then he gets that crazy headshot through the smoke right as they're pushing in. It's all about that timing. And from there, they were easily able to clean it up. UNKNIGHTS, I feel like they kind of have to mix up their strategy a little bit. We're seeing a lot of rounds that look kind of the same, and, well, I mean, if you can hit shots like that, perhaps you should just keep it the same. HDZ now gonna get another kill. Just there with his H brother, and that's 4 kills out on a long, essentially. I mean, everybody's just going to the meat grinder over there.
I feel like whenever we talk about UNKNIGHTS and maybe something they're doing slightly off kilter, instantly they make you eat your words. It's like, you know, that round didn't go very well. Maybe they're a little bit off sorts now, and then it's like bam, 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 bam. All right, we're going to take this round very easily. Snox, last man standing. Can he do it? He has been able to do this in the past. He does spot Pietro, now HDZ, but yeah, I was going to say the wraparound almost too easy for UNKNIGHTS there, who take a round back, and once again, all levels, 7-7.
Yeah, we're all tied up. Getting it out of my system now, so I don't say it in the future when we're not, because this match is just that close. We keep getting tied up. 7-7 here. And this is the map to go to extra rounds. I mean, it is so close between these two teams. We swap the sides, and I mean, now if GV are able to go into this one, from the Global Risk side, pick up 4, and maybe we do just go into those extra ones. We'll have to wait and see. But UNKNIGHTS, again, taking it a bit slow. They do get HTZ out on long, and you can see this time GV have not really challenged there after the way the last round went. So they're going to wait and bide their time and try to take more control over mid. As there's one guy outside of storage, there's one guy towards road. You see that Snox is kind of playing in the middle. And they're just trying to play contact a little bit more here before the push actually comes in, instead of just rushing into them on a long.
Yeah, they just have zero information about where each other are right now. Like, this is one of the problems that you might face as UNKNIGHTS who are trying to covertly move across the map is, if you're moving covertly, the chances of you knowing where your enemy is very slim as well. So they are struggling for information. They might actually bump into each other now. MKZ getting shot at. I don't know if he quite knows where 7 is right now. He just knows bullets are flying in my general direction. I need to move.
And now they're swarming him. Everybody on the side of UNKNIGHTS comes over. Beck gonna pick up that kill.
Almost got taken out himself, though. He is very, very low right now.
Yeah. And where are they going to go from here? There's 35 seconds. I mean, these guys are using a lot of time just to kind of hang out. I mean, 30 seconds now. They're going to pick up another kill onto Awesome. But now they got to bum rush into A. Let's see if FaZe can put a little bit of a hamper on this one. He's not going to hit that shot, but Creeds will get 2. HTZ and HTZ get 1 apiece, and they don't even have to plant the bomb. They'll just clean up everybody that rotated on over. And for the first time in a long while, UNKNIGHTS have taken the lead.
Yeah, a very, very, very long while. It's 8-7, so still a couple more points to play for here. Will they be able to finish this one out, or more likely than not, going to those extra rounds that we need to finish this one, because this looks like it's going to go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, at least UNKNIGHTS finally got 2 in a row, the first team to do so in the second half, but it was not easy. It was like pulling teeth. A very difficult affair. Let's see how this one will go. As this time, UNKNIGHTS a bit quicker this time. We got 4 guys over towards the B site. And Pietro just holding it down. Remember, he's the IGL. He's kind of the one calling points, so he's going to hang out on the other side of the map, see what he can see on A, and kind of direct his troops in the right direction elsewhere.
Bit of an engagement here as HTZ is taken out, and that is one of the biggest indicators that a GV win on the round is coming. HTZ and HTZ, if they go down, the team kind of struggles a little bit to continue on. As HTZ there, I think it was HTZ, got caught looking, but Awesome is down, but HTZ is out. 16-3 so far on this map. MKZ trying to do what he can, but he is out as well. Beck and Pietro have it all to do. Snox, Creeds, FaZe, and 7 are all fully healthy. They have taken no damage, and they are moving as a unit. And look where the C4 is, and then look where Pietro is. Like, they're as far away from each other as possible. So Pietro gonna try to maybe get the drop on here. He knows 7 does peek in the right direction. If he wasn't looking that way, that would have been very, very bad for GV. But still sneaking around. Beck looking to plant. He could plant right now, but it looks as though they're going to move over to B. Feeling that this is a better position that the 2 of them can hold. And yeah, GV have no idea where this bomb has been planted so far.
Yeah, it's definitely a good call, as you mentioned. If you can get into B, that should be the choice. Generally, it's like, well, we got into A, we got to plant this right now, but given enough time and the information from mid, they do decide it. But now it's all up to Pietro alone, and they're just going to push him. He does get 1, but has to peek out as the bomb is being defused. So GB back on the board, and guess what? We're all tied up once again, this time at 8 rounds apiece. Is anyone going to take that extra leap forward, or will we just have to decide this in extra rounds? There's only one of those 2 options that can come true.
Absolutely correct. I was trying to think like, okay, yeah, okay. All right, here we go. 2 rounds left. 2 very important ones. Could somebody finish it off? GV haven't...
My guess is no.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say, GV haven't strung 2 together so far this half. So maybe UNKNIGHTS could unseat GV here and give us one of the first upsets so far. And Beck down first. Creeds is very low, but oh my goodness, UNKNIGHTS just collapsing here, unfurling to the aggression of GV, who shut it down, and they have 1 match point to play with.
1 round is all it takes. They finally string 2 in a row here on this half. A extremely clean round, and all it came down to was Creeds just lining up a couple of shots. He did it all by himself. Sometimes you just need someone to step up, and he certainly has on this map. He's been decent across the first 2 maps, but now he's really shining. He is on a big heater. And now all GV have to do is, you know, essentially hold a similar kind of stance. Make sure, you know, you don't make any mistakes. You check all your angles. They are leaving a little bit open in terms of A long, but to be honest, UNKNIGHTS haven't really pushed there for the last 2-3 rounds. So I think it's a nice read on the current situation, at least at the beginning of the round, as now you do see a little bit of a rotation.
Yeah, the rotation is coming through. They're pushing A.
And looks like we may have to redo this one.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems we're missing quite a few players, and no kills had been done yet, so
like,
no
wait,
one died.
What?
Yeah. If
All
one
right.
person died, that would have been bad news bears, but because no one died and no one took any damage, remaking the lobby is perfectly okay.
Yeah.
This is...
As it the timing of this, by the way, like the tension that we were building to this exact moment, and then
nothing. Yeah. We just...
And here we
collapse. I mean, the hardest part for this is, like, who are we going to interview next? It could literally be either team. I'm trying to think of questions that I would ask, like, you know, oh, if GV win this, like, what am I going to... I have no idea.
Well...
This has been knife-edge stuff between these 2 teams.
It may not happen soon. If UNKNIGHTS take 1 round and we go to extra rounds, might get like a whole extra bunch of rounds coming in here.
And you know what the worst part is for UNKNIGHTS, right? They have to go again.
Yeah. After this marathon against one of the best teams, if not the best, they're like, okay, well, go again.
We're going to take a 20-minute break, and then we have to go against 3BL and sort that mess out. Because if UNKNIGHTS win here, that momentum, that projection, that, you know, trajectory that they're going to be taking forward, it's going to be really important. It's going to catapult them through that 3BL game. If they lose here, we could see a collapse in that next match, because this has been grueling. This has been very, very tiring. You get your hopes up that you're going to win the map, you lose a map. Like, it can affect you. And if it affects UNKNIGHTS here going into that match with 3BL, I mean, 3BL, yes, they lost, but they have had so much time to recover themselves. UNKNIGHTS, if they lose here, have no time to recover.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on the players and their preference, but sometimes it's better to just, like, go straight into the next one. You're, like, warmed up, you're feeling decent, especially if UNKNIGHTS come back to win this one. Whereas 3BL, maybe from their position, it's like, well, we had to wait all this time. There's a long match in between, and now we're not, you know, we're not as warmed up.
We're not feeling it anymore.
We're not feeling. I lost my mojo. I can't play the game. But these guys are professionals, so they got to perform under any circumstance, and that they will. As we are nearing, getting closer, inch by inch. Or, you know, centimeter by centimeter, if that's your thing, as it is for most people.
Weirdly,
do you guys also
we
say
inch by inch, but in the UK we use both.
Yeah. So you guys are weird, but
yeah,
it's kind of like on the fence. You're not really choosing a side.
I mean, we use metric more because that's clearly the correct one.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you still use the other one too
We
because
still use imperial units, yeah. Because why not measure your weight in stones, you know?
yeah. Is that also imperial?
Yes.
We just don't
You
use
just
that.
don't use
we
it,
just
yeah.
like threw that one out. We're like, nah, that one's not good. Let's stick to pounds.
All right, I think we're going to be getting back into this one real
hope so.
soon. Because I don't want to have to talk about stones, man. And feet.
Yeah.
Feet doesn't make much sense.
The feet, yeah, generally not. But knights or unknights,
Okay,
can they make it happen?
I
Can
think
they
we're back
do it?
into it. We are. The sound is back up, and here we go. Can UNKNIGHTS take us to those extra rounds, or can GV close it out before we even need it? I mean, that's a shot. Snox. FaZe does get one, but Snox is out. MKZ getting the return. Is 4 against 4. All right, let's see what they can do. MKZ has been absolutely on fire. ACZ took a massive hit there. I think it wasn't. It was a hit, right? It wasn't a grenade. I think it was a shot.
Yeah, it was probably through the door, I would assume. And that was a pretty big risk they took to charge up the middle and actually challenge them in there, even threaten a push. Of course, not going to go for it. They didn't quite have the setup with the utility, but trading 1 for 1. At this point, to be honest, I mean, Beck has been a big boon to the side of UNKNIGHTS, whereas Snox is, hasn't been on top of the scoreboard. So maybe as GV you're okay with this, but at this point it doesn't matter. Maybe Snox was going to be the guy who's going to clutch it.
The reservation on the utilities for both these teams is very interesting because, when you see the international stage and you see the Chinese teams and the Brazilian, they keep that door smoked.
Yeah.
It
The
never
whole time.
sees the light of day. You never see anything there, but right now it's clear as day through there. But 7 gets Pietro, but HCC gets one in return. MKZ gets Crease, but awesome. Takes down MKZ. It's 2 against 2. And they are right on top of each other. A is the location for this. Are they going to be able to do it? The C4 is down, and we see HDZ looking, hunting for blood here. And he's going to find Awesome. Coming around this corner. Misses the shot, but gets the pistol. And that is massive. 7 needs to do all the work here. HCZ goes down. ZZ is the last one left. And it's 7 against ZZ. He just has to hold time. He just has to buy time. The C4 is down. He knows where it is. 7 has to do it. Wait until you hear the sound. He hears the sound. There we go! UNKNIGHTS take round 18, pushing us to the extra rounds.
I can't believe they clutched that. I mean, they were up against the wall. There were so many ways for them to potentially not win it, but HDZ steps up to the plate, hits a couple of huge snipes there at the end. Right as they're getting that bomb down, they get the bomb down and just barely hold on to it. Just massive clutch energy coming out of this team right now. And that, of course, means we will move into extra rounds. So, UNKNIGHTS back onto GR and GV back onto BL as we will run it back for 6 more rounds and see if anyone can make a decider here. These two teams, I mean, they drew 2 of their maps that they played in, of course, West, in the regular league, and now they're here, and once again, they're tying again. They trade a couple of maps. They tie on the 3rd one. We get extra rounds. It's just meant to be that this would happen.
If this finishes even at the end of all of this, and then
Oh,
somehow, some way, the golden round finishes even, because it just feels like these teams cannot possibly beat each other.
Trade grenade kills at the same time.
Oh, the dream.
And we get a 2nd golden round.
And it happens again and again and again, because neither of these teams can get the victory over the other, but we see a nice push here as GV look to be on the aggression. They are sitting in storage, looking for a way through. Creeds, AWSM, and Snox all poking through. Beck does take a little bit of damage, I think. No, he's actually perfectly okay. I thought he was tagged.
A smidgen. Maybe a centimeter.
Maybe a millimeter.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, there we go. Beck is down. He has now taken damage and took quite a lot as he does get piled on, but Snox is taken out by HCZ, who is on fire right now.
Yeah, the two H brothers on the side of UNKNIGHTS, they're just godly at this point. They're going to transcend knighthood at this point, or I guess unknighthood. And, okay, well, they stuck around there in storage for quite a long time. I mean, GV were sticking around. They used almost all of their utility. They have, I think, a flash and a frag here, and right now, MKZ is going to be the one who gets contact. He gets a kill, picks up 2. The spray, not quite there. He's nearly got him. That's 3, as MKZ alone, essentially, going to take down this round unless FaZe can kill 4.
Yeah, if he'd have peeked a little bit longer down there, he would have probably caught FaZe as well. That was the craziest part of that engagement is it could have been so much worse for GV, even though it was terrible anyway. But here we go. Peeking. It's a hard position to win when you are FaZe, who is getting chipped down and does go down. MKZ gets the kill, and first blood here goes the way of UNKNIGHTS.
4 kills to MKZ. Crazy stuff. Just holding down a long. Sometimes that's all it takes. As now, GV saying, we are going to take a long. Enough of this. Like going into B, that was too difficult. We're going to take the easy way. But actually, I love this from UNKNIGHTS. They say, okay, well, we feel the pressure on a long. We're going to take a road and say, okay, well, if you want to push through mid, you're going to have a hard time. If you want to push even in towards water, we're going to have that angle covered as well. And they're just taking a lot of the map, which is generally a very good thing. Unless MKZ gets kind of isolated here and GV are able to back off from that.
Yeah, Becca's there in support as well, and they are getting so much information. But MKZ is taken out as he pops around the corner, and Becca as well. Both players caught napping there. There's a bit of an engagement coming out between Pietro and I think that was
Snox.
Was it Snox?
Yeah.
And grenades flying in as HDZ does get 7. HDZ is on absolute fire right now. So is HCZ. This is insane. Oh, look at that wraparound by Talk of the Devil. HCZ puts his team in a commanding position as it is 3 now against 1 as HCZ gets another kill.
Just crazy stuff. And now Creeds has to push in here. He does not have the bomb. So he's going to have to come in here, guns a-blazing. I mean, there's not much time. 40 seconds, but you see that actually UNKNIGHTS have left it available. This is something you were talking about before, you know, kind of get position elsewhere and be ready to get the jump on him together rather than just kind of sticking on to the bomb. As Creeds will pick it up, and they are giving him the plant here.
Yeah, but HCZ might actually get an angle as he's coming around.
He's going to me. Oh, now he's not.
Oh, I was just about to say, if he peeks even in the slightest, HCZ is going to take him out.
Man.
And he does. 2 in a row for UNKNIGHTS in these, like, extra matches. This is extra rounds, sorry. Insanity right now. Where was this UNKNIGHTS 3 rounds ago? Like, they're dominating this.
Yeah, they're looking crazy. As now push onto long. They get MKZ, Pietro and Beck. They push out together, and it is a huge crossfire they get. HDZ, and even Pietro gets in there. It's just crazy. And now 7 is alone. He's going to get grenaded right as he's walking through. Just the timings that UNKNIGHTS are getting are immaculate. Seven goes down free. That is 3 rounds in a row. It is 12-9. Just 1 round would do it. Just 1 round on Blacklist gets UNKNIGHTS the victory.
I mean, the YOLO push there by GV just did not work out, did it? Like, whatsoever. They all got completely caught out. And it's not looking good. 3 match points now for UNKNIGHTS. Will they be able to get this one down? Will they be able to tie down their first win on a stage as big as this at the CFS I? That's the one I was looking for. CFS I 2023. They get their first match in this kind of tournament. They get arguably the favorites of the whole tournament, and they take a win. Can they do it?
They were all smiles. I mean, you can tell that the morale is really high there in all of their faces. And, I mean, again, it's just 1 round. It could be a lot of pressure because it feels like it's so close. But, you know, in CFWL, it was always a draw. We never really got to get this far. And finally, we have at CFSI. Now, like I said, just 1 round on Blacklist. Can UNKNIGHTS do it? They did it 4 times, I believe. It was either 4 or 5. I mean, like,
it was 5 on Blacklist.
Okay, there you go. HDZ. You've got a little bit of wiggle room because you do have this many rounds. And look at that. He just peeks in, takes out FaZe for free. A huge play.
Yeah, completely free. But MKZ goes down. That's one of the bigger hitters. Not the biggest, though. HDZ and HDZ, those are the ones that if they go down early, it's going to be very hard. Did they not peek the window at all? Did they not look down?
Generally, there's not someone here in HTZ. He's just lurking, getting info for the team. Picks up a kill with the pistol. He's on 9 health, but that still counts for a lot. Creeds takes huge damage as well. Here comes Beck on long, but he's not going to overstay his welcome. A big lead right now for the side of UNKNIGHTS. Remember in the interview video when GV were like, we're going to beat them with our experience. And then we get into extra rounds and UNKNIGHTS just absolutely clobber them. Like, when the pressure is highest, it's actually the team that has a lot less experience that is coming in hot.
Look, the plot armor is strong on UNKNIGHTS. The power of friendship, we all know how powerful that is. And he seems to be doing work right now as 7 does see Beck. I don't think he wants to reveal himself so soon, but he kind of has to. As HCC goes down as well. Make it all the time in the world there for 7 to line that shot up. He had about an hour of time there to make sure that he hit that shot.
Well, you know, just as I'm talking about experience, I feel like they skipped, they didn't check one box. As HCZ is trying to push in here, but there's just not time. I mean, it's 9 seconds. He would have to get the bomb implanted. They just didn't check the one box. They're like, there's probably not a guy here on B. There probably isn't. We don't have to check. And then 7 just pops out, hits 3 heads, and then they all get killed.
Always check your corners. Every corner. No matter where you go in, check your corner.
Never assume. Because it might put you in a bad position.
I was going to say, do you
That's
want
what they say.
Do you want to finish that? I know exactly what you're talking about. Do you want to finish it? Here we go. Oh, HCC. Very important kill here on Creeds. But 7 is the prize if you are UNKNIGHTS right now. He has 4 kills to his name in just that 1 round. So taking him out would definitely put UNKNIGHTS in a massive power position. We look at UNKNIGHTS positioning right now. They're still just feeling things out, trying to gather information. They're very spread out, not committing to any direction. MKZ takes quite a bit of damage, but nothing more than Snox has taken as well. So Snox, sitting a little bit low, is over protecting A. Stairs, I think. Or just to the doors.
The timing Snox going in, gets the kill. And now they're going to feel this pressure coming in onto B. They say, well, there's nobody really else around here, so we definitely have to get at least one guy on B and play some contact. He's going to hold the same position that Seven had before.
But surely they would know that that box is hot.
Surely.
Surely. You'd expect them to remember it this time round, but Pietro doesn't even look like he's picking it up. And it works out this time. FaZe and Awesome still hanging around. They still have this one down.
Yeah, they're going to hold on to it. They need to get this plant down, and that they should in just a moment. They're going to wait for the absolute last second. Hope that guys on the side of GV might poke in. Now the plant comes down as, HDZ in a bit of trouble. He's being hounded here by Awesome, who's trying to get the spray down, but HDZ with the pistol holds it. As FaZe makes his way in, he has to do this by himself as flashes are flying through. He's even getting flanked right now by Beck, and I don't think he even knows. FaZe gonna go down, and UNKNIGHTS will get it done. They pick up the 13th round, and they win up against GB Esports.
Yeah, 23 rounds that took to finally break the deadlock between these two teams. I mean, what a match we have just witnessed. UNKNIGHTS, first major tournament together, take one of the biggest scalps in the region. You can't even imagine it.
And that was pretty huge stuff. We are going to be hearing from Antro in a moment, and we'll have to see what he has to say about that big victory. No more draws, just hardcore back and forth map victories. They win on Port, which was GV's pick. They lose on their one of Compounds, but eventually finally pull out the win here on Black Widow. Has so many highlights. Like this video is going to be like 2 minutes long. There's just so many things that happened on this match.
The Day1 highlights video is just going to be this match. Like, seriously, so many key plays. And I mean, there you go.
Yeah.
And just giving himself enough time to defuse the bomb as well. Just everything about this match is everything you would want between two teams who have history. There's no real history between these teams. Like, it's just been a quality match beginning to end. And if you didn't tune in for the whole thing, Port went the way of UNKNIGHTS, Compound went the way of GV, and then Black Widow went to 23 rounds, but eventually UNKNIGHTS did enough to close it.
There were so many crazy plays that we had, and the guys on the side of GV as well, I mean, they talked about it in the interview. They're like, well, on the side of UNKNIGHTS, there are a lot of great players. Like, they have the talent, they have the ability, but we're gonna win through experience. We're gonna win through, you know, our pedigree. We're just gonna come in here, and we're GV. We are these big names, so we're just gonna win. And it was really close. I mean, they almost did just play better and outplay their opponents and win, but UNKNIGHTS once again put up a huge opposition and just made it a really fun time, and they made it theirs. They used the power of friendship, the power of teamwork to come together, get the job done.
It really feels like HCZ and HDZ popped off a lot more than their KD represents there. Like,
it was so close, right?
That feels wrong. Like 1.2 and 1.0, it feels like somewhere there's a decimal place in the wrong spot. Like HCZ actually got 12. Like,
yeah, 12 KD for sure. It was 24 and 2.
Yeah. Perfectly fair. But no, seriously, it feels like that was a dominating performance by both of them, but the whole team have just been able to support each other when one isn't having the round of his life. someone else on the team is, and that's exactly what they needed. And we talked about the power of friendship. That's exactly what the power of friendship is, isn't it?
Yeah.
One friend is a little bit weak now, and then everyone picks them back up. But HCZ, I think, is that ZZ?
Yeah.
That looks like H3, but HCZ is your
it's a
MVP.
Cool font. Okay.
I can't read, man. Cursive. Who reads cursive these days?
No, it's just something cool we do here at CFSI. Yeah, so a very fun back and forth series we did just have. But UNKNIGHTS, a very awesome win that they were able to pick up here. I didn't mean to use that as they took down awesome, but sometimes that's the way it works with language. And yeah, just a really cool one. We are going to hear from Pietro in a moment, and we'll have to see what he has to say. It's definitely a big moment for him and the guys over at UNKNIGHTS, so will be cool to listen in.
Yeah, if that was me, I'd be celebrating right now because that is the biggest scalp in this region.
Well, guys, we have the interview ready. Let's hop over to that right now. Pietro, congratulations on a big victory tonight up against GV. How do you guys feel about, in CFWL, you drawed 2 times, so you didn't quite get an opportunity to get the win, but today you did get it. How does that feel?
That feel really good. Like we were ready for that match. We are not that much surprised, but it feels good that the effort are paying.
The power of friendship, we were talking about it during the cast. Like, you guys, as you said in your videos, you're all friends. How does it feel to take down the biggest name in CFS West?
Actually, it feels good, but it's not the end of the road. So we're gonna keep focused and keep calm for the next match. And our objective is not to be last. So we're gonna try our best to win every single match. But I really appreciate that match.
Yeah, it's definitely a big result for you guys here in the group stage. You get the 1 win, and now you have 3BL and Lazarus. Is there any expectation for the next matches? You got to play one here in just a moment. Do you guys think you can take another big win here?
Of course we can, but it's gonna be a tough match. So I think both teams can show up and win that match. So, but we're gonna try our best to win it.
One last question. Are you feeling fatigued at all after that? Because that was an absolutely forever match between the 2 teams, right? It went all the way. You feeling good?
Actually, we feel okay. We feel okay. We are ready.
It's good to hear.
All right, that's awesome. I hope you guys are warmed up now after that marathon. Congratulations on the big win, and I am excited to see you guys up against 3BL. Good luck in your next match.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the interview, of course, Pietro. So, as he said, he's ready to go. They're all warmed up after a 3-hour warm-up, and they will have 3BL Esports, who, of course, probably sitting at home watching that match, trying to prepare.
How do you prepare against what you just saw, though? That's the thing. Like, that was
scary.
Insane.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're still ready to go, like they've run a marathon, they're like, why not run the Ironman? why not run an ultra marathon? Like, we've done 26 miles, let's do 100.
Yeah, these guys are pros. They practice more than this every day, but this is the big show. So we'll have to wait and see how UNKNIGHTS will do up against 3BL Esports. That will be our 3rd and final match of the day. But first, guys, we'll take a 20-minute break, and we'll be right back for that match. Hello and welcome back to CFSI. We are here at the EUMENA division, and so far it's been 2 matches that have gone the distance. We're about to jump into our third one, which is 3BL up against UNKNIGHTS, who just played one of those marathon matches against GV, which they did win.
Yep.
But now, who's going to take it here? Will it be the very warmed up UNKNIGHTS, or will it be 3BL, who have had some time to rest?
3BL did go down in their first match today against Lazarus, so you gotta think maybe they can bounce back. They are a team that are, you know, storied. They're experienced. They are amongst the best of the teams. But UNKNIGHTS just took down GV, who are the best.
Yeah.
It's anyone's call. I don't know if this one is gonna go to a set 3. I think whoever takes set 1 takes the match.
Yeah, maybe.
And I think they're
Or
gonna
we go to Black Widow for map 3.
Black Widow round 1. Let's go. I don't even know the order of the maps at the moment, but I'm going to say Black Widow first, Port second, Black Widow third map again.
I'm going to say that Port is banned. Because honestly, UNKNIGHTS look pretty good on that map.
Yeah.
You know, if they were able to take down GV, who were undefeated up until this moment, or not this moment, but you know, about an hour or 2 earlier. Either way, Lazarus, as you mentioned, they did take down 3BL, and UNKNIGHTS just took down GV Esports. What does it mean? Where does Lazarus fit in this equation? Is Lazarus better? You know, if we do the math, Lazarus lost to GV in CFWL finals, and then you have UNKNIGHTS who defeated GV, so UNKNIGHTS greater than GV, greater than Lazarus, greater than
So what
3BL.
you're saying right now is UNKNIGHTS are the unofficial champion of Crossfire.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
The unofficial, they beat
But
the champion.
perhaps today they are in the best form.
Yeah, they are looking hot. And I mean, 3BL, they had an absolute stomping to deal with against Lazarus because they got... Black Widow was not there. They got 7-0. The first 7 rounds went to Lazarus, and they just didn't seem to be able to come back from that. But they are a team that can do it. We know they can do it. We've seen them do it before. We've seen them dominate teams around them. Can they do it now? That is the question. They have to have that mental fortitude to come back and take it.
Well, they look like they're in pretty good spirits, which is a good sign. A couple of waves to all the fans as we take a look at some of the stats from today. You know, not bad, but certainly I think a little bit reliant on Alucard at times, and then when they needed him most in map 3, he kind of fell off, so it was like some of the other guys were trying to pull the weight, but it felt a little bit too little too late. As, you know, they definitely have the ability, as you mentioned, but they are going up against a team that are coming off a big win. They're all hyped up. They're feeling good. They're warmed up. They just beat GV, especially HZZ and HVZ. Really, really impressive performance.
And the best thing is, this is their debut season here. This is their debut major tournament. And they come out and make a statement like that. And look at them now. How could they not be happy? They took down the champs. And now they're against 3BL, who come off a crushing loss. But you look at those stats, and those stats,
well, it was a close match. Yeah. It was a close match, and still HZZ was able to get 1.3 KD over that, over those 3 maps. It's kind of insane. So, yeah, just really good stuff, and just curious to see if they will be able to continue with this into the next one, as Alucard up against HZZ.
And what's crazy is HZZ maintains that KD over 57 rounds. That's how many.
Why, you did the math that fast? Wow.
It's
impressive.
It's called going to elementary school, my friend.
No, I mean, that's impressive.
All right, so check it out. We have Eagle Eye banned, Mexico banned, Subbase first, Compound second, Ankara, Port, and Black Widow to finish.
Widow! It's happening!
Oh.
We're going to map 3! It is decided. All right, Subbase comes out. So that's a different pick here for them, for 3BL that is, because they picked Ankara last time. But that was actually left up, and they still picked Subbase here. So different look, and we actually see Blacklist selected by UNKNIGHTS. Maybe wanting to come out here fast, definitely a good map for it, for Subbase. And then they just go ahead and pick Compound. They say, well, you know, we lost it against GV, but GV played well. It was a fluke, maybe they will say, if they were 40. And then, of course, Black Widow, which nobody's surprised about. We all knew that was going to happen.
It was written in the stars. It was written in the stars.
Yeah.
But no, seriously, like, Subbase first is going to be interesting because we've seen how other regions handle Subbase, and it's kind of different in Europe. Like, you look at China and Brazil when they play Subbase, it is all-out warfare. Everyone's peeking down the corridors. Like, through the doors is like an absolute slaughterfest. Whereas EU, sometimes they play it a lot more conservatively, and it's going to be interesting to see how UNKNIGHTS, as the newer team in this selection, will handle that. Will they be able to, you know, perform well on that stage? Because it is a very tricky stage to play.
Yeah, it's not easy for sure, and you can see here it's a rematch from the playoffs, which 3BL did win 2-1. And, of course, this... not this exact roster, but, you know, the spirit of what was Team Myth, now acquired by 3BL, did, of course, win CFSI last year. So, trying to come back here and defend their title, essentially. Will they be able to do it? Or will UNKNIGHTS get on a bit of a roll?
Well, we'll have to see what happens. We have just a bit of teasing here. Just about missed that shot. Catching one there. Morris taking a little bit of damage, nothing too dangerous at the moment. But yeah, both teams just seemingly feeling each other out, trying to find out what is going on. Machine Room, that little hotbed of activity that it is.
Yeah, the Machine Room, the sniping that will happen down a road and stuff like that will be interesting to watch. As Alucard has always been a beast on this map from my memory.
Yeah.
He is pretty insane at hitting those shots through the doors usually, towards the A side. But as of now, he's just watching into lockers just to see if they actually do commit through, which they do. And Thompson's going to take down Beck for the first kill of the contest. That makes 3, actually.
Yeah, and UNKNIGHTS kind of unraveling here again. We've seen it a couple of times where they just, you know, they do kind of collapse all together because they stick so close together most of the time, especially early on in a map. And that is a nice shot there by Todzane. Only HDZ remains and doesn't remain much longer as 3BL take first blood in this match.
Yep, nobody dies. A flawless round to them. And yeah, UNKNIGHTS kind of starting a little bit slow. The push in the lockers totally red. The cleanup was quick and easy. Alucard, they're at the doors, the place I was mentioning before. Now he's checking into the vents to see if anyone is there. And this time the check from MKZ will work out into lockers as a different position was held there by Horus.
Yeah, so grenades come out, doors being covered. HZZ feels like the smoke is enough cover to maybe move into a slightly better position there to, you know, once the smoke clears, get that vision. But Travis is sitting pretty deep, and Pietro couldn't be any deeper on that C4. Trying to get that angle. Will he be able to get a peek? I don't think he will. I don't think he's going to be able to see much there. And if he does, it's going to be like a millisecond. So they are moving out. Pietro coming now over towards the A side. Will that be the push? As Beck takes quite a beating from Penguin, but Penguin didn't know there was about 4 people there and gets taken out. But Totse tries to get this. Oh! Sneaky Beaver around the back. Does get 2 before HZZ takes him out. And HZZ against Alucard. Alucard only with the pistol right now. Pistol and the sniper. Will HZZ be able to get the plant?
Yeah, he's just waiting, potentially faking a rotation, trying not to show until the last moment, which he does very well. And surprisingly, UNKNIGHTS are playing this map very slowly so far from the Blacklist side, which was their choice. I thought they'd come out, you know, guns a-blazing, but not just yet. Looks like HCZ should be able to get this plant down.
Just checking it out, making sure making sure that Alucard isn't peeking down there because he knows he has the sniper. Surely he knows it's Alucard remaining, and knows that if he just peeks a little bit too much, he's going to be picking his helmet up off the floor. He's hiding behind the missile. Coming around the back. HCZ almost peeked out at the wrong time there. Oh.
Little duck there. Oh, Alucard, so clean with the pistol, as always. And Mr. Reliable comes back, picks up yet another round for the side of 3BL. That one taking quite a while, but Alucard takes his time and just fires. He only needs one bullet. Puts it directly into the head of HZZ, who's not able to clutch it.
Yeah, Tutsi popping off this map. So far, he is 5-1, which is pretty nutty considering we've only had 2 rounds. It's a total of 10 kills, so he's got 50% of his team kills. And can he continue to build on this number? Grenades flying through those tiny little cracks that you get on this map, those tiny little angles. And look at that for an angle right there. He almost had MKZ headshot, did Totzane, but MKZ moved just at the right time. As ACZ is going to bump into Travis and instantly takes him out. Nice shot there with the sniper.
It's not an easy one, but he is able to land it real quick. Sometimes the best snipers are the ones that are kind of like like attacking snipers, if you will. Wow, he actually checked that angle. You don't see that every day. Totson hanging out next to that little box, but perhaps getting a little read that he was in there and in the area. Alucard, once again, solid as always. HTZ did pick up another kill, so that only leaves 2 members left on the side of 3BL.
Alucard at 3-0 and Horus at 1-1 against 4/5 of the make it 3, okay. So, UNKNIGHTS do manage to get 1 down, and it is 2-1.
Yeah, pretty good stuff on that engagement there. HTZ, a couple of big initial sniper kills, gets them into a position as now they're actually trying to attack Alucard, who's got a grenade in his hand. And at the end of the day, Penguin's right there to spray down 2 people. A pretty massive power of friendship play there as his teammate comes out, Penguin, and does the job.
Beck not having the greatest of maps right now. He's still 0-4. Can he bring this back and help his team out? Because right now it's looking like he's a bit of a drain. Maybe he is actually tired from the marathon, and the rest of the team are ready to go. But
Pietro looks great.
Pietro looks great.
He said he was up and ready to go. Maybe he doesn't always speak for the whole team. HDZ also looking fantastic.
Quick scoping there on Horse. So MKZ looking around. HDZ here. Looking out. Is that why he's announcing your position like that? Because your teammate just went down and all you've got left is a sniper. Where's the C4? C4 is still in a relatively safe-ish position, but I don't think HDZ is going to look to plant the C4. I think he's going to look to try and clear everything out.
Yeah, at least get some kind of initial kill and then perhaps try to run back and forth, but he's kind of running out of time. So he's just going to go for the bomb first.
Bomb first and plant B.
If he's got a read, stacking the site is definitely smart here. You don't want to get picked off and then have nothing to show for it. As he was definitely considering going into A, still could.
I think going into A would be a bad choice because usually you would see someone camping down by the stairs, which is very difficult to break. So I think B is the correct choice here as he's trying to find a nice little spot to hide in. Is anyone going to come through Travis almost showed just a little bit too much arm. Oh!
Wayne.
Yep, Alucard's down. Thompson's down. It's Travis and HDZ. Pistols at dawn.
Oh!
Moving on. Oh! He
He's
almost
buying
shot the right
time.
side. Oh! But is he going to have enough time to find the bomb?
Yeah, he's got it. Oh,
Oh!
kind of like jiggled it there at the end, but
this
yeah,
is
he
tight.
does. Second left. 3BL, just barely. Travis able to get that one. I liked what HDZ was doing outside of the two snipes. You know, just buying time, just hopping around the box, trying to delay as much as possible.
I feel like he could
Potentially
have
get the
had him,
win.
though. It really did feel like he could have had Travis there, but just couldn't quite get the coordination down to be able to face his opponent and bounce around that box. So could have been looking at a very different story. And Horus almost went down there to HDZ. HDZ just about missed that shot. But no, this is a very tight affair. Even though 3BL are 3-1 up, both teams playing great now. Horus again, almost peaking a little bit too far here. With Beck looking to get his first kill of this match. Will he be able to do it against Horus? They keep dancing in front of each other. As we're on board with HDZ. Penguin's nearby, but... Oh!
What?
How did he see that?
That was so quick. HDZ is just declaring that okay, it's not Pietro. He's going to carry this game by himself. He doesn't need any help. He nearly won the last round by himself. He's trying to win this one by himself. Travis trying to get the spray down. Alucard does not want to be outdone by his sniper opposition. And he might actually know that the bomb is down there, but smoke's come down, so it's going to kind of just be smoked away here. Penguin getting an important kill there on the road. HDZ once again getting aggressive up here on the stairs, and he's not going to hit it. Penguin takes his head off.
Yeah, and this is a very tough position to both break and defend because HCZ finds his way to the top of the stairs and pays the price for it. He could have just sat down here and defended the bomb, but decided to get a little bit cheeky and aggressive, and it looks as though it has cost them dearly as 3BL take another round here.
Yeah, another round that's relatively close. We saw that UNKNIGHTS were trying to grab as much position as possible and not get holed up on the site, but it actually cost them dearly. Penguin and Alucard both having some big performances as now, once again, Beck trying to get in there. They know exactly where Alucard is. He's got like no health. I think that's about 2 health here on the 3BL sniper.
Yeah, Beck could have got his first kill of this round, of this map, but not quite getting it done. Still sitting 0 and now 5 deaths. It's not looking good for him so far. But it doesn't matter if you get the kill if you get the assist, right? If you chunk someone like that, you're still doing your part for the team.
Mm-hmm. Just get the kill next time.
Yeah,
is what they'll tell you. HDZ is watching this. We have seen some action in the hallway already. Totson got caught there one time, and it kind of gave access to HDZ after that to peek in the one time, as we saw. This time, UNKNIGHTS going back to kind of what they did in the first round, which is a little bit of pressure in the lockers. They're not going to get caught off this time. They're just going to leave HDZ here.
I mean, that's absolutely fair. That'll catch any kind of movement if they do go push A, which it does look like they are. They have no one in windows right now. No one in AC. One down by the bomb, the missile. So where do they go? Like, I feel like they're trapped. Penguin does take a bit of damage there. Does that cause a rotation? No, it doesn't. But Penguin just cleans house as HCZ does get one in return. But Totson absolutely on fire right now. It is 4-1. Only Penguin has gone down on the side of 3BL and HDZ. All he's got is a sniper in a dream. It doesn't look like that dream is going to come true because this is almost an untenable position.
Yeah, he doesn't have the bomb planted this time. So it doesn't matter even if he gets like 1 or 2 clutch kills, he just doesn't have enough time. And so far, 3BL are really taking it to them. The round seemingly getting more and more in their favor as this goes along. So regardless of what Pietro said, it does feel like it's a little bit more sloppy. Like the push into this corridor. Okay, well, they heard me maybe. Not actually, obviously, just...
It does feel like every time you talk something like that, like,
yeah, they're like, no, we're good.
Yeah, we're fine.
We got this.
Yeah, it's every time we mention it too.
Yeah.
You mentioned UNKNIGHTS, oh, that wasn't a good round, and then they're like, meh, let's go win 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, they pushed towards computer and like nobody was checking the angle for Penguin. 2 of them got caught off before HCZ was able to clear the guy. So I was like, well, this is not really a good look, you know, on the aggression, on the entry. Nobody's really covering all the angles. Perhaps the communication not quite there, but...
He is completely free, by the way.
Yeah, at least they are ahead in this one, and they will get this plant.
Yeah, I mean, this is the freest B I think I've ever seen in Crossfire. Like, no one really has any vision of this room for 3BL. So they are going to make that move around, trying to send Tutsin all the way around, but he is going to be vulnerable for just a little bit. Now does decide to walk back to join the rest of his team, but he is in a bit of an awkward position to provide that support as Travis takes absolute bullets in the butt there. And yeah, UNKNIGHTS finally get their second round.
Yeah, just pretty by the book there. By the end of it, they had the extra numbers, and the side of 3BL, they came in a little bit late there. Not really much they could do at that point, as already there was a big advantage going to the side of UNKNIGHTS. So 2-5, finally a second round here for the side of UNKNIGHTS as well, which, you know, it's not their map pick, but they picked the BL side in hopes of potentially getting a good start, a healthy, fast push in, but instead it's been a little bit of apprehension and kind of relying on 1 or 2 people to clutch it at the end of rounds after they get behind. So not quite the look you're hoping for UNKNIGHTS. And 3BL, they did their homework. They have come in here strong. And PZ is just caught looking at the wall.
I mean, it happens. It happens. Is HDZ actually going to check down that corner? I mean, you must, right? Everyone knows to check that little nook. Oh. Go on. Just pull the trigger.
Just take a little pot shot.
Just take it. You had him lined up like 3 times there.
HDZ, will he check it?
He's kind of... No, I mean, he doesn't have to check it anymore. It's been announced, but he's he is kind of stuck there, right? Like, he can't really escape.
Ooh. Penguin was able to kind of push out and test his luck. Worked out for him. And Penguin is really stepping up to the plate. Maybe dissatisfied with the way things went in the first match. Hoping to strike back strong.
Pietro can actually get the drop. Decides to go elsewhere. Supports the rest of the team. And this is looking really good for UNKNIGHTS. Oh, does Horus know? Does he know he's in there? I don't think he does. I think he's walked right past it.
Yeah, I guess they didn't expect a second guy to be up there. Pretty rare circumstance.
Oh, actually clipped HCZ in the head there and didn't get the kill with the AK. It's going to be unfortunate, but does get that one straight in the middle of the face. And Beck hiding around the corner. Horus, last man standing against 2. Pietro, not good enough. Beck gets the kill and brings another one home. It is 5-3.
Yeah. Sometimes that's the way it goes. You know, you start off a bit slow and you go down like 5 rounds. It feels like in a row you get 1 and you're feeling a bit hopeless. But 2 rounds really breathes life back into the team. You know, 5-4 on sub base, that's absolutely doable. And it does feel like more guys are stepping up. You know, Beck was able to get his first kill. His 2 kills, actually.
Oh, MKZ goes down to Todzane. Didn't quite catch that one, but
I guess I just gotta say that they're not playing well, and then they're gonna start playing well. Because whenever I start praising them, they just die.
well, Caster's curse and all that. Yeah. Well, 6-3 is the most popular score for the first half today. It's already appeared
4 times.
4 times. Thanks for backing me. I knew I had to mention it at some point. But okay, what do we have going on here? We do see Travis under a little bit of pressure from HCZ. Pietro looking for those angles. Penguin trying to hide his head. Does peek out. Beck is in the line of fire. Pistol Pietro goes down, but is instantly taken out by HCZ. But it's 3 against 4, and Beck is very low.
Yeah, Penguin is just a madman out there on a road. Like, he is the owner. He has the deed to the lot that is a road. He keeps pushing it and keeps winning. And even, even past the mark, he crosses the line. He charged out of those double doors with the pistol right when he knew they were not going to be looking, because they would never expect anyone to be that crazy. Penguin's got a good read on this team right now. He was probably sitting there with his notebook, like that's his job as the IGL, just watching that entire match, and he has been fantastic so far. And here comes HCZ, does get one, but Horse is holding it down. Beck with the trade, Totson holding down this angle. HCZ able to hit him in the back with the pistol, not a lot of time, as HCZ, though, will be able to get this plant down.
It's 1 against 1. Travis against HCZ, and HCZ is making his way around. He's going to get the drop.
Oh!
Beautiful rotation there by HDZ. Completely catching Travis unaware. And we swap sides. It is 5-4.
5-4. Not the most popular combo that we've had.
Did in the last match on Black Widow.
It did.
Yeah.
But outside of that, nothing else. This is the second time.
Penguin's already down.
Yeah, we were looking at map scores, and he just decided, oh, they're not paying attention, so I'm just gonna sneak a little death in here, see if they notice.
Give us a little bit of time to do the admin.
We gotta build the narrative. Come on.
All right, Beck is popped off there by Horus. So it's 4-4, and both teams very even right now. So we're gonna have to see how 3BL play the Blacklist side on this map. Is it going to be as controlling and dominating as the first couple of rounds on this map on the Global Risk side for them, or are they going to play a very different style? Because, some teams really do change it up depending on what side they play.
Yeah, it's very true. I think that, though, 3BL's style looks pretty good to be played on the Blacklist side. They were getting pretty aggressive. Penguin was going crazy. And, we'll just have to wait and see. So far, they're taking it a bit slow. After losing Penguin, perhaps Pietro's just going to walk out. They're just not looking at that angle. HCZ gets 2. Just understanding where the pressure is going to be coming from. He gets the one guy in lockers. He immediately turns to the hallway, knows there's going to be a guy who peeks him there. As I saw a helmet, so did Alucard.
Who is going to come out on top of this? I'm sure HDZ is frothing at the mouth to try and get Alucard down here. One thing snipers love more than getting kills is getting kills against other snipers, and HDZ gets it. And 5-5.
We're all tied up. Yes. Nice. Yeah, not too much to say about that. It just looked like there was a little bit of passivity, and Pietro actually found the perfect angle to just come in when they were not expecting it and get that kill on A road. And after that, didn't really have a lot of pressure outside of B. It was just very okay. Well, this is crazy. Travis coming through the vents. Alucard's right down the stairs. 3BL are angry. They are putting on the pressure. The bomb already planted on the A site.
Yeah, they have all the time in the world to plant it. And now it's 5 against 1 defending the bomb. This isn't a good position to be in if you're Beck. If this is the time you want to pop off, your team will love you for it, but they will also understand if you go down. But pop off, he is doing right now. Beck gets the double. Can he make it 3 and 4? I don't think it even matters if he defuses the C4 right now. If he just gets the kills, that's going to absolutely repair his mental state. And a very good round there.
Yeah, I mean,
both teams.
Nice try at the end, but 1v5 with that little time, not much you can do. And here comes 3BL once again, trying to get a little bit aggressive, at least is Travis. He is already up here trying to catch the guy who gets in position behind that box. Doesn't do much damage at all. But what can you say? Very even match so far.
Flirting with the stairs right now over on A. And they're going to run into trouble as we do see MKZ taking up the defensive position on the stairs that we never really saw 3BL take. Like, no one was ever camping in the little nook, so maybe it will catch 3BL unaware at some point. But ACZ, MKZ, Beck, they pick up 3 very important kills, and Pietro makes it 4, and now it's 4 against Horus. Will he be able to do this? This is a big, big ask. And again, not checking corners.
It was a big ask, indeed.
Not checking corners. It's happened again and again. We saw Pietro basically a few rounds ago have so much time to line up his shot, he probably could have just walked over and stabbed him. Like, it's absolutely insane sometimes how long people sit in the crosshairs because they're not checking their corners. Trying to get the old jump shot down there, but no one's really there to aim at as we see Beck looking towards where everyone is. I don't think he's got any information. The smokes were up. Kind of telling you people were there, but not whether they're still there. So the 3 of them, Horus, and Alucard pushing up, and look at this. Beck popping off for his team, but does walk in to, I think, yeah, Alucard pops him off with the pistol, and it's 2 against 2. Tutsin and Alucard, can they get this done? It's MKZ and 8ZZ holding the fort down for UNKNIGHTS. With 3BL, Tutsin and Alucard looking to get this done, and Alucard is on absolute fire right now. Only bested by 8ZZ, but Tutsin goes down.
Oh, and he missed that shot, and that's going to do it for that round. HCZ able to come in quick. And that is now 3 rounds here on GR for the side of UNKNIGHTS. They have really turned up the level here to 7 at this point because they have 7 rounds. Really good stuff. As let's see if they can continue with this. We do have 3BL trying to put in a little bit of pressure, but this is what happens on Blacklist side when you kind of, every angle you go for is being found and you get behind in a lot of the rounds. It can be a struggle to get that platform under your feet once again.
Indeed it is, and things are going the way of UNKNIGHTS so heavily right now. You got to favor them. Maybe to take the whole thing, but we do sit aboard a very passive 3BL. And we talked about this before. This is usually a hyper-aggressive map. We usually see absolutely tons of suppressive fire. We see tons of pre-shooting. This has been a very passive Blacklist play style for 3BL, and I don't know how successful it's going to be in the long run. Like, this is the most passive I think I've ever seen a Crossfire game be.
Well, you should have seen Lazarus back in the day. Yeah, I mean, okay. Alucard, they did the thing where they left the sniper in the room and the rest of the team is going A right now. As 3BL, Horus, going to be the entry man right down the stairs. MKZ here. 8ZZ up in computers, and that's going to be 2 quick kills. They immediately both go down. HDZ trying to go for the quick scope, not quite going to work out for him.
No, No, and now they have 30 seconds to retake one of the hardest positions in the game to take, mainly because of this spot right here. Penguin is assumed the position. Tutsin in support, just in case they do decide to grenade like that. Doesn't see anything coming. And, oh my goodness, what a meat grinder that was. Tutsin does get the kills, and 3BL are making, I was going to say a comeback, but they've tied it up, 7-7.
Yeah. Well, it's the beginning of a comeback, potentially. And these maps are just so close between these teams here in EUMENA. It does feel like every team is quite evenly matched, and the styles are very similar. I feel like GV kind of had a little bit more of a unique style compared to these two, but these two are, it's kind of crazy how much they're mirroring each other at times. But let's see, this kind of crazy that Beck was actually, he started like 0-6. Now he's like catching up. He's doing a good job, maybe more comfortable here after the half. And things are just looking up on the side of UNKNIGHTS. Even though that last time that push into A was really deadly. I don't even know how they got HCZ down in computer room. That was crazy. And, you know, 3BL, the pushes have been decent, but that last one was like pristine.
Yeah, and it does look like they're gonna take a little walk up the old entryway. See if they can get anything through the doors. HCZ is sitting there nice and pretty, but Travis goes down. Beck wrapping around, but Tutsin and Horus, they're evening the scores up and taking the advantage. But it's now 3 against 2. Tutsin gets Pietro, but Pietro managed to take out Horus before he succumbed to those bullets. So again, 3 against 2. Beck and MKZ have a lot of work to do to defend against Tutsin, Penguin, and Alucard. And Tutsin is on fire right now. He is 17-10. So he is the one to take. Oh, Beck.
Look at this position. Oh, they check it. They know that he could be lurking back here because there has to be a rotation that comes in for the C4 as MKZ, nice try. But unfortunately, the spray onto 2 was a little bit too much to ask. He nearly got it, too. Alucard very low. That's finally going to put 3BL back in the lead here for the first time in a bit, as they've been looking better and better, able to shore that one up. Got the catch on Beck, who was hiding in a very pretty rare spot. And that's going to put them in a great spot here as Alucard back on to looking through these doors. Yes, he can do it from this side as well, as a lot of snipers can. 3BL considering a little hallway push, perhaps. Maybe just Totson over there. But Beck is standing and waiting for this push in the lockers. You don't see this every day. Pietro's right there to back him up. Thompson trying to lurk in from the side. He's got Travis with him as well. A push in through the computer area. And all of a sudden, it looked like UNKNIGHTS had a good grasp on that push, but then they immediately got fried.
Yeah, they just kind of lost their footing a little bit, and that's all it takes on this map to completely lose it. Like, they started, and they just continued to free fall down. MKZ has a lot of work to do. It is 3 against 1. Can he pop off? He's going to have to find his first challenge soon. And there it is. He does get 1. Hudson is down. MKZ, though, is taken out by Alucard. And that, I believe now, is match point.
Yeah.
Over to 3BL.
9-7. I mean, they got 3 rounds in a row very dominantly. It just feels like as this map comes along, 3BL just having a little bit more staying power, perhaps. The longer day, or I suppose the more games in a row, is having a little bit of an effect on UNKNIGHTS. Some of the plays a little bit sloppier than we have seen up against GV. And 3BL immediately taking advantage. Again, these teams are so evenly matched. Like, a couple of rounds could have gone the way of UNKNIGHTS, or we could have already been done from here. As what is going to be the angle here? I mean, Penguin is right down the stairs already, but Beck is just going to get the kill, and he reads where Penguin is and nearly takes out Alucard. He nearly landed at least a shot, which would have been nice.
Absolutely would have been, but Pietro in a bit of trouble here, is being chased. We see carnage everywhere. Horus gets Pietro. HCZ got Alucard. Horus takes down ACZ. MKZ gets Horus. Tutsin gets MKZ. And it's a 2 against 1. It's Beck and HDZ against Tutsin. Beck 12 and 14 now. HCZ 15 and 12 against Tutsin 20 and 11. Make that 20 and 12. And it looks like we might be going to the extra rounds again.
Yeah, you know, maybe a little bit early. I was expecting to wait until Black Widow, but could happen here. UNKNIGHTS are definitely trying to take this opportunity to get a little bit aggressive. They did this on Black Widow actually against GV, where they were going to push straight in through the double doors on Black Widow to try to catch them off guard. But HTZ not really able to find anyone here, not really getting too much information either. Except perhaps, well, they're not really in machine room. Just going to leave Beck over there. And the rest of the guys watching the other angles, as this is looking to shape up to be an A push.
Match point for 3BL. If they win this, they take the map. But look at that, nicely pushing them out with the grenades, and the A push has been delayed for now. It's been pushed back, repelled back towards that central area. And where are they going to go? They're perfectly fanned out. Both teams fanned out. Right? They're looking for like 1v1. Maybe they do this champion style where it's 1v1v1v1v1 the whole time. Like no team kills.
Well, that would be crazy. As down goes Horus. And this is looking like potentially UNKNIGHTS could get the job done and force these extra rounds. 3BL coming down the stairs, but it is red. They are in position. They are ready for this. MKZ hanging out in the lurch spot. And it's all up to Alucard. 1v3. It's not going to happen. We will have the golden, or not the golden rounds, the extra rounds at least. We still have the opportunity for a golden round here in the first map. This is only the first map of potentially 3.
This is getting nutty.
Well, we brought you here, Simon, because we knew that you would summon on the close crossfire.
Not only that, I'd summon Black Widow as the third map for every match so far.
Yes. And this is going to get really interesting. A lot of smiles as everybody's kind of having a good time so far. And even though the pressure is on, this is what these guys live for at times. You know, the rush to the competition when it gets to that close match. When you're the guy that clutches it out for the team, that's what they play for.
That rush is what you need in life. The last man standing, the adrenaline of when you're trying to close out a match, being taken all the way, which is basically what's going on right now. It's 9-9. We're down to the extra 3 matches. Sorry, extra 3 rounds. Not another 3 matches. I don't know if the players could handle that. I don't think they could handle a full day of crossfire action at this point in time. But here we go. 3BL are on the global risk. We have UNKNIGHTS on the blacklist. Now remember, it was even Stevens pretty much for both teams on both sides. So nobody really has much of an advantage coming in to this one. Checking the vents. Nothing in there. Penguin trying to get the information. But again, UNKNIGHTS are so good at just keeping the information minimal. There's no pre-firing. There's no suppressive fire to announce your position. They're just sneaking through. But Beck might find the end of Travis's AK here if he does peek out around that corner.
Well, he's just going to play that contact style, just seeing if somebody is up the stairs. And if they are, you can just throw a flash. You can just wait for your team to rotate over. As once again, UNKNIGHTS, it really feels like this map has slowed down a bit. Both teams taking the blacklist side very methodically. Just waiting to see if anyone will make a mistake on the opposite side before they make a move. And as we have seen, the response is, well, the GR team is just going to hold their ground. No real reason to push out.
Yeah, especially when the timer is down to 1 minute. So any play has to come from UNKNIGHTS now because they need to get the C4 down or completely wipe out 3BL, which is pretty difficult. But there's the first kill. Travis gets 1. Can he get 2? He hides in the corner. Actually saves his life for quite a while to buy that extra time for his team to come and support him. And everyone is up in that little room up there, firing down. Pain and destruction. HDZ trying to do what he can. Can he survive? HDZ is the last man standing. Doesn't even get that. Look good. Unfortunately, couldn't quite penetrate what he needed to. And he is bum rushed here as 3BL draw first blood in the extra rounds.
Yeah. Just felt like, you know, you're just waiting on your hind legs. You wait to push. And that's like just a very standard set play that Travis did, right? You're just waiting, you've got a flash in your hand at the bottom of the stairs. You're peeking out from the side. If somebody comes down, if they start rushing, you throw the flash, you hang back, you wait for your team. I was just talking about it before. He does it, and, you know, surprise, surprise. They are able to collapse on that and get ahead, R3BL. So I feel like UNKNIGHTS have to, you know, kind of level up. That's kind of like the tutorial, like the basic level of strategy. You need to like kind of go for the next level. We'll see if they've got it in them here as they go into more extra rounds. 2 maps in a row, technically.
Okay, so where is everyone standing again? 3BL perfectly fanned out, and again, UNKNIGHTS equally fanned out, each looking at their own champion to fell from 3BL. Horus sitting pretty low, but he's the only one who's took any damage really to like real damage. Becca's taken a little bit, but Horus is sitting very, very low. For that matter, we do see a bit of a rush here by Beck with the pistol. Suddenly, HCZ pops off on Penguin. Is he going to find anyone else? No, he's not. As Alucard gets 2. He takes down HCZ and Pietro. Beck gets Alucard though. MKZ gets Tutson. HDZ gets Horus. And it's a 3 versus 1. Can Travis pull off an almost impossible feat here and get the triple kill?
Well, they knew exactly what angle he was going to be approaching from. The one guy who was defending at A, even from last round. And yeah, I mean, they've just got this locked down. Like, there's just no... Oh, well, okay. He gets 1. He's trying to hit those one-shot headshots. It's not going to happen this time. Nice attempt by the side of Travis. But once again, we are all tied up, 10-10. And it's really anybody's game from here. I think, you know, Blacklist the slightly weaker side for both of these teams on the map so far. So maybe you slightly favor UNKNIGHTS from here, but... Man, I don't know. I think it's just going to come down to the way these guys play out round to round. It's hard to draw statistics on this one. Note that Penguin and the guys on 3BL, nobody's getting aggressive anymore. Like Penguin, you saw him during the regular rounds, was always out here, always poking. But it feels like on both sides, like the meta, the strategy meta has totally changed within the span of one map.
Once the pressure turns up, You don't want to be the first one to go down and cause a collapse of your team, right? Even if you're the first one to go down and everyone else is still fine, you don't want to be the one who calls a shot where 3 of you go into a room and all 3 of you get gunned down. You want to play it safe. You want to make sure that you put yourself in the position that will win you the game and not potentially lose the game for you. And that's a very difficult balance to strike, as we see. Again, the line has been drawn. There is a perfectly straight line across this map where no one is crossing. Not because they're scared, but because they're just trying to bait out their opponents. I don't think anyone really has much information, but HCZ and Pietro both go down. They show a little bit too much through the doors. And just like that, 3BL have a massive advantage as Alucard takes down MKZ. HDZ gets Tutson. Horus takes out Beck, and it's HDZ against 4. Can he do it? Alucard's coming up high. Everyone else coming down low, and we do see a bit of a wraparound from Penguin, and I think that's going to be the death knell of HDC if he doesn't see it. Penguin paying it. Does actually turn around and gets the kill. HDC takes out Penguin. 1 down, 3 to go. 23 seconds.
Still time for HDZ here. He's got to make a move real quick, but it's still technically possible, but he is going to be spotted and actually killed by a pistol from over there. So that's going to do it for the first half. 3BL able to gather 2 rounds from the Global Risk side. Feels like they're in a pretty good spot. That last round more dominant than any of the other 2. And so perhaps they can use that to catapult themselves into the victory. But again, really hard to call. As you can see, there's a lot of thought process here on the side of UNKNIGHTS. Like, what exactly are we going to do in this position?
Look, we practiced all running into A. Let's give it a shot. And then someone will be like, but dude, if we lose one more, we're in such a bad position.
I mean, technically they go into their map pick on compound, so maybe you could say like, hey, you know, there's an angle, but they did lose on compound against GV, so it's a little bit more difficult to say that.
All right, so we'll soon be getting into this one. You can see it load up on their screens because suddenly you see faces in the darkness, you know?
Yeah.
But no, they're looking ready. Calls are being given out. This is how we're going to go about this one. This is what we're going to do. And this is how we're going to close out sub-base. Because this, again, has been very back and forth. And it really does feel like UNKNIGHTS have stepped to their opponent's level instead of maintaining the level they had versus GV. It feels like... Wait, what?
Yeah, he just got wrecked.
Yeah, I don't understand that. It felt like there was no shot fired. It felt like he just... A cork
just, like,
popped
fell
somewhere.
over.
Yeah. It sounded like a champagne bottle being opened. Like a...
Yeah. Well, it was indeed real quick. Pietro's got a shotgun in the vents right now. So this is something we've seen in years past. Definitely not something we see all the time, but could definitely work out. But it doesn't look like anybody on the side of 3BL really wants to go in there, especially down a member. Just got a slow push down the stairs. And it looks like Totson got a kill onto Pietro, actually, from those vents. Maybe he was trying to poke his head out a little bit. As Beck does at least short back up onto Travis. Out there in Machine Room.
So it's 3 against 4. Can UNKNIGHTS claw this back and tie us up again? 3BL looking for a window of opportunity to push through, get this C4 planted, perhaps maybe even wipe out UNKNIGHTS. It's slow right now, but Penguin does get the kill on MKZ, and Penguin makes it a double with the kill on Beck. HCZ looking for revenge, does get Penguin down. It's 2 against 2. HCZ and HDZ versus Horus and Totzane. Totzane has been on absolute fire this map. Can he bring it home for his team? Horus gets HDZ, and it's HCZ against 2. Can he do it? Totzane jumping around. Does he know he's there? Does he know he's there? Does he know he's there? He does now. Totzane is down. Horus, last man standing, and it seems he knows exactly where he is, and HCZ gets the kill and has all the time in the world for the defuse. And we're all tied up again.
Yeah, we're all tied up at 11 this time. HCZ, just great information gathering, somehow able to discern that, okay, you probably saw Horus, who was, you know, peeking out there, crowd speaking just a little bit. As this time, HCZ not quite going to land that shot. I think they will be a bit wary of that after what happened last round. And so he'll just have to sit back. And we might have to sit back as well, because 3BL losing that first one. It's 11-11. And they've been taking it much more slowly once things got this close.
Yeah, you don't really want to be going into round 24, 1 game down, because the pressure could definitely crack a few call heads, but Penguin does get the kill on HTZ.
That's a really good first shot. And now they have that manpower advantage to just kind of force their way down the A stairs here as they are just chilling up there in the computer room. They're going to wait as they have read that Penguin. Actually, he's going to poke in. He's going to get one. Nearly gets two. Pietro takes a bunch of damage. This is looking great for 3BL. Just stock standard. They get the pick. They push down the stairs. And they get another one. And now they're even going to get ahead of them out in A road. They take down both without losing one. 12-11. It is match point once again for 3BL.
Can UNKNIGHTS tie this up and take us to that golden round, round 25? We're going to have to see as Travis takes quite a bit of damage there from that grenade. More poking, prodding. We're going to see UNKNIGHTS play much slower this time because the pressure is on, or are they going to play a little bit more on the aggressive side? It does look defense is the #1 option, but Horus gets an absolutely massive kill there on Beck. So far away from each other.
Yeah, just holding that long angle. That's why you see teams like GV, they love to spam like little angles into boxes and stuff where oftentimes people will be. And a similar one as Horus is able to take him down through that back box, it looked like, or at least on the very long angle, is 3BL. A 3-man push on the BL side through the vent. Don't see this every day, and it is going to work. They take out HCZ. And HDZ is trying to hold it down for the team. He gets 2, and he's going to get 3, actually. This guy is holding it down by himself. What a heroic performance. Alucard, though, trying to get the jump on his fellow sniper, and he will be able to take him down at 3BL, just barely get across the line. There will not be a golden round. 3BL will take the first map.
What a match. It went all the way to 24 rounds. 3BL do manage to take it. I'd say that was even closer than GV UNKNIGHTS. That was razor edges between the two teams.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally 1 round closer, and also the rounds were, in general, like much closer down to the wire, which is what I believe you were saying outside of my joke. Some of these shots were really fantastic. 3BL put up a great fight early on. They were able to take the advantage on GR, but then HDZ and the guys on.
Yeah, I feel like he kind of got stuck there. Like he couldn't quite orientate himself properly. And that ended up costing him, but just the reaction speed, like look at that angle. Like you barely get anything. Like, I want to ask them sometimes, like, what's it like looking into the future? Because clearly some of these, they just know what is happening before even, I think, their opponents do.
Yeah, they've played the map so many times that at some point it does kind of feel like they're predicting the future because their predictive power is so strong. Because they're like, well, I've seen this push probably at least 1,000 times. And at that point, it does feel like magic. MKZ, this is a really nice hold from him.
This is 1, and it's 2. No, I thought it was 2 around the corner there. Still only got the 1, but that was a slugfest between the two teams. It was take 1, lose 1, take 1. It felt like 2 heavyweight boxers going at it for over an hour. And I mean, just look at these stats. Teams are almost perfectly balanced. Obviously, UNKNIGHTS a little bit lower overall because they did end up losing, but look at that. MKZ and Horus are identical. 0.77 KD. And it's just that slight edge between the two teams. That's almost nothing when you look at it number-wise. The stats are not telling much of the story at all in this match.
Yeah. really just came down to who was clutching it at the end of rounds that were very close. That's really the difference maker, right? Because the teams are so evenly matched, like inevitably both teams probably got 5 rounds apiece that were like, okay, well, we're very much in the lead. You know, we cleared out one last guy and we won. Like that's, you know, that just happens. Sometimes you get some good picks early on and you just win the round naturally. But like the other 6 or 7 or even more rounds that they were getting were coming down to the wire where it was like 1v2 or like 1v3 at times, or you know, crazy clutches where it's 2v1 and your teammate dies and then you just barely get the win and stuff like that, just because it was so damn close between these two teams. Looks like everybody's kind of getting up, getting some water, and take a little break, just because, you know, honestly, they deserve it. Like, this has been quite the marathon of a map. And now we're going straight into Compound, which is another map that, based on what we've seen here and kind of the lethargic movements from the two teams, I wouldn't be surprised if this one goes quite a while as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're perfectly balanced against each other. I feel like whenever one person pops off, another person pops off on the opposite team. And it's always the counter position. It's never like a sniper pops off on one side and an attacker on the other. It always feels like the snipers will pop off or the attackers pop off. It's never a misbalance between the two.
Yeah.
They're just copying each other. It is a mirror matchup.
Yeah, it's like the one guy sees the other guy popping off and they like raise their level by 0.1 just to like reach their opponent's level.
Not to exceed it.
Yeah, just
to match
just
it.
enough.
So here we go. It is all hell down Central Plaza right now. Grenades thrown out. And we see over at Pillars, we see Totsin holding it. He's going to be facing down the barrels of 3 guns. He does have Horus on his back. But will they push all the way through Pillars, or are they just posturing right now? That's going to be the question. C4 isn't there. C4 is still back in spawn, and it's 4 now pushing through Pillars and making the hasty retreat out. Only Todd's in there really defending it, but it was enough to repel the attack and make them think twice about, you know, giving it a little bit of a push. And yep, both teams back to resetting, just finding out where they want to be, finding out what position they want to be in. A is looking very heavily guarded. I feel like B would be maybe the push, but we know that servers is just, it's impossible to break.
Yeah, it does feel like that sometimes. And we've seen a lot of teams in other regions, they really love to push. Wow, okay, Alucard does get traded. MKZ somehow just able to clear him up past the box. But yeah, a lot of the Brazilian teams especially, they do love to push in to the little B room and kind of make a ruckus. Even if they don't push all the way into B, they love to push into here. And like see if they can get a pick off. Maybe they draw a lot of people over and then they rotate, but I guess now they're going to do exactly that. So they UNKNIGHTS coming on in. Travis only gets the 1, but it is 3v2, and now they're in the server.
Once you hold this server position, it is so hard to take back as UNKNIGHTS take round 1. And we keep saying it's server room. Once you hold it properly as Blacklist, it's so hard to shake you out.
Yeah, it really is. And 3v2, I mean, that didn't help 3BL either. And now, because of that, you know, little response, they push into Pillars early just to see if they can clear one guy out, get a pick. But nobody is going to push into there this time. Notice that Beck is all the way near back the spawn. Back by the spawn, he's going to be the one that brings the C4 over because he's just checking to see if anyone on the side of 3BL will push all the way through Pillars and try to rotate on them. This is definitely a map where there's so many different, there's so much room, which I talked about before, which allows you to kind of go for these really long flanks and long angles around the enemies and use that space which sometimes leads to, you know, sending Beck to just hold that back angle and just hold it down.
Yeah, Beck does pick up the C4, and you almost expect an A push here, right? Do you think they're going to retreat and maybe counter-rotate into B? It just doesn't look possible right now. It looks like they're all committed onto A.
It's kind of like either you group up an A long and you try to like push an A really strongly like that, or you group up after and go for mid. As Pietro does it alone. He tries to draw the attention as, oh, see, rough miss from the side of Alucard. He really needed to hit that one. Now that he did not, that's going to be a free entry onto A. As HDZ and crew looking to push up into them as well. Try to buy themselves as much time and space as possible. Horace and Travis pushing in. They are able to clear out the majority of this. It's MKZ alone. And it looks like he may have spotted Horace there on the corner. Knows exactly where Alucard is as well.
Yeah, and the bomb is planted as well, so he can kind of sit around and wait, but doesn't need to. He does get Alucard with an absolutely sweet headshot as he hides around the blocks and does manage to get the kill, and that's 2 to UNKNIGHTS.
Yeah, and MKZ 2 big rounds back-to-back, already up to 5 kills. He was a little bit quiet, like he wasn't poor on the last map, but he wasn't really like the game changer, right? But this time, comes out strong. That's kind of the way it works here for UNKNIGHTS. You know, if one guy's not really stepping up to the plate, another guy will.
MKZ is 5-1. Again, only 2 rounds played. 50% of the kills.
Absolutely. And that's a really good start for him and the side of UNKNIGHTS, because, you know, they're picking Compound for a reason. They're picking it back-to-back for a reason. These guys are really confident on this map. And yes, GV looked great. They came out. They had that that kind of emphasis behind them, that reason to really push, because they were already down a map, their port, and so they were able to overcome it and try to get that win. But UNKNIGHTS, they come out here and try to prove, you know, why they keep picking this map. And 3BL, it's going to be, the onus is on them to try to figure out how GV were able to take them down on this map.
Oh, walking straight into that. Alucard gets one. Will he be able to make it a double? No, he will not. Pietro does get him down. Pietro gets Penguin as well. That's a big pickup as Travis gets Pietro. And the fighting in these cubicles continues as ACZ pistols down Travis. And it's a 3 against 2. Tutsin and Horace against Beck, HDZ, and HZZ. A bit of a wraparound coming in. It's 2 against 1. Tutsin against Beck and HDZ.
Yeah, let's see if Tutsin's got it. I mean, the bomb is not planted, and he probably has a decent idea of where it is. Even if he doesn't, he's actually getting a fantastic timing on this rotation, as they, thankfully for their sake, are looking at exactly where he's coming from. As HDZ will clean it up. That's 3 rounds in a row here for UNKNIGHTS.
That's the answer you kind of needed after that first map. Like, it is very easy when you're tired and you play quite a few rounds back to back to kind of just give it up, you know? Like, this is the answer they needed to kind of re-pep everyone, to get everyone back on their feet. Like, guys, this is our map, our house, and we're going to dominate it. And that is exactly what is going on. But right now, we do see just more posturing between the two teams. No one really stepping forward yet. Coming in as HDZ assumes the position. Trying to get random pot shots off through the slatted window, but didn't actually connect anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good try. Might as well try to go for something like that early on. Doesn't really give away too much either.
But
and
Beck kind of gave away the position to Tutsin that they are going to push through the pillars.
Yeah.
And immediately they return back towards center.
Oh, they're setting up a mid-push here. Smoke's coming out already. Got that lineup from the stairs. And they will try to go in here. And this could work out for them, especially if they go to B.
Oh, and that's exactly what it looks like they're doing. That is an absolutely beautiful feint there. Looking like you're going to be pushing A. Smoke it up to all hell. And then take servers. And we've talked about it time and time again. Every time we're on this map, we always seem to say it. Servers does not break. You cannot really get in there all too often and take over the room. But, I mean, look, 3BL, they have pillars. They're waiting for that wraparound of HDZ. They know it's coming. They sense it, but they don't know it's coming right now as all hell breaks loose. Tutsin gets MKZ, Pietro gets Tutsin, Penguin takes out Beck as Penguin gets the double on Pietro. But now it's a 1v1. Alucard, last man standing, and does the impossible. But unfortunately, Blacklist still win, and it's 4-0 on Knights.
Yeah, they're able to get in there, that push. This is why I actually really like when teams just, you know, they set up some pressure elsewhere and then they immediately run mid. They set up a push as, wow, they feel the aggression this time. Beck is sitting back in spawn with the sniper, almost knowing that they will push through mid on this exact round. As they feel the pressure, they see the nades. Look at this, Pietro's just waiting for him to push through the doors as well. MKZ able to follow up with that kill. And that was pristine from them. A fantastic start to this round.
It is very much looking like Unknights are going to go 5 up in this match. It's Travis and Penguin, last two remaining for 3BL. What can they get done? Penguin takes quite a few hits and takes a bullet to the head for his troubles. And it is Travis now, running around with the knife and the pistol, trying to see what he can do. Has a little peek around. Can he pick off HCZ first, who's sneaking up behind through pillars as well? Beck gets taken out. Does he know the enemy? Does. He sees HCZ, takes him out. Travis might just do the impossible here. He got the 2. He needs 2 more to take it, but servers, it's a very hard retake to do, especially when the time pressure is on. HTC is going to peek and gets the kill. And Unknights, commanding lead right now. It is 5-0.
Yeah, they're just unshakable. They have a total read on exactly what 3BL are going to do. They understand, okay, they're probably going to push this time. Let's sit back, let's feel the pressure. And once again, they do go for this aggressive push in the Central Plaza. I think after they kind of got rotated down there a couple rounds ago, they're like, well, we can't let this happen anymore. And now they'll take a little bit of a safer position. But Alucard's already down. I mean, they were not able to save him there in mid. And so Penguin trying to get aggressive. MKZ, though, is going to spot him out and just immediately tap on his head. And now it's 5 against 3 when you're already 5 rounds up. This is pretty devastating.
Yeah, MKZ getting both of those very important kills. Once you start taking Alucard off the field, it always feels a little bit better. And only Travis right now posturing that positive KD for the side of 3BL. Like, we need to see a few more of that if they're going to come back into this one. MKZ is 8-3, looking to find any kind of space, anything they can abuse, and Tutsin goes down as well. 2 against 4. Where are these windows going to appear? One might appear right here as Travis peeks out. HZZ pokes the box and looks the wrong way, was expecting the wrap all the way around the box, and does manage to get the kill on... does get killed, by Travis. So Beck, HTZ, MKZ for Unknights against Travis and Horus as the bomb goes down for Unknights, and 40 seconds remain in this one.
And that's all it takes. They get the bomb down. Beck's in a place where they're not going to expect him. And that will be 6 rounds in a row as pretty insane stuff. I mean, Unknights, again, they prove why they love this map. They're coming out. They are stomping all over 3BL, which just brought them all the way to extra rounds and took them out on sub-base. Made it really interesting. But this one, not very close. Alucard now in a even more aggressively crazy position. Penguin uses that bait. It does not work out. And HTZ is able to just line up too. Understands that they're here in mid. More of them as Beck and Pietro trying to root them out here.
Yeah, Horace got the kill. But will they be able to do it? Will this be what 3BL need to come back into this one? If UNKNIGHTS wins, that matches today's highest consecutive wins, which is 7, which, funnily enough, was against 3BL on Black Widow for Lazarus. Like 7 in a row in that one. And I mean, 3BL crumbled at the end of that. If they crumble now, they still have to play set 3. They still have to play on Black Widow.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, UNKNIGHTS are getting these free pushes. It's like they have such an amazing read on where 3BL are on the map. They're like, okay, well, we know that you have rotated out of A. We're just going to push on in here. Nobody's here. And it really comes down to great entry. Like, somebody's going in early, checking angles and saying, well, they're not here. We can push. Gives them a huge advantage. Now Totten out there in pillars, going to pick up that first kill. Not a lot of time here. 18 seconds. They got to move in, but Pietro down in the servers. You cannot root him out. Alucard has 10 seconds. He's got to go now, and it is not going to work. Beck takes him out. That is 7 rounds in a row now for UNKNIGHTS.
Will they be able to break today's record and really turn that screw in on 3BL, who have seemingly crumbled on this map? They cannot seem to get Compound down at the moment, especially on that global risk side. So we got to see how this match continues to evolve. But you got to feel like if UNKNIGHTS reach that magic 9-0 number, they're not going to lose. Like, there's no way they will lose 9 in a row.
No, I don't think that would happen. But hey, you never know. I mean, if they can get 9 in a row, there is always a chance, as unlikely as it is. As once again, very aggressive setup from 3BL, but a little bit more passive on their aggressiveness. As this time, though, they try to push out after the kills, and it is not working for them. And it just feels like they don't have any answers. They're trying something new every time. They get the 1 kill, they get excited, and then they immediately run out to their death.
Yeah, ACZ, they're tidying up his KD. 6 and 6, he got 3 in rapid succession in that last one. So he is now 6 and 6. And with that, everyone on UNKNIGHTS is positive. And Penguin, again, taken out by that pea shooter. Just a ping. And he sits down and takes a nap for the rest of the round.
Mm-hmm. The tranquilizer gun. Well, now, I mean, you're already down 8-0. It does feel like all of the energy has kind of been sucked out of this one for 3BL. They are trying more and more aggressive angles that are just not working, and UNKNIGHTS have them totally read. They're like, okay, well, we know where you're going to push. We know the angles you're going to take. We will just wait for you, and the second you push in, we're going to dominate you. We're very confident. And that's exactly what's happening. They're up 5 against 3 now on this round. It's looking very likely we get 9-0 in the round score, which I think that might be the first time I've ever casted that even happening. Like, it's difficult to remember many times where this has even happened. And this round isn't over yet, actually. I just like he turns around right when they spot, right when they're coming out. Maybe they made some noise. Either way, Travis now waiting for them, and they're going to check all the corners. MKZ just take them out, and that's going to do that. 9-0 actually happening here on Compound.
Will it be 10-0? Will UNKNIGHTS close it out?
10-0, the dream. At this point, I'm like, well, the storyline, you know, like 10-0 is much cooler than 10-1 even. UNKNIGHTS are going to be playing for that juicy 10-0.
I think it will be the first. I mean, it's definitely going to be the first 10-0. But Pietro gets a massive kill, and Totten is down as well. And this just looks like a 3BL collapse right now as Horus goes down. Alucard, last man standing against 5 very healthy not anymore 4, but there we go. A clean sweep on compound as we're going back to Black Widow.
Back to Black Widow for the third map for the third time. You can't make this up. After we get a 10-0 round score victory from UNKNIGHTS, like, they played sub-base so close with 3BL. And then the second they get onto Comfort, it's like all hell is let loose. Like, they just absolutely destroyed them. Like, that was so unbelievably one-sided. You know, I was saying I don't know if I've ever done 9-0, but I don't think I've ever done 10-0. I've been casting this for many years in a row now.
I think there was one match at Worlds quite a long time ago that was an absolute stomping, but I don't even remember if that was 10-0. I felt like it was, but yeah, it's not pretty to watch if you're 3BL. Like, you're not going to have much impact on this highlight reel whatsoever.
Oh, man.
That's when you know you're having a bad day in the office when you die to a grenade.
Yeah, it's like perfectly timed as well. Like, there's 8 seconds left to defuse the bomb. So what does he do? He runs away 1v2. He has a grenade. He's like, well, I can just wait. If they start to defuse, I just throw a grenade. I know they're both a little bit low, so throw a grenade, pop out some pistol shots. Maybe it gets them, kills them with the grenade, has enough time. And even though Alucard got the kill at the end, it didn't matter. And just, it was just so hopeless. Like, nothing worked. They tried so many different things on both Blacklist and Global Risk.
I mean, they only got one match.
True.
One round. So
one round on Blacklist. I mean,
we didn't get to see much.
They did try, you know, the one strat. I mean, on Blacklist. But yeah, the GR side just, they could not get anything done. They were just hopeless.
And then 1-0 in the second half. Oh, just look at that. 3.5, 3.6. Beck, who had a horrible round when we were in sub-base, absolutely slapping 3.67. And, I mean, you look at that when you're 3BL, I don't know if you ever want to look at those stats because...
Yeah, no, you just close the game. You're like, okay, I'm just going to stop thinking about this and I'm going to play map 3. Because you're just going to pretend it didn't happen until maybe after the match if you lose. 1.4 kills a round for MKZ. He had quite the map.
Yeah, yeah.
He was having a good time.
The whole of UNKNIGHTS had quite a map on Compound there because that was pure unadulterated slaughter. It felt like veterans playing against people who've never picked up a PC mouse before.
Yeah, and there were times where it looked like maybe they were going to get close. Yeah. But it was only like a couple times. It wasn't even that many times. So here's hoping that 3BL can turn it around for Black Widow. They're really going to need it up against UNKNIGHTS. We're all tied up 1-1. We'll be back after a quick break for map number 3. Welcome back, guys. We're here at CFSI 2023 at the EUMENA division, and we are making it all the way, the full distance, to map number 3 in this third match, which is, of course, Black Widow for 3BL Esports up against UNKNIGHTS, and UNKNIGHTS just smashed them.
Yeah.
It was not close.
No, well,
No.
a couple of rounds were a bit close. A couple of the rounds were a little bit close, but
A little bit, maybe.
by gosh, that was a slapping. 10-0. You just don't get to see it very much in Crossfire. But Black Widow will probably be a very, very different story. And I mean, today's matches have been very, very close. I mean, they've all gone all the way, as in, 3 sets.
Yeah.
But
The least close map we had was, well,
just
10-0.
yeah.
But then we also had a 13-11.
Exactly. So these two
Same
teams
2 teams.
evenly matched unless they're not.
Yeah, unless it's compound, I guess. What does Black Widow mean?
I mean, 3BL did not have a very good Black Widow in their match against Lazarus as they went down. I think it was 10 to 5, 10 to 6.
Yeah, 10-6, and they lost 7 rounds in a row in that as well. So it does feel like 3BL have sort of a propensity to lose a bunch in a row and go on these rough streaks.
Well, in the opening exchanges here, we do see Pietro taking a massive amount of damage. Where is he right now? He is sitting by B, so by the B doors, so should be. Oh! He had no idea where that was coming from.
Oh, he got out of there real quick. Some extra poking through mid. Here comes Penguin really trying to cut down the angles, and that was the low Pietro. And they know where HCC is as well, so the two of them able to get a large amount of value just by getting in there, picking off the weak guy, getting the extra guy they knew position of as he had not moved. That's a good start here for 3BL.
A very good start. A much better start this time round than their match against Lazarus on this map. Oh, almost showed a little bit too much arm, but doesn't matter. Horus gets the kill on HDZ with a grenade. I mean, you don't see it all too often. I mean, grenades sometimes feel like
5 times today.
a tickle. Has
So
it been
far.
5 grenades? Have you been keeping track?
Yes.
Wow. That's 5 times more than I think I've ever seen. And 3BL make it routine as Travis takes out Beck.
Yeah, so last week there was one day where there were 11. But this week, so far, 5 today. So
We have a massive engagement here as it's 3 against 4. As Penguin gets HCZ, Horus takes down HDZ and then MKZ, and is still, I think, up and running, Horus? Yeah, just about. Absolute domination that time. That was pure aggression turned up to 11 by 3BL. And UNKNIGHTS just didn't seem ready for it, even though they were relatively even matched in the opening exchanges.
yeah, it just came down to a big fight on A long. It's a big contention point on this map, and it went heavily into the favor of 3BL. They're trying to do it again, as UNKNIGHTS, they don't want to give up this spot on the map, but unfortunately, they keep losing these big skirmishes over there, and they may have to for the following rounds here. HDZ at least did get the follow-up snipe, otherwise they'd really be in trouble. He's going to spot Alucard and say, well, I'm getting the hell out of there for now.
It does feel very much like when it is that big team engagement, UNKNIGHTS don't seem to quite have the same coherency as other teams. Like, everyone seems to know their place on the other teams, but UNKNIGHTS, they seem a little bit lost when they're all together, but when they're separated one by one, and that was a very nice snipe by HDZ, by the way. But when they're separated and they're working in these smaller team pairs, they do seem to do very well. Just like this, HDZ gets tots in as well. This is when they're working in small units.
That was crazy. He had no idea he was there, but the flick, he wasn't even looking in that direction. And, I mean, he's able to tied up 1-1 now is Travis. But Pietro has also been doing pretty consistently throughout the day. He does not have any clue where Travis could have gone to at this point. And he's just going to probably have to wait for this plant and deal with it then.
Yeah, as soon as the plant goes down, I think Pietro's going to know, like, I didn't see anyone plant a bomb on this side, so let's go for a trip to A. And the question is, how do you breach A as Pietro without getting shot? Where are you going to come from? Where are you going to try? Well, I mean, all right, Travis is just going to completely leave it open. I guess, I mean, okay, I'm assuming Pietro knows how to defuse the bomb, and I think he's got enough time before. No, he announced it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to go for it, and Travis is going to hold this angle from the catwalk. He's trying to spray it down, but it's not going to be easy, and that will be the defuse. Actually didn't hit a single bullet through the smoke. Unfortunate there for Travis, as UNKNIGHTS will get on the board in that manner. Not something you see every day as well.
It's not something you see every day, but we've seen it 3 times.
Yeah.
Today. It's been kind of nutty that these randomly... Ooh! Penguin just walked straight into HCZ's more there. Like, he couldn't have made it any easier if he tried. I forgot what I was going to say, so let's just move on. HCZ gets Horus down, as well as HCZ getting Travis. HCZ on a tear, and it's 3 against 2. Alucard is still up. We know the power he can put down. Tutsin as well. Both of these are the superstars for 3BL. They have been performing so well today, but HCZ is there. Tutsin, oh, he barely gets hit. It's Beck and Pietro trying to do it, and they're not looking very positive right now on this map.
That was pretty crazy. I mean, remember, this was 2 against 5, but now Totson has picked up 3 kills in a row to even up the members on each side. And now they're just going to hang around here in A short and just wait it out, see if they get a rotation out of the side of UNKNIGHTS. But UNKNIGHTS as well, you know, they're just going to wait it out. I mean, the onus here is on 3BL really to make the first move, as we do have a pretty wild swing there.
They know now. Alucard knows where he is, and I feel like Tutsin is going to wrap around. Tutsin on the boxes, easy as cake. Nothing really slowing him down there. And Pietro, last man standing. Grenades go out, but the bomb still isn't planted here. I mean, now it is.
You were right, I mean, for about half a second, so I'll give you that. But yeah, 3BL have really stepped up to the plate here on Black Widow. This has been really, really strong from their side, 3-1. Really loved that push they had there where Totson kind of got under the bridge and then Alucard pushed him out. Kind of like flushed him out. He said, okay, he's probably going to come in. You can wait down there. And that's exactly the way it went. Now, it was a little bit risky. Alucard could have gotten picked off, but then maybe he wraps around in that case. Either way, nice little aggressive strategy. And it's a really good look from the side of 3BL. I feel like they were kind of slowing down at the end of sub base. They barely got across the line. And then, of course, we don't talk about compound for them because they're just going to pretend it didn't exist. So, definitely a good look to start off this map, at least.
Yeah, I mean, MKZ going up, but Penguin is taken down in return, so it is 1-for-1, and MKZ is not having the best map so far. He is 0-5, which is pretty rough, but, you know, he's proven his quality today, so we definitely assume he's going to pick it back up at some point on this map. So we're on board with Horus. Looking around. Over, down by A-Long. Across that access road. And now they're pushing up A. No one has eyes on this. Even though Pietro is nearby, he doesn't see this coming. He's going to get completely wrapped around. Does get 1, does get 2. Which is considerably more than I thought he was going to get before being taken down. And Beck and HCZ have it all to do against Horus and Travis this time.
Yeah, it was a pretty good lurk from Pietro. You know, sometimes that doesn't pan out, but he was able to hit his shots at least. And now, 3BL in position here on the site. Once again, just going to try to anchor and force UNKNIGHTS to push into them. And Beck is really on a sneaky tear here. He's going to catch Travis, but he can't. He finally does land those shots. So now Horace up against Travis or Beck, and that's going to do it. Horace picks up another couple of kills as he ends that one with 8. There are 2 members that are 8 and 2 on the side of 3BL. These guys really stepped it up for this map. You got to give them credit.
Yeah, this map is completely in their favor at the moment. They've only dropped 1 round so far. And the way it's going, it doesn't look like that is going to change at least until they swap sides. Grenade comes in. Again, just more peeking. Not really getting the visuals and the information they need from both sides. But, you know, central door is always a hotbed of activity, so you know someone's going to be standing nearby. It's just a matter of, are they left, are they middle, or the right?
Yeah, always checking these angles. Already to pre-firing, and that's it. Penguin, they give that information over. Penguin able to check down on Catwalk, and he picks up that kill. Easy peasy. Headshot through the floor. And again, 3BL start off with first blood, and will be in a good position in this round as well.
Yeah, it is all going 3BL's favor right now. Every single engagement is just, they're holding it down. There's just nothing stopping them. And I feel like they could just bum rush A, but we do have Tutsin squaring up a little bit against MKZ. They didn't really fire at each other, but they were looking directly in each other's eyes. Quite a long piece of eye contact there before, you know, Tutsin decided to disengage. But MKZ, he is deep in enemy territory. He could easily be cut off from the rest of his team. But is waiting for Travis. Aha, straight out. MKZ does go down to Tutsin as we have Alucard getting HDZ, and it's 2 against 1. Beck and Pietro, as Pietro claws back another round for UNKNIGHTS. 4-2.
They're hanging on. It's a pretty good look. They made that round kind of down and dirty, a bit messy, and it worked out for them. That's what you mentioned before. They get those singular picks, and now 3BL say, no, we want to fight on A long, and that they will. They push in here as a team. Horace going to end up with first blood yet again. They get the value. They back out. A lot of members did take some damage there out in A long, probably just from a bunch of grenades that were thrown in.
Probably a few stray bullets as well, I think, but nothing too heavy right now. So, you know, I think they're still going to generally die at the same time as MKZ gets 1. Thought he was going to get 2. Travis got down MKZ, and AZZ took out Travis. So a little bit of back and forth here. It is 3 against 3 as HDZ, HCZ, and Pietro need to hunt down 3BL. They really need to win this one to bring themselves within touching distance of 3BL.
HCZ giving that information. Pietro is trying to get the jump on Alucard here, who no doubt will be looking at HCZ, trying to distract him, but Horace is here to cover this angle. Pietro still going to win that duel, wins another one. Hudson, nice little peek out here, but he is 1v2. Should have a decent idea of where they're coming from. He's not quite able to land the spray, and that will be a 3rd round over the side of UNKNIGHTS.
Yeah, thoroughly deserved this time round. Kind of just controlled the pace and slowed down 3BL at every corner of that map. So from what was a terrible position at 4-1, UNKNIGHTS have clawed it back to the much more respectable 4-3. So we're going to see what happens now. We have MKZ looking down. Does he see Horace there, or is that just pre-firing?
Yes.
Yes. That's what I thought.
Yeah. Penguin out here on the ledge. Hanging out in the air. They're not actually going to push out there, though.
Yeah, HCZ taking quite a bit of damage here, and he's going to be trying to sit back as much as possible. But if they turn the aggression on 3BL, they could definitely overwhelm UNKNIGHTS at this point. definitely have a little bit of a, you know, center is there. So if anyone tried to push through, UNKNIGHTS would be able to finish it off. But look at this. It's a massive push over to B. Are they going to fully commit as they're in water? Or are they going to give it up and maybe go somewhere else?
There's actually a really heavy lockdown on B at this moment. Pietro was able to wrap around there, and that's going to spark this push as they got a couple of guys here in storage. Beck, the undiscovered, does push through. That's his new title, actually. Does push through, and he picks up the 4th round for the team. And now it feels like we're back on map 1, where it's just back and forth. Very close between these two guys.
How did you not say it's all tied up?
It's all tied up, 4-4.
I know you were, you know, chomping for that earlier. You kept saying it every time it was 6-3. And when it's actually even, you say nothing.
Yeah, well, it needs to be 6-3 for me to say it.
Ah, fair.
It's just the way it goes.
All right, so we do have that push over to B. Are they gonna fully commit? They're thinking about it real hard right now. Do they want to go through here? Do they want to overwhelm B? Or do they just want to kind of sit? There we go. It is go time for 3BL. They are all guns up-blazing. Everyone on UNKNIGHTS in the smoke. Tutsin does not care. He gets the kills. And yeah, that engagement going very heavily in 3BL's favor.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, especially the last round, they were very heavily set up on the defense, so they assume, okay, maybe this time they're not going to have much. Oh, he didn't have any bullets. I think he just didn't realize.
I think he was just reloading. Like, I don't know if he was
maybe, yeah.
empty. Yeah,
maybe he thought he checked, and then he started his reload, and then right at that moment, the guy showed.
That's what it looked like to me, but
rough.
Yeah, 3BL do finish this off 5-4.
So are we all tied up now, or no? We're not.
No,
5-4, and UNKNIGHTS move over to the blacklist side. This has been a close match so far. Map, I should say, not match really.
I mean, this map didn't start out close whatsoever. I mean,
yeah.
3BL were 4-1 up and lost their advantage quite heavily, and now it's 5-4 as UNKNIGHTS being very unkind there to 3BL as they
nice.
Completely turn the tide of battle for the blacklist side here. As Travis is looking, he's on the hunt. Horus as well. Together, they can do anything. But maybe not retake B, because that seems a little bit impossible right now, as they are going to get the C4 down. No, they're deciding to hold on just a little bit.
Yeah, UNKNIGHTS have total information. They know they already pushed past the half point, and so they're just going to hold their spot, not get caught out planting, and maybe once things calm down a little bit, but for now, it's just going to be MPZ picks up 2, cleans up the round. We're all tied up. UNKNIGHTS get a good start here on the blacklist side, just like 3BL did.
Yeah. And we also have that turned out, so we might be looking at extra rounds again if this continues, because anything 3BL did before, I feel like UNKNIGHTS might be able to do. Pietro goes down, Tutsin as well. HCZ picking up the double kill, make it a triple. And he's still going, make it a quadruple kill for HCZ as Alucard goes down, and that is what we call a bit of the old pop-off right there.
That's what we call crossfire in this business.
Of talking about crossfire. Yeah.
That's some real crossfire right there. Yeah, HCZ, just insane stuff. And I mean, it's really good to see them just popping into A long now from the BL side and taking advantage and winning some of those, you know, you can't really call them team fights in this game, but it kind of is, as Beck just hanging back.
C4 is planted with 2 minutes left on the clock, and it was just an open door.
Yeah, Beck's got some magnets on him, and I think 3BL is, made of. They've got guns and characters are attached to them. So
how are they going to be able to do this? They have 15 seconds to break it. They do have a man advantage now, but time is quickly running out. MKZ is still up. Alucard and Tutson
they don't know.
Need to get this done. Tutson is down. Alucard is down as well, and that is a huge victory for UNKNIGHTS as they take the first 3 rounds in this one.
Yeah, this is a really fast start, and not just because they get 3 rounds in a row, but these rounds as well, they're just kind of running into them and taking them down like this. I mean, Pietro's just like face-checking by himself into short, like not using any utility. They're just going nuts.
Yeah, Pietro gets a double kill. Alucard gets a double kill. HCC does then take out Alucard. So it's a 3 versus 2. Penguin not taking any hits there. It looks as though Beck had him right down the sides, but look at this wraparound. Penguin is down. Travis has 2 to deal with. HCC, who is on fire right now at 14 and 9, and Beck, who has a very respectable 8 and 9. And the bomb goes down, assuming Travis knows that it is, over there on A. So, looking around, can he get the drop on these two? He definitely needs something to swing it in his advantage.
Well, he might have a good idea of where Beck is, but HCC gonna reveal himself and takes the headshot down. He doesn't even need his teammate. 4 rounds in a row. Trying to, I don't know why this keeps happening to 3BL, but they've got to work on, really settling down. But also the fact that UNKNIGHTS are not letting them do so. Like, they're just coming at them so fast, they're not even giving 3BL time to think. I like it.
From 4-1 down to match point.
Well, close to it.
Close to it.
It feels like that. Like, the map rounds have been going so fast, it's like, basically is.
All right, so what have we got? Again, it looks as though, I keep trying to say something, like unkind. UNKNIGHTS.
Unbelievable.
UNKNIGHTS are unbelievably unkind.
Untenable?
Yeah, untenable is a word. Yeah, you can say that.
Nice.
But no, they've slowed it down, and I don't know if I agree with this so far. Like, that high-tempo play they've been playing the last couple of rounds definitely paid off for them, but they slowed things down. Maybe a change in tempo will be enough to throw 3BL off balance, but could easily just play in their favor, because when the maps were slower, it always looked as though 3BL had a slight advantage. I think they're better at playing at that kind of tempo.
Sure. I definitely feel like this is going to make 3BL more comfortable. I would say, like, those last 3 rounds were rough. Not to mention the 4th and the rest of them. But UNKNIGHTS, let's see what they got. They're going to wait. They're going to rock down the clock. And, I mean, 40 seconds. They've got to make a move here soon. Like, this pushes. They're just poking out of A long, but they're not actually here with the bomb. 30 seconds left. Looks like they got to go B from here. The wraparound will come in, but you see that 3BL is not biting the bait. They're just holding on to the sites. They got 3 guys in B.
They do indeed. And, I mean, no one has taken any damage. We're down to the last 18 seconds, and nothing really has happened. But now, all hell breaks loose. HCC gets Tutson. Horus gets Beck. And, I mean, this bomb needs to be planted ASAP. As 3BL, it looked as though they were getting an advantage to take into the final time, but they're just not going to be able to do it. HCC takes a big hit from Alucard there. Alucard is just turning up the pressure. Look at this, is on the hunt.
All right, he finally got him after sprinting after him for actually 10 seconds in a row. Alucard will be able to come in here with plenty of time and get the defuse. It's kind of what you got to do, especially if you spot the weakness, just because this plant is specifically for the storage angle, and it's so easy to stop people from defusing it from there. So either you attack into water, or you try to defuse and you die. Like, those are your two options. Maybe you hope that your opponent misses somehow, or you throw down some sort of smoke, or he runs out of bullets, which we have seen today.
Yep. Or
on
reloads
both guns.
Or reloads at the most inopportune time.
Yeah, that's happened a lot today. Either way, 3BL, they're back on the board. They finally stemmed the tide. That was just like absolute aggressive dominance from UNKNIGHTS. So now it's kind of like they're playing their game.
Yeah, UNKNIGHTS, I feel like they should have maybe turned up the aggression again, because when it was high aggression, they seemed to just outgun 3BL. But as I said, as soon as it slows down, it looks a lot better for 3BL, as they're looking at the second floors. He's gonna just announce his location to the whole wide world, and takes a face full of lead. British troubles, but again, no one down. Positioning-wise, it looks pretty good for 3BL. They have a lot of defensive options still available to them, as they have everyone up on the board. They're covering central. They're covering any potential breaches in that line right now. Everything seems covered, except A. A is very vulnerable, but it doesn't look as though they want to go attack A.
Yeah, it's just a good read. I mean, some of the pressure that was coming in from mid was on the left side. So they should be ready for this. They get a massive crossfire. I mean, if you don't defend this, you are truly in trouble. As HZZ tries to make it interesting, HZZ's got some time. He's trying to get those big flicks in, but it's not meant to be. 8-7 we go, as we get one step closer to extra rounds.
It definitely looks that way right now. The start of this was looking so good for UNKNIGHTS, but it just seems like they've run out of steam again. They got that second wind after the side change, and then they just seem to have run out of breath again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to them, but they're trying to play with the tempo. It's not really working, so maybe they lose confidence a little bit. Again, this is a team that doesn't have too much experience, but also at the same time, they have a fantastic IGLer, according to the team, right?
Yeah.
It is a team of friends, so maybe they're just, you know, talking well of him, but I mean, it's looked good so far. I've liked the way he's been able to do it.
Oh. Horse knows. Does he know that Penguin is there? Does Penguin is there?
Well, they all jumped off of Catwalk, so regardless, 3BL is not going to take the chance.
Oh, look at this. 3BL are all wrapping around now. 3, now 2. They're breaking off, just taking it piece by piece and dismantling UNKNIGHTS. Absolute dismantling. It's 4 against 2. Beck and Pietro have so much work to do if they want to reach that match point golden number of 9 rounds.
Straight through the box. Travis in a little bit of trouble, and they will finally get him down. There's an opportunity, but no. They push out of storage. Penguin is going to hold it down from here. He will pick up the pistol headshot and ties it up at 8-8. I suppose this match is all about the streakiness here in the second half, at least. We got 4 rounds for UNKNIGHTS and then 3 rounds for 3BL.
Indeed. It is 8-8. Remember, first to 10 is the winner. So this is getting closer and closer. A quick look at the stats so far. HCZ 19 and 12. That is absolutely nutty. Absolutely nutty. 19 and 12.
He's the only one that's over 1 kill a round in the entire server at the moment. And once again, I mean, UNKNIGHTS, they say, let's let's slow it down. Let's see if they make a mistake. 3BL have actually been kind of upping the tempo. They've been the ones that have been putting on a little bit more aggression, and maybe UNKNIGHTS are trying to feel that, trying to respond to it, but they're going to get themselves in trouble. Beck has no idea Totson is here, and Totson's just waiting for more, but actually Penguin goes down for it as they tried to challenge in together. Didn't quite hit the mark, but at least it's still a trade 1-for-1, and now this push looks to be coming in. Alucard is in position. Let's see if he can hit it.
Distracted as HCZ gets Alucard. Horus takes down MKZ. Pietro gets Horus, so back and forth 3 against 2. Can UNKNIGHTS take the advantage going in to the final regular map here?
Really nice teamwork there. Finishes off the kill. Does HCZ gladly? He will take more kills. He gets yet another one. UNKNIGHTS 9-8. They take match point. The real match point. Just one more round, and they will be the victors of 2 matches today. That was not necessarily my expectation coming into the matches today, but they have absolutely performed out of their minds, and they would deserve it here. Especially after the 10-0, man. Like, they don't win after that. I don't know what to say. Let's see what they can do, though. 3BL, Totson, and Penguin trying to make their way out of A long. And they say, well, there's 3 guys in A long. Maybe we can push B. And that they will attempt.
And will there be a rotation quick enough from 3BL to help support their members who are just taking an absolute beating? We do see eventually Alucard has found that little sniper's nest, but unfortunately for him, UNKNIGHTS just managed to pull out in time. I keep going to say unkind. UNKNIGHTS.
Unknown.
Oh, I didn't think of unknown.
That's the one that I keep thinking of. I see UNK, the first word that comes to my mind is unknown. Definitely not UNKNIGHTS, but I like that name. As we do have a little bit of a setup here. Penguin from underneath, just checking, and they have Totson at long. So if there is a push into A, they would have to try to go for a retake with some chip damage left up to Penguin and Totson, essentially. But they are heavily indexing, of course, towards B.
Oh, just a little peek there by MKZ, and he pays the price as Alucard. But Pietro pops off with a double. Horus gets down Pietro, but Beck takes Horus, and again, we find ourselves in a 3v2 situation. The bomb has been planted. Remember, if UNKNIGHTS wins this, they finish out the match, and they finish the day 2-0. Taking a pounding there and goes down, and only Alucard doesn't remain. And that, as they say, is murder she wrote, as UNKNIGHTS take the victory. Not the easiest fashion, using all 18 rounds of that map, but they did it, and they finished the day 2-0.
2-0 on the day. Doesn't matter. I mean, it does in terms of tiebreakers, but doesn't matter what the round score was. Doesn't matter what the match score was. They still got 2 wins, and that's the most important thing. A lot of close back and forth maps. GV gave them trouble. We saw 3BL give them trouble. Took sub base 13-11. I mean, they went all the way outside of a golden round. We had some crazy moments here as well. Some of these plays, like the fuse and the smoke, the plays on a short we saw from time to time, Totson's excellent lurk and the flushing out of the backside of the site.
Just to put it in perspective of how impressive 3BL have been in this match, they were 5-1 down on subbase, came back. UNKNIGHTS. 3BL, no, 3BL were 5 up. UNKNIGHTS were... Alright, I'm getting confused with myself. You know what I mean.
You're talking about how impressive UNKNIGHTS were.
UNKNIGHTS have been impressive because they were 5-1 down, take it all the way to round 24. In the second one, they just dominate. They didn't win sub-base, but they took it close. On their own map, Compound, 10-0. And then on this one, 4-1 down. To just come back in that fashion is super impressive. They have been so headstrong for a team that's completely new in this style of competition, who have been described as the dark horse, and they're just so good today.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I mean, this team obviously has a ton of potential after what we saw because, you know, even GV said it in the interview video. They said these guys, they're very talented. They have the ability, the mechanical skill, and of course they went on to say, but like, we're the best, etc., etc. But, you know, a bunch of those compliments were already thrown out, and we saw a lot of that actually come to life today. And we saw so much of them because we had 6 maps going to so many rounds on most of them outside of the one compound that I feel like we are watching them grow before our eyes and that potential be reached here.
Yeah, I mean, 8CZ popping off on this one, almost 2 KD spread.
Yeah.
For one that went 18 rounds, to have a 2 KD spread is, wow. That's,
I don't know how he managed that.
Carrying the team by the look of it, because that is impressive. And the rest of the team, they supported well. They got the assists they needed to. They chunked away at 3BL, but when one man is getting all the finishes, that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Unless he doesn't perform tomorrow, and then it's a very bad sign if only one person is
Then you're in trouble. So 13-11, 10-0. That did actually happen.
Yep.
And then 10-8. And Beck is going to be the MVP at the end of the day. Just across the maps, able to put on a huge performance consistently. So shout out to him and his team for what they were able to pull off today.
And we're back.
And we're back.
And we're back. I mean, today has been a full day. We have seen 9 maps out of a possible 9 maps. And I kind of want to watch more on Knights. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, they have been so impressive today.
We do have more on Knights in the form of an interview. Let's jump into that right now. Hello, Beck. Congratulations on your big victory today. How do you guys feel about, you know, coming into this tournament? Nobody knew really what to expect. You guys were kind of the underdogs, but you overperformed. You got the 2 victories. That must feel great. How do you feel?
Thank you, first of all. I would say we were like underdog team in the league as well, but we did good on the league. I am hearing my sound again. Can we fix it? I think not anyway. I just told my teammates it is time to do. We showed them we are not underdog anymore, and we just did our thing. We just like played together and we did our thing, and we get to win today. We are happy. That's it.
I mean, there's not much else to say. How do you feel about the compound map? 10-0. It's not very often we see such a dominant performance. How does it feel to have that 10-0 under your belt?
About 10-0, I would say like when it was 4-0 or 5-0, we just say to each other, guys, let's try to make it 10-0, because if we do 10-0, their mentality go down and they will have no more mentality for the decided map. And we just try to do it, and we did. We're happy for this.
Yeah, absolutely. We were astounded by that ability to pull that off. That was really impressive. So, curious about, you know, the future for you guys. Obviously, a relatively new team. How far do you think you can go in terms of like international tournaments, and like what is your goals for the future?
Of course, our goal to go CFS as every team. We are still working, we are still struggling on some of the map stuff. We want to improve We want to show ourselves. We want to keep our lineup. And that's the answer of to your question. We want to go CFS and we want to do something at there.
Well, thank you so much, Beck. We're not going to keep you any longer. You had a very long day of matches. Congratulations once again, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, great to hear from him, as obviously they are really happy, and they should be. They are on top right now of the standings.
Yeah, I believe this means the worst they can finish is second. No, they can still finish third in the event they lose tomorrow and GV win both their games.
Yeah.
But then if GV win both their games, they're going to be Lazarus.
Well, Lazarus could still go 2-1.
Still, yeah. So they're not quite guaranteed, but it feels like they are, because that was an impressive, mammoth display over what has to be some of the most rounds I think I've ever seen one team play in a day. Like, that is, they took it all the way so many times, but they were so good.
I half expected him to say, when you asked about like the 10 rounds on Compound, to be like, we just wanted to like end it as quick as possible. Like, we're so exhausted. But the consummate professional he is, he's like, no, this is all strategy. You know, like we just want to break their mentality, and they probably did to an extent. Although, shout out to 3BL, they put up a nice fight there on the last map, nearly forced it. So tomorrow, more matches: Lazarus versus GV, UNKNIGHTS versus Lazarus, and then of course the final match. Which was up there for a second, but
GV
at the moment,
versus 3BL.
my memory is that of a goldfish.
Yes. Is it 3G?
It's GV.
GV versus 3BL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. That would be the last match.
That would make sense. Yeah. There you go. Well, that was a day of CFS. We had a long day. Any final thoughts before we head out? And
final thoughts for the day would be, that was some of the tightest inter-region crossfire I think we've ever seen. Like, when it goes international and we see China versus Brazil and stuff like that, that is some of the most intense battles we've seen. But this CF, like, MENA EU has been unreal. This is so close. All the teams are within touching distance of each other, and it feels like anyone can take the whole thing.
yeah, it really does. I mean, UNKNIGHTS had a great day today.
Yep.
We know what GV are capable of. We know what Lazarus are capable of. Who knows? I mean, 3BL in the past, on their former teams, were able to have really rough days and then come back and win whole tournaments. So you never really know. But I think that just about does it for us, guys. I'm not sure if we have any other graphics. Don't believe so. So thank you so much for watching here at the CFSI 2023 here at EUMENA. We are going to have, of course, 2 more days of action for the CFS, so you don't want to miss it. Same time, same place tomorrow. We'll see you then.